I'm
I
unmuted.
think
How am I unmuted? Scared. Woo! I already started it with being on mute. That's a great way to start this. Woo! Simon, afternoon. How are you? You ready for
hey,
this?
I'm very ready for this. Yes, after a stressful 2 days, and sorry about the change of venue, folks, but it got a little bit complicated. We're ready. We're ready to go with some of the industry's best speakers, so I'm super excited.
Before we jump into anything, because we've got a few minutes, I want to know this because there was a lot of behind the scenes like adjustments. There was a lot of planning to get this done, Simon. You've spent hours and hours and hours. Where did you come up with this crazy idea to do not just a 5, now it's a 6-hour live stream? So why are you doing this?
Okay, let's be honest on the why 6, not 5, for a start. That's a complete miscalculation on my fault with regards to the amount of speakers, which means you've got a bonus hour. With regards to why the event, I suppose it goes back to when I got into the industry in March last year. Since then, I've spoke to hundreds of different people, from those aspiring to break in to existing professionals, and also to some of the industry's biggest leaders as well. And the clarity I've gained from listening to other people's stories, having the opportunity to spend time with them, has been phenomenal. And the whole reason for this event is to try and enable everyone else to hear the awesome stories, the inspirational speeches, and the things that I've heard during my journey. So we've managed to get together what I think is a pretty amazing bunch of people.
Speaking of the pretty amazing bunch of people, do you want to go over the agenda for today and who are all our all-star speakers that are coming onto the show today? So excited about
I
this.
can seamlessly do that now. I've got the list up on my other screen. Yes, it's really exciting. I just didn't want to miss anyone off. So first today we have Linda Rust, someone I've known for a few months, which is a long time for me in this industry. Someone who's also inspired me a lot too. So I'm not going to spoil what that one's about. Followed by Gerald Ogier, who also I think everyone watching this will know. His daily streams inspire me and help to inform me on my journey every day in cyber. And I know it's the same for others. He's going to be taking us through some of the tools that he uses. We've then got a quick break, followed by one of my favorite speakers in the industry, Mr. Will Hunt from Insecurity. Will Hunt is an absolute fiend when it comes to passwords, and we've got an Ask Me Anything with Will. So make sure if you've got any questions for him or you're looking to break into red teaming, make sure you attend that one. We've then got the person who's also helped me, apart from yourself, Jax, put all this together, which is Mark Dirich. A CISO who works for, I don't think I can say which company, but he's helped me out a lot behind the scenes with lots of things, and he's going to be talking about Appsec today. Next, we have a very good friend of mine and the person I've known the longest in the industry, Amanda Savitz, the Director for Strategic Partnerships and Global Innovation at the Cyberbytes Foundation. Hope I got that right, Amanda. She's going to be talking a bit about her journey in. We then got Aaron Lax. Aaron, another friend of mine who is a visionary when it comes to this industry. Some of the stuff he comes out with is so insightful and confusing for a layman like me, but he's going to add some real value. We've then got the amazing Christian Espinosa, best-selling author of The Smartest Person in the Room. He's going to be talking for an hour and taking questions on emotional intelligence type subjects. He's also got 20 copies of his best-selling book to give away too. So make sure if you want to be included in that, you attend the speech. Then we've got Greg Tomczyk from Valor. Valor and Greg are a company that I know through the community. They are doing amazing work breaking down barriers with the C-suite to deliver amazing solutions. He's going to talk about all the stuff that they're doing right now. And then the big finale, the man with the ginger beard, Davey, at 9 o'clock. He's coming in to tell us all about Blue Team and hopefully entertain us with some stories too.
I love it. He's always got the best stories. So tell us about Infosec Live. Let's talk about this community that you've created from scratch and that you've grown so quickly, because that's what's sponsoring this entire event is Infosec Live.
It is. And I'll talk about it quickly. I don't want to dwell on it too much today, but we've now got 2,130, I think, people in the community. We were founded by myself last year in June. The reason for founding it, I'll be honest with you, I thought I was losing my mum. I got a bit obsessed with my laptop and into things I'd been doing for my wife before I got into the industry. One of those was a platform which was called Social Alchemy to help businesses with social media advertising and branding. One afternoon, I knocked up the logo, thought of the name, registered it on Company's House, and literally set it up as a resource site for other people with no clear intention other than that. And it's grown into a monster that now consumes every waking hour of my life. And the best thing is it's free and independent. So whilst I'm very poor, I know that if you come along to our community, you do get impartial guidance, which is important.
Yeah, you're a very passionate person, Simon, and a lot of things from the time that I've known you, which hasn't been a long time, but I feel like we've talked so much more as we've planned this event together. You are very much a giver, like giving back to the community. You've been giving a lot to the cybersecurity community, and you weren't in the cybersecurity community till about a year ago. So what caused you to pivot into this space instead of doing something else? And now you're really niched into the cybersecurity community, and you're one of us.
That's a great question and quite a horrible answer. I suppose to cover off the one why I'm helping people, for me, 3 years ago, I went from being a very wealthy business owner to kind of self-destructing, losing everything, including my family, nearly my life. And it was a real game-changing moment for me. I'd been driven by ego for most of my life. Shiny things were important, shiny cars, everything that went with it. And for me at 45, for that to happen meant that I had to reassess who I was, did a bit of a journey of self-discovery, found out, I suppose, discovered why perhaps some of my behaviors have been a bit risk-takey before with regards to ADHD, which I only years ago. Lots of other things, but the main for me was I wanted to do something moving forward that I was happy and content with, because for the first time in my life I was happy and content. I was back with my family, and for me it had to be something that I had a real interest in, and technology has always been my biggest passion. So for me, when I looked into the cybersecurity market back in 2019, got bedazzled by the whole red team pen testing thing. Hadn't been on social media myself until last year. Kind of looked into it very narrow-mindedly on the internet and thought I could be a penetration tester, which I suppose I still think I can a little bit. But the journey has been a different one to most people's coming in, and it's also shown me again what I enjoy doing, and what I enjoy doing is helping people. So I suppose the answer is twofold. One, it's some kind of therapy for being a bit of a dick in the past, and secondly, I've an area that I not only love and enjoy, but where my kind of 30 years of sales and soft skills actually bring some value without me. I'm perfectly honest that I'm not a techie. I failed my OSCP last year. I don't know anything, but I'm just interested.
I love that you even attempted the OSCP. That's amazing.
But again, if I'd have spoken to the people on this lineup that we've got today, I never would have done it. And that goes back to why Infosec Live and why this event is trying to bring clarity to people before they spend money they don't need to on courses, etc.
Well, we've got a couple more minutes before we bring our amazing guest on. I want to ask you one question about this event, and what do you see as success for this event overall? Like your end goal for success of this event?
Yeah, the only success that we can get out of this event that means anything is that people learn things from what they watched today. There's no sales pitch. I've got nothing to sell. You know where the community is if you want to join it. If you want to join it, the main thing is that you embark on the journey yourselves, listen to the people, learn from it, and hopefully you'll leave 6 hours later a bit more knowledgeable and wiser than you were before.
I love it. I know that's definitely going to happen today with our lineup. So I say let's go ahead and bring on our next guest, our very first guest. She's the highlight. I guess Linda Russ is the keynote. She's going to definitely be the keynote. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring on Linda Russ. Linda Russ, how are you? Welcome.
I'm great. Thanks. Hi, everybody.
So thrilled to have you. Before you jump in, I would love if you would take a few minutes and share a little bit about your background, like who you are, how did you get into the cybersecurity space, and even more so, how did you become a CISO and doing what you're doing?
Well, that's really the sort of where I was going to start my conversation anyway. I mean, a few words about me, so that if you're going to use a map, it's really important to know who made the map, right? So if I'm going to share some information for people to understand, how much they want to listen to it, or what kind of how many grains of salt they want to take, they should know about my background just this much. A long time ago on a planet far, far away, I got an engineering degree. I got a computer engineering degree. So I started, pretty technical, right? I went into industry. I ran a lot of mission critical IT projects for large enterprises. My first infrastructure project had 26,000 endpoints. all right, as an example. I did software development project for commercial off-the-shelf software. It was CAD/CAM software, so very technical stuff for very technical people. I did database projects. I did system integration projects. I ran trade shows for a while. So lots of different IT projects. And then at some point, it just so happened that the nature of the technology that was on this project that I fell into was cybersecurity. And that's almost now, I hate to say it, but it's almost 10 years ago. And once I started in cybersecurity, there was no, I just stayed there, in part because I recognized that the business case for cybersecurity was the strongest business case I'd ever seen. And yet, 10 years on, I'm still helping to continue to articulate the business case for cybersecurity.
And your talk today, I'm actually very, very excited about it, and all of our guests. But I've just heard you talk, and I love what you're going to say today. So it'll be really exciting for everybody. It's live today. Thank you for showing up, and make sure this is going to be interactive. Make sure to ask questions as we go along. Linda has said that she'll take questions as she goes along. We're going to remove the stream here shortly, and she'll bring up a presentation. But Simon and I are going to be monitoring the questions. Put a Q, capital Q, in front of them so we can catch them. And if time allotted, we're going to try to get through every question that you have for Linda. So Linda, Simon, I don't know, do you guys have anything else to say, or are we just going to
Well, I'd just like to quickly say that I am technical support for Linda on this with regards to the slides. So if there are any faux pas, they're down to me, not Linda. So Linda, if you're ready, I'm going to bring up the slides, okay?
Yeah. And you can, you can show the first slide, I guess, just so everybody can catch my name and see my email address. And then beyond that, we can go to the to the proposed agenda. So as Jack just said, definitely shoot us questions as we go. I'm prepared to jump around in the deck here. So if you ask a question that pertains to another slide, that as long as Simon can stand it, I'll try to direct him to the right slide. And if you come up with questions afterward, or if we don't get to everything, there's so many great speakers, we don't want to cut short somebody else's time here. I'm glad to answer questions either on LinkedIn or on the Infosec Live community or directly by email. Okay, so this is a career day event, and Simon asked me if I could talk about CISO skills. I also wanted to really emphasize Simon's theme as, the founder of Infosec Live. He's always talking about soft skills and how they matter in cybersecurity. And part of how Simon and I met is because I said, well, that's really what got me started in cybersecurity was the soft skills. So what I propose to talk about is just very briefly the CISO skills and what sets the high performers apart, and how that sets the stage for the soft skills. And really the quote at the top right corner of this slide foreshadows where we're going with this, because it turns out, right, McKinsey's a very high profile consulting firm. And it turns out that the large majority of things you need to do to be secure don't happen in the security department. They happen throughout the enterprise. But it's on us in security to make sure those things do in fact happen, and the people who need to do those things understand that we're counting on them to do whatever it may be. To do that, it turns out that the conversation with folks throughout the enterprise ends up really being a business case. So what I'm going to do with most of the content today is show you a slice of my life, show you some of the things that I have been creating for my clients to support them in having those conversations with the enterprise. Now, here's the thing. Most companies are not in business to do cybersecurity. One of my clients builds great, big, huge specialized trucks, things like fire engines and concrete mixers. They make snow plows for airports in Alaska. I mean, they make really big, specialized trucks. Another one of my clients builds the interiors of very large ships, cruise ships, Navy ships, great big ships. That's what they do. They're into ships, right? And another one of my clients is one of the biggest banks on the planet. Now, these organizations they only want to do enough cybersecurity to basically meet the need to keep themselves secure. Their purpose is trucks or ships or banking, right? So in order to explain to the leaders and the owners of these businesses what parts of cybersecurity they really need to spend money on and put work into, we have to understand their business and we have to right size the proposal. We're going to ask them to be doing something that's not directly connected to what they perceive their business to be. And we have to help them connect the dots because honestly, they're not able to do it on their own and they're not going to take the time to do it. So part of our job in delivering security to them, in fulfilling our charter and our mission is to have these conversations. So we're going to go over what, making the business case. There's a why, a who, and then there's a what. And we're going to spend most of the time, probably, depending on how your questions lead us, we're going to talk about the what, mostly because it's just faster and easier to show you some of this stuff, the content. In making the business case, I usually make some slides, right, to illustrate some of the points that we're making. And so I'm going to show you some real world examples on that score.
Quick question for you, Linda. I've got one from Chip Harris that I think is really awesome. It's a great question. He's asking, I've been a CISO and a virtual CISO. What do you prefer, or have you ever done both?
I have, other than the position I have with my own, small enterprise here, I have largely been a senior advisor to CISOs, and it's been CISOs and CIOs. Although in working with the CISOs and the CIOs, we usually are on projects and we have executive sponsors, and those executive sponsors are almost anybody in the C-suite. It's varied from the general counsel to the CEO, the COO. So I have worked with those people in helping them understand. And again, really ultimately as the sponsor for a program, they have to make the business case. So I have not had a role as a CISO in a large enterprise, but I have worked in large enterprises. In fact, I'm going to say 90% of my career has been in very large enterprises, like Fortune 500 and up.
Okay, awesome. And one more, and then we'll keep on going. I think this was a great follow-up. Do you have any experience with clients in healthcare, databases that are required to be HIPAA compliant?
I do have some experience in healthcare, but I've not had a lot of, I have not been closely connected to the HIPAA requirements. Yeah.
Yeah, so keep that. That's a great question.
How can that be? Is sort of it's too long an explanation, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great. Awesome. All right. Keep the questions coming, everybody. I love it. I'll have more for you as we move along, Linda. This is great.
Okay, so Simon, if you would move us to the next slide, please, sir. Okay, so we're going to start with a quote from the retired Lieutenant General and the former leader of the U.S. Cyber Command, Bill Mayville, who apparently agrees with the quote we just saw on the previous slide from McKinsey. So cybersecurity is not a problem for technology and technologists. It's an organizational and culture challenge and a challenge of leadership. The great CISOs will be those who get the full workforce to own the problem. So we're back to quite a few. I can get quotes of similar ilk from a number of other sources. But what I wanted to show you on this slide is some data from Korn Ferry. Now, Korn Ferry is a prestigious executive recruiting firm. And they've shared some of their data here that says, okay, so who gets hired as CISOs? What you see with the light green bars is how their candidates, now those are not candidates as opposed to people who got hired. In 2015, 2016, they scored a bunch of their candidates with regard to empathy, influence, social ability, and their ability to engage and inspire. And you can see where people scored. These are CISO candidates back in 2015. In 2020 and 2021, they again are sharing some of their data. I'm assuming they do this every year, but the graph just shows those two time slices, if you will, about 5 years apart. And what we see is that for the most part, the candidates are already scoring higher. And then what we're also seeing with the white bars is the individuals who are actually hired and placed by Korn Ferry score very, very high on all of those social skills. So, you know, we've talked in general terms on Infosec Live about the importance of social skills, but here's some hard data in terms of who gets hired into the CISO role and what are some of the characteristics that are prized by those who make the hiring decision. If we go to the next slide, please. Heidrick and Struggles is another big name in executive recruiting. And in a recent white paper, they indicated they're seeing a pattern that there are really two different kinds of CISOs. And this kind of explains why it is and how it is that we see a lot of CISOs who are fairly technical, even though we keep hearing that, they need to be strong business people. Well, Heidrick and Struggles says it turns out there are two kinds of CISOs, that there is what they call the everything CISO, and there's a specialist. So the everything CISO has broader responsibility. They are more closely tied to the business. They are responsible for security and risk and trust. This first chart that I'm sharing here shows that the everything CISO, which is the dark blue bar on your screen, is most common in technology or finance industries, whereas specialists are found pretty much across the board in all the different verticals. And as we go to the next slide, a little more data from this same report shows that the everything CISO more often reports to the business. The specialist, almost always the specialist is reporting the CIO, occasionally somewhere else. But you see that bright blue bar at the top. The vast majority of the specialists are reporting to the CIO. And of course, those of us who understand risk management understand that it's a suboptimal position usually for the CISO to report to the CIO, that the separation of duties and the avoidance of conflict of interest with the CIO makes it a much, much stronger position for the CISO to be reporting really to almost anybody else in the C-suite except the CIO. So what we're seeing is that the specialist type of CISO does report to the CIO, and the everything CISO reports almost anywhere else. Isn't that interesting? But we also see the two graphs at the bottom there show that the everything CISO is more likely to have a big team rather than a small one. And their pay is usually higher as well. Now, I want to point out the idea that there are very big teams and little teams. That's actually a broader theme in cybersecurity. It seems like most enterprises either have small teams or big teams. There tends to be this sort of very few that have middle-sized teams. And I have some theories about that. But that part is sort of, I've seen that graph many times before. It's just interesting to see that the specialist CISOs tend to be at the small end, and the everything CISOs are at the high end of that. So having made the case that, okay, the folks who understand how to talk to the business and who have all these social skills are more inclined to be succeeding, they're more inclined to get hired. So what does it really look like when they're having the conversation with the business? So the first, if you would just move to the next slide, Simon. The first point here is why make the business case? And it's sometimes, for those of us who are so busy studying the technology of cybersecurity, and right, there's so much there and there's so much to learn. How is it that the business doesn't just see the value of this inherently? And as we go to the next slide, we see that it's not just about cybersecurity, actually, it's even IT spending. So this chart talks about IT spending. It's not specific to cybersecurity. Usually cybersecurity is a subset of the IT budget, right? And this particular slide, I focused it on one of my clients in manufacturing, because what it shows, first of all, is the spending varies in different industries. And the spending in some cases in IT is not going up. It's actually going down. And for cybersecurity to make a case for our portion of that budget to accomplish whatever the goals may be that we have for the organization, we have to articulate why we need that share of the budget. So this I'm sorry, I'm catching up with my own notes here. So notice that my client in manufacturing is really swimming upstream, right? So generally there's low spending in IT in the manufacturing industry, and the trend is that it's dropping. Now that doesn't actually mean that the budget is necessarily going down. It says that if they're increasing the revenue, they're just not increasing spending in IT at a comparable rate. My client in shipbuilding is just a little higher up. They put themselves in the transportation sector. So they're still pretty much in the same situation as manufacturing. They're a couple rows up on the chart, but if you look, the numbers aren't terribly different. Whereas my client in banking is in a stronger position in terms of the kind of spending that's expected in their industry. But everybody's continuously having to make the business case because the business leaders are not really eager to spend money on IT. If we go to the next slide, this is the first of my real world examples in terms of, this is a slide that I made specifically to help CISOs make the business case. So this is a real situation about what's going on now. In the first week of December, I gave a presentation to an industry group, and the folks there were people in charge of cybersecurity for the US Defense Industrial Base. They work for companies that make stuff for the US Department of Defense. There are about 300,000 companies that are considered part of what we call the DIB. So what's going on there is that they have requirements in their contracts with the Department of Defense for cybersecurity. Everybody's got at least some requirements, and depending on the kind of data that they handle as part of their contract, some companies have a lot of requirements for cybersecurity. The DoD estimates that that a tremendous amount of their intellectual property is going out the door. So they're paying these companies to do things for them, and in the process, the companies are generating intellectual property. And what the DoD estimates is that somewhere between $570 billion and $1 trillion over the next 10 years is basically likely to walk out the door due to cybercrime. Meanwhile, the requirements that these companies have in their contracts now, many of these requirements have been there since 2013, so a long time, over almost 10 years. Only 36 to 54% of those requirements are actually implemented, and this is the DoD themselves taking a measure of this. So meanwhile, as we all know, as cyber professionals, the graphic on the right hand is showing that industry continues to evolve and the threat surface continues to just explode in size. And this is the backdrop, but meanwhile, the cybersecurity controls are just not keeping up at all. So you can imagine that the folks in this conference I was presenting to the first week of December are very much in need of making the business case to their business leaders to say, this is what's going on. We actually stand to lose business with the Department of Defense if we don't start implementing these cyber controls. Because here's what the DoD is doing in this circumstance. They are getting ready to start doing third-party audits of companies that have their contracts and require certification that they are meeting the cybersecurity requirements. Okay, so I'm going to pause. Do we have any questions yet, Jax?
Glad that you said that. I was going to wait a little bit and then, but yeah, no, I've got one recent one and then I'll scroll to the top, but I'll show you this one first. I think this is a great question. Why do a lot of companies don't invest a lot into the security side of things until something major happens? It's a lack of awareness, cost, or anything else. And I know this is like one of your topics that you talk about, so I think it's a great question.
Right. Well, so it is a combination of factors, as we've already covered. From a cost perspective, companies are not really eager to spend money on anything, right? They're always watching the budget. And in IT, we've covered what the IT spending is, but there's definitely a component of this, which is awareness. Now, usually when we talk about security awareness, we think about things like, many of your companies too may have, or companies you work with and around may have awareness functions, and somebody who's even in charge full time of awareness. Things like phishing simulations is often something that organization would do. But there's an element of awareness, which is awareness, role-specific awareness. And so the leaders at the top of our companies are the owners of the assets of data, assets of systems. The CFO, for example, is really the owner of the financial data of an enterprise. Whereas the CFO is the owner of that data, they themselves may not have the technical expertise and understanding of what it takes from a cyber perspective to ensure the safety of that data. So it's really incumbent upon us as professionals in this area to speak with them in their terms, in language they will understand, and get them engaged with the decisions that they're making all the time. They can't, if they just accept risk and they don't understand the risk, that's what creates the problems, right? Part of the problem we have, though, is we go in and we talk about risk. Actually, these people, the leaders, think of themselves more as asset owners. Nobody wants to own a risk. Everybody wants to own an asset. When we speak to them from that perspective, we've already shifted the tone of the conversation.
I love that. And I have another question, but I want to do a follow-up personal question, because this is an area that I've always found extremely interesting, is trying to communicate to the stakeholders in the C-suite. Was this something that you were just naturally good at, or was this something that you matured into and you developed on your own as you went through your career path?
I absolutely had to educate myself on these, not only the need for it. So when I was running IT projects, they were all mission critical IT projects. And what I observed was that what the biggest breakdowns in those projects had to do that the technology was forcing the business to change, and nobody was paying attention to the business change. So having noticed that, I went and got myself smart on how one properly structures and leads business change. And then from there, I encountered occasionally that there were executive owners of various systems that held an opinion on something that was getting in the way of my project. And I would frankly be intimidated by the executives in their corner offices in these very large companies. So it took me a while to recognize that, but when I finally did, I got trained as an executive coach. I have had to learn all of these skills. And so this is not a natural. I didn't just, pick up the baseball bat and hit it out of the park the first day. I have had to find myself some tools, learn them, practice them, study them. And, what my clients report is I come in and I make it look easy, but I promise you I make it look easy. There's a lot of underlying this. The good news is because I've had to learn it a little bit at a time, I can also cross-train and teach it a little bit of a time. What I have experience, though, is most people just want to see it done well. They don't necessarily want to learn how to do it. And I'm okay with that too. Yeah, that's a very good point. Okay, we'll do one more question and then we'll keep going. I think this was a really good question, because there's a lot out there saying, is the CISO going to stay under the CIO? Is the CIO going to report to the CISO? What's your thoughts around that? Well, I think my thoughts are that that's an evolving picture, and that left to their own devices, I think if there's going to be a significant change, it's going to take the board of directors to be more actively involved and require a shift. It is, first of all, it's always in the interest of so the CIOs right now, for the most part, have CISOs reporting to them, right? It is in their interest to keep it that way. So they're not going to be particularly excited about recommending anything else. So you say, well, what about the CEOs or the general counsel or the CFOs? Why aren't they making the case that the CISO should be reporting to them for separation of duties and better risk management and so forth? And the answer is, none of those guys are looking for extra work. And it's a pretty darn intimidating area. It's very technical. It appears to be very technical. We also, as technologists, even the CISOs, for the most part, aren't doing a very good job of speaking the language of those stakeholders. When we do, we kind of make it easier for them to think, oh, that person always makes sense when I talk to them. I could see them reporting to me. But I think a lot of CISOs fall into that specialist bucket and aren't necessarily demonstrating the skill sets of the everything CISO. So it's still evolving. If good risk management were to prevail, more CISOs will not be reporting to CIOs, but I'd say the jury's still out.
I love that. Okay. That's a great answer. Thank you. All right. I'm taking myself back off screen. It is all yours.
Okay. So Simon, if you would move ahead just for a moment so we can So let's talk about the aspects of making the business case. We just talked about why. Now we're going to briefly touch on who and how, and then we'll do a deeper dive on the what. So Simon, if we move ahead again, thank you. So it's really easy for folks to focus on the content of the conversation, and I call that the what. But really the first step for me is usually, who do I want to talk to? Who has the power? Who has the influence? Who are the asset owners that really need to tell us what their risk appetite is, and really need to tell us what the most important assets are, right? Cybersecurity always starts with identifying what the important assets are and then determining what's the right set of protections that scales to that. So who do we need to talk to? So the little symbol there next to that is a very high level version of what I call a stakeholder map. That's a project management tool from, basic PMP or Project Management Institute. But I do stakeholder maps. I work with my clients on their stakeholder maps. And so determining who to speak to, and it's never just one person. It's a group of people. It's just, some people are in the center of that bullseye, and then the ripple effect, if you will, dilutes how integral different stakeholders are to the picture. Then the next step is, okay, so how are we going to have this conversation? And I have a whole different set of tools and frameworks for how to structure those conversations. That little diagram you see in gray is a very high level outline, again, of one of those frameworks. And both of those, the who and the how, those are full conversations in and of themselves. So what we're going to do today is just look at this other component called the what. So once we've identified who we're going to talk to and how we're going to have that conversation, what is it that we want to talk to them about? And of course, what we want to do is find something that's compelling to them. And we'll know that by if we get just a few minutes into the conversation and they're nodding their heads, then we know we're getting traction. So let's look at a few slides that, again, real world examples pretty much is what I'm going to show you from here on out. So Simon, if we move ahead next. So the first, I got two subsets here. One is focused on risk and money. Now, I already said, we always talk about risk from cybersecurity, and yeah, that's legit. But the stakeholders don't think of themselves so much as risk managers. They want us to do that job. They think of themselves as asset owners. So we got to kind of flip that conversation around, right? Anyway, we've got examples on risk and money, and then we've got some that are more technical. And that, in some ways, is often an even bigger challenge. But let's start with money. And Simon, if you'd move forward. So again, real world slide made for a CEO and his direct reports originally. So what does this slide say? As business leaders, they have a lot of risks. There are a lot of risks in the world, in real life, and they're all coming at the enterprise. So how do they sort out which are the most important ones? Now, one of the things that happens in big companies, by the way, and why this slide works, is because leaders, especially leaders like board of directors and CEO of big companies, they frequently ask the questions, what do other companies in our position do? What do my peers think at this level? You may have heard the term benchmarking, and that's comparing ourselves to others. So this isn't just about why should I listen to Linda or why should I listen to the CISO, but what do other folks in our industry think? So you'll notice that the top part, the data from the top part there comes from the insurance company Allianz. And they do a risk barometer every year. In fact, they just published the 2022 one a few days ago. This slide has not yet been updated with that new data. But it pretty much says the same thing. Cybersecurity is one of the top risks globally, period. Not just to business. We're talking about, pandemic and natural catastrophe and fire and explosion and all kinds of possible risks that are out there, including, governments being toppled is on the list of risks that they assess and come up with, okay, what are the leaders of large companies believe the top ones are? So you can see on the one list to the left, business interruption of all different kinds came up as number one, and cyber incidents came up as number three on that particular list. So we're already in the top three, which says of all the things you could listen to, we're at least on the top three. But if we look at the top one about business interruption, that's the graph on the top right. If you look under the hood of what the leaders are worried about for business interruption in general, cyber incidents comes in right behind the pandemic. So either way, of all the risks we could be talking about, of all the risks we could be mitigating and controlling and spending our money and time on, which are the ones that are really worthy of our attention? And cyber risk is consistently for years now, in the top 1 to 5. And right now, last year, this year, 2022, again, it's number one and number two. So that's one angle to come at. And then the other thing this slide addresses at the bottom is follow the money, right? So how much money are we really talking about here? Well, I love the first bullet under the cybercrime economy. Notice what that says is the chance of being prosecuted for crime in the United States, for cybercrime in the United States, is less than 1%. I will tell you that business leaders get really mad about that because they're more accustomed to when somebody comes along and steals something from them, that the FBI and the local police and various other law enforcement is on the job and, the thief is pursued at least and usually caught, frequently caught. But in cybercrime, that number is, completely turned on its head, less than 1%. And meanwhile, these guys are stealing a tremendous amount of money. And so the idea that the numbers as presented here is that cybercrime was a $1 trillion drag on the economy, and that breaks up to $945 billion in monetary losses, meaning stuff was stolen from these companies and from consumer individuals as well at times. And $145 billion was spent on the protections that try to minimize and mitigate that loss. Something that works really well as a comparison with the executives is we say, okay, given the kinds of projections as to how much this is likely to continue to grow, is if we combine all of the losses due to cybercrime and we say, well, if this was a country, how would it compare? And we say that right now it's the 17th largest. If it were its own economy, it would be the 17th largest between Mexico and the Netherlands. And that's how big cybercrime is. This gets folks gets the leaders emotionally involved, and it gets them somewhat more, they start expressing their willingness to start rolling up their sleeves and doing something about it. I can tell you that's the experience, the reaction we've gotten to this slide. Any questions about this one before we move on? Otherwise, we can move on as ready.
I'm going to jump in, Linda. I think this is amazing, and it's something that I've been talking about the whole time I've been in the industry, is about that emotional aspect and engaging the C-suite and the board and making them understand what can actually happen and what the impact is. So that was my 2 penneth. I've sat here now for nearly an hour not talking, so I had to jump in and say something, and I'm now going to jump back out.
Well, that is, though, emotionally, you're right. When we show some of these slides that say the level of the president of a business segment, I mean, they in their direct reports, they'll just go on about, how is this possible? How is this allowed? And it does get them ready to continue to have the rest of the conversation. So if we could move on to the next slide, please, Simon.
I was going to say that this amount of time that Simon's been quiet is probably the longest silence I've ever experienced with Simon. So you're on mute. You're on mute, Simon. You're on mute right now.
I did that on purpose. I'm sat here sitting on my hands. And the one time I actually put my hand on the mouse, I brought up a question that I didn't mean to. So I just thought I better sit here and be quiet. Anyway, I'm off.
Okay.
All right. So here's another slide. And what's interesting about this is really it connects the dots, and it tells a very important story. On the left-hand side, what you see is that the business leaders who often think about the steel to make the trucks or the equipment they're installing in chips or the big bank buildings they have in downtown Boston, those are the tangible assets of their business, which you see on the left-hand side as the hash mark area of the bar. And you can see that the stock price, and here we're using data from the Standard & Poor's index companies, the tangible assets like those, back in 1975, 1985, a very long time ago, those tangible assets were the most important part of the stock price. But over time, that has become, dramatically not the case, to the point where right about now we're looking at 10% or potentially less of the stock price is actually because of those kinds of assets. So what's the 90% that the stock price is comprised of? Well, it's what's called intangible assets. So what is that? Well, if you look at the right-hand side, that's a list of things that are impacted with a cyber breach. Things like operations get interrupted and the brand reputation takes a hit and the finances are impacted, the credit ratings of companies, the stock prices are, drop. Customers leave, customer loyalty is impacted, employee morale is impacted, their ability to engage in mergers and acquisitions, so business partners, is impacted, regulatory scrutiny is increased. It turns out that list of the things that are indicated by the green bars, that list is pretty much a laundry list of what's meant by intangible assets. So, and that chart on the right comes from a survey of CISOs and what they have experienced as being the kinds of costs associated with a cyber breach. By putting these two graphs next to each other as we have here, what we're saying is, whether you realize it or not, Mr. CEO, members of the board of directors, you have fiduciary responsibility to manage the value of your assets. And the vast majority of your assets these days are no longer in the tangibles, but in the intangibles. And the threats that are coming to those intangibles from cyber are enormous. That's where it's hitting you. And by the way, if you ask me, therefore, to some extent, what is the dollar value? And you're asking me to justify my budget based on, if I'm going to invest $1 million, how much do I get back? What is the value of your brand reputation? What is the value of customer loyalty? Those intangibles is such a very big part of your stock price. If you can put dollar values on those, then maybe we can put dollar values on the return. But you see, they're usually not able to do the first part of that. And so, but that's also a way for us to engage in the conversation about there's still impact here. And this is still why you should listen to us and why you should invest in the cyber initiatives that we're proposing. Any questions so far? If not, we'll move on.
Let's keep on. I have a few, but I'm gonna wait till the end, and then I'll ask them, because a couple of them are outside of what you're talking about, but I think they'll be great to ask.
Okay. I'll let you, you're the facilitator. You manage the
flow. I'm on mute again.
I know. It's because my big dog has just come in. Hey, Dave. I just thought I'd jump in and say we've got about 6-7 minutes left, Linda. Okay, great. So we'll do, you know what? Actually, if we've got 6 or 7 minutes, what I'm going to say about insurance is this. Insurance, cyber insurance, I got interested in that topic primarily as a way of trying to quantify and put some dollar signs to the risk that's associated. And without going into a whole lot of detail here, what you see is, of course, cybersecurity insurance has just gone through the roof in terms of expense. And at the same time, the deductibles that companies are left with have doubled and more. And that whole trend doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. So the message is that, the risk that to quantify that is, the insurance is one way to gauge what some of the numbers might be. Simon, I'm going to ask you to skip way down to the slide, which has 3 great big green circles on the left side.
Right. I'd like to just take one example here in the last few minutes of when we need to talk to business leaders about some of the more technical aspects of what we do. And I don't mean really going into the deep weeds. This is, again, a real example from a circumstance where we were wanting to put some very fundamental protections in place in an enterprise. So you see that first bullet, it says, we reduce the risk of damage from attack 85% or more by implementing 4 specific measures. And so it's safe listing applications, sometimes called white listing applications, timely patching both operating systems and applications, and then minimizing the number of employees that have administrative privileges. We were, as part of an enterprise-wide program, we were going to put those 4 protections in place. But we wanted the leaders to be aware that they were going to be hearing complaints, and they were going to be hearing people, what should I say, casting shade on cybersecurity because things were changing for them. And in some cases, their administrative privileges were going to be removed and so forth. So we needed to explain to them why we were picking these specific things and what the impact was. Now, something business leaders love is this idea of the 80-20 rule. So the idea is that 20% of the 20% of the work will get you 80% of the results. And similarly here, right, 85% of the results comes from these 4 things. So let's do those 4 things. And the again, the response that we got from leaders was very high. And then just to kind of round out the conversation, if you will, and have it not just be one fact, but a few more. So the idea that post-breach recommendations, after there's been a problem, 80% of the time, the recommendations that come back that say these are the things that could have saved you from this, 80% of the time they include some fundamentals like patching and user account management. And right, we know this as cybersecurity professionals. Sometimes it's so obvious to us that it's kind of like a fish swimming in water. Of course, that's the deal. This is why we tell you to patch. But connecting the dots between that and a specific change that the leaders are about to have in their environment is it's a big deal. So again, real world example. So I will, in fact, stop now and let's open it up to questions. Simon, if you want to go down just a couple more slides to where it's the summary.
I love it. Yeah, we've got a few questions. I definitely want to hit a couple because they've been sitting and waiting for quite a long time. So I'm going to pull this one up. This one is a question about that Carrie had. I'm trying to get away to work through the internet. I'm helping my great aunt at home trying to break into the field. How do I get the skills? I'm searching on YouTube and online. So sounds like Carrie's really trying to break into the industry. What are your thoughts and suggestions around that?
This is something I have actually just in the last year started to mentor a few individuals, and yet that's not my own entry into the field was, into cybersecurity came at a pretty senior level. And while I have gotten my CISSP and I've demonstrated that my understanding of technology, can be applied to this area, I didn't start with a Sec Plus. And so what I've done is I've identified a few folks that are really focusing on this. Gerald Ogier among them, Josh Mason and Cyber Supply Drop. I'm real active with that group. And what I've done is point individuals to the folks who are really focused on this. Chris Foulon is another guy, Simon, and this community. Point them toward resources who can also help them identify increasingly, because I fell into the same trap as a lot of others when I was first trying to mentor folks, was all like the red team, right? There's so many opportunities in this field, and CISOs are a good example of the breadth that they need to cover. And so to pigeonhole folks and say, if you're going to start, you have to start in one particular place. There are many places to start, and part of it's what you're trying to do. So my answer is there are resources that really focus on that, and I'll point you toward them.
Great. And we won't be able to cover all of these questions. We'll roll them over probably to Gerald because there's some great questions in here. So don't worry, everybody. But really quick, we've had 4 different people ask, is there any likelihood they can get a copy of your slides? Like send them over to Simon and I. We can create a link at the end of this and we can share out the slides for any of the guest speakers.
I'll take a subset of these slides and make them available to you guys. Yeah, I'm also about to do a series of blog posts where on securethink.com, I'm going to take one slide at a time and sort of do a discussion of what does this really show and what are the real nuggets here? Because the slide by itself, if you don't create the connective tissue, the numbers don't always speak for themselves.
Wonderful. Wonderful, Linda. All right. We got about 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Last thing before we bring Gerald on.
Linda, I'd just like to say a massive, massive thank you from me for taking the time to go through that. It's, as always, been an absolute eye-opener. As Jack said, any final words for our viewers?
I completely subscribe to the idea that cybersecurity needs soft skills and business skills and a lot of other skills, and it's about connecting the dots. That's where the power comes from. Fully subscribe to that, which is really how you and I connected in the first place. And I think that's part of what I wanted to give some real world examples of today.
Thank you so much, Linda. It's been amazing. Thank you, and I'll see you soon. Right, Jax, are we ready to bring on our next guest?
Yes, let's do it. Dear friend of mine. Oh, hey, Gerald, up in the house. Everybody knows him as, Simply Cyber, coming in to get ready to slay it up. So also, just to let you know, Gerald, we do have right now a few questions in the backlog. So if you're feeling spicy at the end, we'll feed them over to you. I think you'll be fine.
Sounds good. Am I coming through clear?
Loud and clear, sir. Thank you very much. Great to have you here, Gerald. Thank you so much.
You got it.
I love it. So I say, why not do a quick intro for anybody who might not know who the infamous Gerald Ogier is of Simply Cyber?
Yeah, thanks, Jax. Thanks, Simon. I really appreciate you guys putting on this event today. I think it's really delivering a lot of value to the community, and I'm very honored to be part of it. And, shout out to Linda. I thought that presentation was content rich and very valuable. And yes, those slides are something that I'd also like access to. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Gerald Ogier. I've been working in the information security industry for about 17 years now. I came up the GRC track, but I've had to do a lot of defense blue team type stuff. I'm classically trained in all elements of information security. I have a PhD in the field, so I've had to do red stuff and threat intel and malware analysis, exploitation, the works, and I really, really love this field. As you'll see here in a minute, I have a YouTube channel, a community called Simply Cyber that is composed of just absolutely wonderful people. And we're always over there on a Simply Cyber Discord server, helping each other out, sharing knowledge, networking. So if you're interested in becoming part of a really great cybersecurity community, I'd encourage you check that out. And again, since I love talking about this field, I'm super pumped about what I'll be talking about today, which is a little bit different than what Linda was talking about, kind of at the macro level, at the executive level. In my current role as a day-to-day practitioner, I'm accountable for an information security program of a $750 million international manufacturing company. And you would think that I would have a huge staff, but unfortunately, because of just the arrangements, I've had to be one of those kind of all CISOs that she was talking about earlier, where I do, talk to the board and get budget and improve invoices, but I also chase down fishes and do security awareness training and, sometimes have to do investigations and forensics and stuff like that. So it's a really rewarding job. And what I want to do today is take you through about 17 different tools that I use regularly. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show you all of it. I'm going to take you through. I'm going to tell you how you can take advantage of it. And I would encourage you, if you can, Jax, bring it up. Thank you. I would encourage you to either jot it down, like on a quick note. I'll give you the URLs. I'll give you the resources, and you can take advantage of that too. So I've broken it up by capability. So we're first going to dig into threat intelligence. How do you stay informed? How do you know what is going on? Then we'll talk about the defensive side of the house. Really, how do you operationalize that threat intel? I'll spend a little time talking about red. I don't do that a lot, but occasionally there are opportunities where I need to do red team stuff if if the situation warrants it. And then, of course, throw in some love to GRC. GRC people are people too. I'm a GRC person. We have feelings, And we'll round it out with digging into some malware analysis, which I don't get to do as often as I would like, but there are opportunities there for you to dig in. So hopefully everybody is ready to get going. The first thing that we're going to talk about is threat intelligence. Now, there is threat intelligence that can ingest into SIM tools and EDR solutions and stuff like that. I'm not talking about that. That's a different kind of specialized threat intel. What I'm talking about is how you can stay informed every day on current events. Listen, people, if you don't know this, cybersecurity is constantly changing just as quickly as technology. And if you're not aware of like current threats, 0 days, log4j, like if you're not staying current, you're going to get left behind. It's going to damage your ability to be effective at your job, and it's going to hurt your ability to get a cybersecurity job, because you're definitely going to be asked in an interview, how do you stay current? I'm sharing a couple. Why did it not change, Jax? 1 second. I just switched tabs, and I don't know why it's not changing. Jax, I need some tech support here.
Yeah, it should be changing on your end.
Yeah, it is on my end. I'm looking at the updated web page, the first tab. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Here, bring it back. Yeah, drop in, bring it back up. No?
Yeah,
Here, let me try to
unshare and share.
Yeah. It'll be a pain if we have to do that over and over again, but we'll take it by ear. Okay, so the very first thing of threat intelligence, there's a couple sources I regularly go to. One is Threat Post, okay? This is an excellent resource for, current cybersecurity news. Think of it as like your, Fox News or CNBC News or CNN. It's like, it's an aggregated news source, but just for cybersecurity stuff. And you can see they've got it broken up by different kind of categories across the top. I think that this is a fantastic resource, and I will regularly access this one. Another one, oh boy, I'm going to have to share and unshare each time, Jax, it looks like. Here, I'll just keep doing it. You're going to have to be quick to throw it back in the screen though, Jax. All right, so the next one is CISO series. Guys, every single morning, I can't even scroll with this thing. Every single morning, I do a threat briefing, but it's based on this podcast that they do a daily threat briefing. This is my strongest advice. CISOseries.com is absolutely fantastic. It's like really, really well done cybersecurity journalism. Okay. The final one I want to share on the threat intel side. Oh, hold on 1 second. I got to switch it. Thanks for bearing with us, people, on this too. The final one I want to share is Recorded Future. Now, this one's a little different, and I can't scroll, unfortunately, but basically this little white box on the bottom is an email box. You drop your email in, and Recorded Future will send you a daily threat briefing email, and it's got some marketing stuff in it, and that's fine. It's, it's the cost of free. But it's usually like 5 or 6 really good, dense stories. And if you like to consume your knowledge more on your phone, like while you're eating a croissant or something in the morning, you're on the train, you're in an elevator, whatever, this is another great resource that it's just a different form factor of how you can consume your threat intelligence. So these are the ones that I like specifically for my threat intelligence feeds. Jax, I'm going to try to just share, instead of sharing my whole screen, I'm going to try to share the Chrome browser and see if that changes things. Yes, cool. Okay, so that's your threat intel. So hopefully you guys are like ingesting some regular threat intel. You're feeling good. You know what's going on. Let's talk about some blue team stuff, okay? You get an email, or end user gets an email. There's some potentially malicious stuff going on. You've got a website you don't know, right? Click on this, or you hover over something and it's different than what the actual text is written. I love urlscan.io. If you guys have used it, you know exactly what's going on. You basically just click and paste a URL in here and off you run. Now, I don't have one readily available to run for you. Maybe I do. Is there one in here? Give me one second. I think I may have a ready one for you. No, I don't. Blasted. Yeah. So let me just find one right here, because I want to show you guys how it could look usually there's a pretty, here, this one looks pretty suspect.
How often do you use URL scan in your day-to-day? When I was a cyber threat analyst, I used this tool every single day. It was one of my first things that I would go to depending on what I was looking, but I always used it as part of my day-to-day. Do you still find yourself using this tool throughout your workday?
Yeah, I use it probably once or twice a week. I don't get so a lot of the protection controls that I've put in place in my environment eliminate a lot of the garbage from getting into my environment. So it's not often that a malicious link gets through to an end user or shows up. So the nice thing is with URL scan, you got to remember, guys, if you get something malicious, you do not want to go from your computer to that malicious thing. You don't know what it's going to do, right? So by using URL scan, you're abstracting yourself from the potential risk of whatever it is. Think of it as like basically like spinning up a VM and having the VM go to that URL, except there's extra telemetry here about, where this thing was registered. Like this one right here that kind of looks suspect. It's reporting as not suspect. Okay. So then it's just, spam for one of your end users or something like that. Okay. So this is a great little tool. It's free. You don't even have to log in. You could just drop a URL straight in here and off you're running, especially if it's like a link for like log into OneNote or OneDrive or Outlook or Google Drive. You know what I mean? Like this will help you understand whether or not it's actually risky or not. See, here's one. I just clicked malicious activity, right? So already, even without doing any additional research, you're like, this is a problem. Like I got to understand, did anyone click on this? If they did, maybe you spin up, we'll do the next thing here in a second here. Let's just continue to use this as an example. All right, so that's URL scan. Another one that I love is any.run. It's an interactive malware analysis solution. It's free. And you can see with any.run, I'm gonna go ahead and just put this URL in there, the one that we just got. We're gonna run a public task. Oh, hold on one second. Is it HTTPS? Probably. All right, hold on. I got to put it in a proper.
This is another one I use a lot, AnyRun. This is such a great platform and it's free. You can do the paid, but you can get so much from this free tool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you can see the nice thing about any.run is they show you the network traffic on the bottom. They show you the process tree on the right. And you can get some quick telemetry. It's like a very fast tool. Because again, and you'll see this regularly, like, would I like to spin up a VM and do like all sorts of fun malware analysis? Heck yeah, I'd love to do that. But the problem is I have like several other responsibilities to the organization. And I can't just be heads down in a windowless lab working on like a really fun puzzle. I have to get answers and I have to move quickly. So this one doesn't really look that interesting. I just happen to conveniently have a piece of malware laying around. Who doesn't just keep malware laying around? So I'll just drop a piece of malware on this. Oh, I'm currently running that public task right now. So you can see it's not flagging as malicious. See, no threats detected. So this is another one where like URL scan says it's malicious and this tool says it's not malicious. So having multiple tools in your toolbox is huge value, right? Because you need to cross-check and confirm. I'm just going to quickly throw a piece of malware in here just for fun so you guys can see what's up. Okay. This is blue team work, guys. Oh, never mind, because it was encrypted here. Let's actually, see, the nice thing about this is too, you can interact with it. So I'm like detonating the malware right now. Look, you can see it called PowerShell. The PowerShell is making connections to some German sites, running a transfer shell bash file. This is clearly not a good time. This is not a good time. So anyways, that's any.run. Another one that I like to run with is Integer. If you guys are familiar with Integer, it's very similar to any.run, except they have a different methodology for how they approach analysis. They use something called genes, where they basically disassemble programs and then look for certain pieces of code, and they define it as a gene. And that way, if malware authors adjust the malware, or they cobble together, like say they have a ransomware, but they're going to start doing data exfiltration. So they take a piece out of a TrickBot malware and they plug it into their malware. Those genes are going to stay the same. It's very much the top of the pyramid of pain, the TTPs. And it's very difficult for developers to rewrite all their code to look different. So that's what Intezer does, which is why I like it. So just to throw another piece of malware into Intezer, again, this is at analyze.intezer.com. And look how quickly it does this, right? Instantly, it's telling me it's malicious. It's got the virus total built in right away. So a couple more blue teams that you guys need to know about. Who doesn't have malware laying around? That's what I'm saying, Requiem. Got to have your malwares. If you guys don't know about Have I Been Pwned, it's been around for a long time, but this is a great one for individuals, right? You could send this to anyone. They could type in their own email address and see if it's been involved in a breach. I went ahead and put my username in here, and you could see it wasn't found in any breach. Now, let me tell you why this is valuable at an enterprise level. They have this domain search, right? And what you can do is you could put in like simplycyber.io or whatever, and put yourself as the contact, or really you should do security at domain name, because that's the RFC convention. And then you'd begin verification. And basically you just have to update it in the text file on your DNS, or like some way you have to prove that you are associated with that domain from a security perspective. And then anytime members of your domain are involved in a breach, Have I Been Pwned will proactively notify you and tell you that users in your domain have been involved in the breach. So that way you get proactive notification that these users are involved in a breach, which is very, very helpful, because the faster you know, the faster you can help your users change their passwords or protect themselves, etc. So Have I Been Pwned is a really useful tool that I love. All right, so that's my blue team stuff. On the red team, again, I don't do a ton of red team, but I do want to cover it. We have Shodan.io. This right here is the OG of sites, right? It's basically the search engine for things. If you guys think about it for 1 second, the public-facing internet is a finite space. It's 1.1.1.1 all the way to 255, 255, 255, 255. And please don't flame me, because I know there's certain IPs that can't be used and stuff. I'm trying to be generic here. Shodan scans 1.1.1.1, 1.1.1.2, 1.1.1.3 until it gets to the end, and then it starts over. It's constantly scanning the internet, and whatever it finds, it puts here. Why do you want to use this as a red teamer? Well, you can see if any of your targets are have exposed services to the internet, log4j, right? Maybe they have a webcam, right? Maybe you want to see machines in the United States that have Microsoft RDP open to the internet. You know how much, like, people of the Simply Cyber community know how much I get frothed up and spicy about RDP to the internet. But look, Shodan's got them all here. You could just log right in if you knew the password, or Windows. Hold on, let's see if we can find a gross one. These are all 2012 R2. And occasionally you can find like a 2008 R2. Again, if it's in your target space. And there's exploits that you can just walk right through. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying this is a tool that's very useful for offensive operations. It's worth noting, see this monitor button up here? For like $50 a year, you can put in your own organization's external IP address range, right? Your internet-facing attack surface. And this will give you a nice little dashboard of all of this telemetry and information. Instead of you having to type in your IP for each one up here, it'll give you a nice dashboard and tell you what's going on. That way, if Carl in engineering stands up a remote access server because he doesn't want to come in on the weekends, Shodan's going to see it and notify you. So that's a bit of a blue team, red team function, but Shodan's wicked awesome. I love Shodan. Okay. Another one that's good for the red team people, super easy. If you're going to socially engineer people and send an email out to, whatever, the CFO, to Carl, whatever, hunter.io will give you what the email convention is, right? Some businesses are first.last, some are first initial last name, some are just first name, right? Like ted@twitter.com. Well, with this one, you can say, here, let's do, I guess, google.com, right? And you can see right here, they tell you immediately, google.com's naming convention is first letter, last name at google.com. And then there's just a ton of examples, right? So if I wanted to, the next step would go to LinkedIn, find someone who works at Google, take their first initial last name, and then email them and act like I know who they are, and begin perpetrating that angle, right? So it's just a really cool tool. This was covered in Heath Adams' OSINT course, and I thought it was nice. Hunter.io. Whoops, we don't want to do that. The next one that I want to tell you about, and it's worth noting, it is an OG one. You're gonna have to share my screen again. Let's see if this is the right one. Yeah. So let me see. That's not sharing anything. Do you see my screen? Yeah. Let me back out of this thing.
I could see it, but it was just blank.
You know what? I think
yeah, it's just a black hole.
Yeah, no, I know. I think we're taxing the old Mac M1 chip. I've got some terminal shell activity here. Let's go back. Let's go back to the Chrome browser, and I'll keep going that way. And if I can't get you the terminal shell, who doesn't like a good terminal shell? You know what I mean? I've got commands there.
Are you still working on your Raspberry Pi, or are you actually working on a legit computer again?
No, I mean, I'm on a Mac M1, but it might as well be a Raspberry Pi the way this thing's been behaving lately. Okay, so let's talk to the GRC people. We're all GRC people, right? Everybody's got a little piece of GRC in them. So if you're going to get into GRC, or you're going to have to execute on GRC work, NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, it's a U.S. government agency. They're basically a think tank. They have put out what is called the Special Publication 800 series, right? And if you go, if you Google NIST SP 800, you should get it. They have the FIPS series, the SP 800, there's the 1800 series. I am telling you about the 800 series. I think it's dynamite, right? The numbers, don't get misled. It's not that there's 218 different special pubs, because see how they jump a little bit? But if you were trying to put anything into effect in your organization, there is most likely a NIST special pub on it. I'm just going to randomly select one, okay? Look at guidelines on mobile device forensics. You want to stand up a mobile device forensics capability at your organization? Why don't you start here? Let's just, again, I'm randomly picking things. Secure domain name system deployment guide. So you're gonna deploy DNS in a secure way. How do we do it? Oh, I don't know. Why don't we just go check the 881-2? Right? These are really comprehensive references. And as far as using them to build a program, the 837 Rev 2, this is one of those kind of OG pillar documents. It's the risk management framework for an organization. It's how you stand it up. The 830 is also how you do risk assessments, which is a critical GRC capability that you need to know how to do. This place is literally like a killer cybersecurity library. So definitely bookmark this one. It's awesome. It's a resource. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. NIST has invented the wheel and fire and automatic transmissions and every other piece of basic technology that we take advantage of. You don't need to reinvent it, whatever it is. They've done it. Okay. Moving on. CIS workbench. Okay. When you're talking about what are standard configurations, you can't just take a Windows box straight out. You can't take a Windows box straight out of Best Buy and plug it into your network. You can technically, but here's a concept. Why don't you harden it? Why don't you turn off services that you don't need? Why don't you configure things to auto patch, stuff like that, right? But what is the scope of those controls? Well, CIS has gone ahead and documented security benchmarks for all sorts of technologies, right? Amazon Linux too, right? What else? Just jumping around, right? How to securely do Apache, how to securely do iOS, right? You've got iPhones in your environment, iPads in your environment. Here is something that you could push down from a endpoint management perspective that would be considered security best practices. And you can see there's 38 pages here. These dudes have gone the distance on secure configuration baseline. Just as a word of advice, because I have implemented these in my environment, I wouldn't take the entire benchmark and just forklift it up and stick it on your environment. to make it simple, like let's say that there's 100 configurations. You probably only want to do like 60 or 70 of them because the other 30 are going to break your environment. And it's a really tough sell. You lose political capital really quickly if you just like absolutely destroy like an AD server or something like that. So you have to work with IT. You have to test the configurations. What you're looking for is just to get it more secure than base factory default. But this is a great way to do it. Okay. Holla. Okay. So check it out.
Hey, we do have some questions. So I'm just letting you know, you've got you're close to the 6 minute mark right now. So that way it gives you a little bit of time and we can field some questions at the end.
Yeah. Okay. I'll rip through malware analysis real quick. Okay, so guys, again, I don't have to do malware analysis, but I love doing it. And if you're trying to get some education and have that capability, a couple more resources that you should check out. Malware traffic analysis is where you can go to get PCAPs. But again, Jax, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. I'm going to try to share it, guys. What's that look like? Does that come through or is that a hot mess on fire? What a bummer. Okay, here, let's share my... my Windows. Yeah, it's good to go. Throw it up.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, perfect. So I'll just tell you guys, I have Wireshark open right now with a PCAP file of malware. If you guys want to learn like how to look at the network and tools that are serious, Wireshark's a great one to have in your toolbox. And in order to get you going, you can go to malwaretrafficanalysis.net and actually download. Like this is from last week, you can download an actual malicious PCAP file, which is a packet capture, actual network traffic, and walk through the exercise if you want to get that skill. But if you want to see what malicious traffic looks like in Wireshark so you can get your feel for it, you can definitely use this resource. Another one that I have a demo for, but I can't show it to you guys. It would have really been cool is OLE tools. So if you're working with any kind of Microsoft Office files that may or may not have malware in it, you can use OLE tools. I really like OLE VBA as a tool that you can run quickly that'll extract and tell you if there's malicious or suspicious macros or content inside of your files. Since I can't do the demos, Jax, let's go ahead and open it up for questions with my remaining few minutes.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so this one right here came in from Bill. I work in the DoD sector, but I'm looking to get out into the real world. How much NIST do corporations actually use?
Yeah, so I would tell you, Bill, the outside world sees NIST as a good reference. Like you're not going to just straight up install NIST in place, but it is used as a reference. And if you're gonna transfer to the real world, I would strongly recommend you look at the NIST cybersecurity framework because that's getting massive adoption in the private sector.
All right, awesome. All right, next question. And I don't know why it made me the center. Okay, so this came from the last speaker. I'd like to filter it over to you though. This one right here says, for the uniformed, I assume most larger companies have their own SOCs, or is it better for them to outsource their cyber to a third party?
Yeah. So most large companies, like think Fortune 200, Fortune 500, will have in-house SOC teams, especially in the financial services side. And by in-house, I mean, they'll have like 3 or 4 dedicated SOC analysts, if not more. Mid-size organizations will typically outsource their SOC capabilities to an MDR, which is a managed detection and response service, which is basically a SOC capability that has multiple clients looking at multiple businesses. And then when you get into small business, nobody's looking at it. So that's the reality of that. And real quick for Chip's question, we don't have to pull it up, but if you go to simplycyber.io/Discord, it will take you to the Simply Cyber Discord community. simplycyber.io/Discord will take you to that community.
I was actually getting ready to throw that in there, so I'll get that done. I'm managing the questions too. So, okay, so we've got another question.
You're doing great,
here.
Jax.
Thanks. Yeah. So we've got, I feel like the cybersecurity laws are not that strict. The reason I say is the number of cybercrime is creeping up globally. Is this happening in that space?
So I'm not sure exactly what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what space he's talking about, but what I will say is that ransomware is incredibly lucrative. As Linda mentioned in her initial thing, the likelihood of being prosecuted is less than 1%. So, it's a very appealing to get into that level of crime. Also worth noting that laws are typically, go through bureaucracy and government and approval and review and public input. So like the speed at which laws can be put in place, and the people who are frankly putting the laws in place they're older and not really engaged with this oftentimes. It doesn't scale to the speed of the crime of cybercrime. So that's where that problem is. It's not that they're not strict, it's that they're moving at a snail's pace, whereas crime is moving at lightning speed, because it's like a free-for-all Wild West where like you can just make a ton of money off ransomware right now, and there's no deterrent from stopping you from doing it other than your own personal ethical standards and morals.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And 2 more questions. We got to get to the last one though. Okay. It says, how is the growth in GRC? Is it a good domain to pursue?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So put it this way. Every organization that has at least one cybersecurity professional employed there, that person's doing GRC. Because at its absolute boiled down base, GRC is the interface between information security and the business. So that's always going to happen unless you're going to be like super, have a thumb on you from the CIO about what you can do and what you can't do. But at that point, you're basically IT doing some information security work. So yeah, GRC is a huge space. And a lot of people don't really understand it because the blue and red side, it's very technical. It's very easy to walk through labs and stuff and get your hands around it. GRC is more of an art form, frankly.
Mm-hmm. All right. And the last question, I love this one because I'm curious about it myself. When is your GRC training coming out? When are you releasing? Can you tell us? Come on, spill the beans.
Yeah, so I will be transparent. It's not that it's hit some roadblocks. It's that I don't have a lot of time. Like there's a lot of things going on right now. This is a terrible answer. I was expecting to release it February 1st. I've got several modules completed in it. Like I even released some output of one of the modules already. But I'll tell you what, it's very likely that it's going to be released very soon, like no later than mid-February. And it may not be complete when I release it, but there's some external forces that are compelling me to release it and have it out, and then I will update it. And plus, just as a fun fact, I'm toying with this idea, but I was so inspired by John Strand that I'm almost positive I'm going to make it a pay what you can model. It'll be $80, but then there'll be a coupon code for every level that you can pay. So I can only pay 0 as the coupon code. I can only pay 10 as the coupon code, because I really want this to get into the hands of anybody that has the desire to learn it and improve their life.
I love that. Oh my God. This is awesome. Well, thank you, Jerry. It's always great to have you. Before you hop off, I know Simon might have some things too. You do this on your show too, but what are your final thoughts to everybody that's watching this right now?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll just tell you, like, I hope you've got a slow day at work today, because you really should settle in based on the panel that I have seen and listening to Linda. Like, this is an awesome, congratulations to you, Simon and Jax, for putting this all together. Like, this is a really awesome opportunity to learn from people who have been in the industry a very long time and can just basically cut through the noise and tell you like what you need to know and what's important and what's not, instead of just like flapping our gums to hear ourselves talk, right? It's not about that. So,
and that Gerald is exactly what I was hoping to achieve from this. And I think we're only speakers in, and both yourself and Linda have been amazing. And I think have blown everyone away. And I love the way you just mentioned the fact that you might start off providing your training as pay what you can, because it actually leads quite nicely into our next guest, who I'm not going to bring on yet. Will, don't frantically put the lid back on your bottle. He's also an advocate of pay what you can training. And I think one of the things for me in this industry is there are a lot of sharks out there taking a lot of people for granted, whether they're veterans transitioning or anyone else, and having training that's affordable and accessible to everyone is what this industry is all about. So a massive thank you from me for your time. Jax, any final words?
No, it's always great to see you. Always great information. Thank you, Jerry. Even with the minor technical issues at the beginning, it was a lot of good information. You're the best.
Yeah,
thanks,
thank
Jerry.
you so much for the opportunity. Be good.
I never
Brilliant.
know who's going to hit the remove off screen or on screen because you and I will get trigger happy and then they're like going on and off.
Well, look, we were going to have a quick break, but we're now a minute away from bringing Will on. I've run down to the toilet and done my toilet break quickly, just in case anyone was wondering. I know you haven't had a chance to get a stretch break or a cup of tea yet, Jack. So shall we bring Will on if he's ready in the background? Will
he's
is
shaking.
someone who has inspired me. And apart from, I'm going to have to say this, Linda and Gerald, who've just presented, he is the most engaging speaker I've ever seen in this industry. So no pressure for you, Will, at all. He's the co-founder of Insecurity. Would you like to say hello and tell everyone a bit about yourself?
Hello, welcome. God, that intro, that was a bit overkill there, Simon. I don't know if I'll do it justice, but it's
yeah,
no,
Will,
thank you
you've
very
got
much.
big shoes to fill. Like he was telling me offline before we kicked this off that you're like hilarious and you're up here. It's cool. It'll be awesome.
Oh, Simon knows flattery will get him everywhere. First of all, great to meet you, Jax. Heard obviously lots of great things about you. So I'm Will. I've had the pleasure of knowing Simon for a little while now, and of course getting involved in Infosec Live, which has been fantastic, and meeting amazing people everywhere I go, really, which is one of the perks of the job. So I run my own organisation, Security. I co-founded that in 2018. We're a UK-based cybersecurity firm, doing all the stuff that I love: penetration testing, vulnerability assessments, phishing. We do training. We do all that fun stuff. I've been a pen tester since 2014. And prior to that, I spent about 6 years doing digital forensics, predominantly criminal-based digital forensics. So everything from crime scene all the way through to analysis and going to court and all that kind of fun stuff. And after defecting to the dark side of hacking in 2014, I've never looked back. And like many people in the industry, feel fantastically humbled and blessed because I don't have a job, I have a hobby, and I love what I do. As Simon also alluded to as well, so when I'm not trying to secure my clients by breaking into them, I do a lot of training, and I've been really lucky to have taught for several years at places like Black Hat, Wild West Hacking Fest, and COVID notwithstanding, spending a lot of time on the road, but of course it's all been virtual the last couple of years, so I've done a lot of training from my study. And speaking of the pandemic, I myself am actually hopefully coming up to the end of isolation. I actually tested positive last week, so so this is we've got to have 2 negative tests in a day now, and I had a negative yesterday and a positive today, so I've now got to keep myself chained at home for yet another 2 days. Fortunately, I've not been too symptomatic, but it's been a very, very long, painful week in what feels like a mental prison. So it's fantastic to be here chatting.
It's fine now because we've been told by the government in the UK that we can just all go back to normal. So I don't know what you're moaning about.
Well, there you go. There you go. You see, it's. It is what it is. It's absolutely fine. But no, it's been interesting this week, and it's been great. So training, hacking, teaching people how to hack. We run our flagship courses, one called Hacking Enterprises, which we've been running internationally since 2018. For 2021, we brought Defending Enterprises to the table, which is our 2-day threat hunting course. We also run free cyber awareness training for management periodically, and the pay what you can training that Simon alluded to is one that we've run with John Strand and the amazing team at Black Hills for a while now, which is an advanced kind of password cracking course called Password Cracking 101+1. And we're now actually looking at that in the UK as a full day-long training course rather than a condensed workshop as well. So that is in the pipeline. But yeah, that's the sort of lengthy elevator pitch about me, and obviously happy to be here today and to answer questions, chat, field anything out there. And obviously I predominantly do offensive cyber rather than defensive, but I'm happy to of course address anything and any questions people might have.
Thank you.
We do actually have a question that popped up. If we're fielding already, what is your one piece of software you recommend to keep them safe, your clients safe?
Oh, that's an interesting question. To be truthful, it very rarely comes down to software, because cybersecurity is all about defense and depth. There's no unifying single sort of silver bullet or panacea that can keep the world safe. So it's a big mixture of things usually. And quite often doesn't come round to a single piece of software necessarily. A lot of people think that it's the sort of all-encompassing, amazing piece of EDR software or whatever that might be. But the fact of the matter is, it really isn't, and things can and often are evaded. It's usually a proactive culture that starts from the top and kind of filters down with regard to keeping on top of the basics, the patching, that's kind of like the basic configurational changes which can help make networks very, very secure. Predominantly, my clients are working in large Windows environments, and Windows out of the box, unfortunately, is shipped in often quite a default insecure state. So it's getting the basic bits right from that respect, and then looking to address the really complex configurational weaknesses and things that could maybe present attack chains for attackers either in or out of their networks.
I love that. So, Will, we've got a few more questions. Would you like us to save them until you move through? Or you?
Well, I think we're on a Ask Me Anything, aren't we, Will?
We are. So I am trying
perfect.
to look, but if you want to feed me questions, that's probably better for me if that's all right.
Yeah, we've got 3 actually in the feed, so I would everybody just keep feeding them. I'm saving them, so we'll definitely have them. Here's another great question that we've come. Will, since I don't have a job and I'm trying to learn, how do I get my foot into the door, and how can I do it through the internet?
Oh, great question. Well, there's lots you can do online in terms of free and low cost resources. I'd be lying if I was going to tell you about all the amazing things in kind of defensive or GRC or other places in cybersecurity. My main experiences have come through penetration testing and the more offensive security things. So that's probably where I would sort of speak to the most. If you're looking to really break in, and let's say we're assuming kind of zero experience, you kind of get 2 people. You get the people who have kind of come from some type of an IT background with some degree of technical knowledge shifting into security, and then you get the people who feel like they've hardly turned a computer on and they're trying to really, it's quite an uphill battle. So breaking into anything, I think a good fundamental knowledge of networking and of operating systems, something that I actually don't hear enough. I hear all about the networking and the A+, the Net Plus, and the Sec Plus, and all the CompTIA stuff. I think an overarching appreciation and understanding of operating systems, particularly Microsoft Windows and Linux, is really, really important and crucial. And I think a firm grasp of those can actually help across the board in whatever you do. In terms of training, there's so much fantastic. I mean, we've just seen, of course, Gerald on and the YouTube channels that all of these amazing people have, and all the resources out there, which are of course fantastic. There are also free online resources. So if you are looking at getting into penetration testing, things I always try to look at promoting are some basic Linux skills if you don't have those already. So there are some great resources like Linux Journey, Linux Survival, and a fantastic war game called Bandit, which you can get at a site called overthewire.org, which all give really, really good hands-on, practical kind of challenges and interactive lessons that can help you gain a solid grasp of the operating system. Because as you get into penetration testing, you'll find that you'll probably attack Windows the most, but you'll be doing it from Linux. So you really need to have a good understanding of both. And no knowledge is bad knowledge, but those resources would be absolutely fantastic. There is some good online resources for blue team stuff as well, although they really do draw the short straw. It's harder to get good defensive kind of threat hunting training for low cost or free, that is. I'm sure there'll be people who have great resources out there. But yeah, I'm a very visual learner. I like watching videos. I like doing hands-on stuff as well. Books don't really do it for me as much. I have friends who like swear by books, and if it's not in a book, they can't learn. So everyone's different. But for visual and interactive learners like me, between YouTube, between fantastic communities like Infosec Live, the ESDN network out there, Cyber Mentor Dojo, and many others, drawing information off people is also fantastic. There are so many amazing, helpful people out there. So being embroiled in these communities and really getting yourself involved often forms a big part of it too.
The point, Will, is that you have to be prepared to listen to other people as well and be open to what people say, because a lot of people, like myself, we're very good at seeking information, and there's such a large amount of it out there. Sometimes it's important to listen to the right people as well.
Absolutely. And the thing is, every day is literally a school day in this industry. It's fantastic. It's why I love doing it. It's why I like to surround myself with people who I look up to and aspire to as well. And it's, from a training perspective, every time I run a training course, one of my attendees or one of my delegates does something in a new and funky way that I hadn't thought of. And it's incredible because there's not one way to do things. There's 101 ways to do things. And it's a sign of a really good mindset. And, you know, in pen testing especially, it really is all about the mindset, the out of the box thinking. How you approach a problem is more important than whether you often solve the problem or not at all. And that's what's also fantastic for employers. It's seeing that mindset, that process. So yeah, the amount of times that I've sort of said to an attendee on a training, hey, did you manage to complete this exercise? And they went, yeah, I did it this way. And wow, didn't even occur to me. And then we kind of grab that and then we give them a shout out and we get that into the course. And it's the way we all evolve. No, you know, there's always something to learn. So yeah, listening to the right people and drawing that knowledge is really, really crucial.
God, I love it. So much great knowledge here. Will, I love this. So we've got I think I understand this question, but Sabea, if I said your name wrong, I apologize. Let me know, correct us if it's wrong. But I think this individual is asking about breaking into GRC with a focus in learning the cloud security. And he's taking the point, or she's taking the point, a question stemming from the fact that they're looking at mid-senior level roles where they can basically leverage all of the verticals that might be necessary.
So I genuinely think this question is probably better suited to someone like Gerald, because not having real direct experience in the GRSP space, I'm not sure I'm terribly qualified to really comment. But cloud security, I think, is becoming important in every space that we do. And I think even a fundamental knowledge about that is absolutely paramount, because people are moving to the cloud. I don't have many clients anymore who are running anything fully on premise. We're usually at least working in hybrid environments. Cloud security, especially with regard to the main, AWS, Azure, less so Google, but the main ones they're absolutely paramount. They're just everywhere. And I think when you're looking at when you are really sort of looking at that GRC space and looking at really bridging that gap, as Gerald really well, put it so well before, between the business and things. I don't think you can go wrong. It's one of those areas that it can't possibly be bad. It can't damage you at all, and it will only aid to sort of assist in that role, I'd say.
It's back to the point that if you don't understand it, how can you defend it, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you go into any job, you have to have an understanding of what all the attack surfaces are, surely. And I think that's where teaming always appealed to me, is because you kind of get in that snapshot, whether the businesses have it or not, of where all their risk-facing assets are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, attack surfaces are so big and so vast. You can. It's one of those things that's really hard to get a hold of. And when you bring that back even further, that attack surface often relates to things like managing digital footprints, cyber asset management, and things like that. For the large organizations especially, there's a misconception that the bigger the organization, the more secure it is, where it's completely opposite. It's really hard to keep track of what you have. And every time we do assessments for our clients, one of our standard services is actually doing kind of like a limited OSINT phase before we even start testing them, whereby we look for, we do online digital footprint sweeps using various resources to look for assets that they might not even be aware that they still have, and credential data and data breaches and other things. So it all sort of builds back up, I think. The attack surface is potentially infinite, depending on how much you have and how big you are.
And it is growing, especially like in the next 2025, we're going to have, 75 billion projected IoT devices, talking about the threatscape and the growth of it and where it's going to be. The whole entire threatscape is going to change in the next 3 to 5 years from the way that we know it. Even GRC is going to change in the next 3 to 5 years because of emerging technology.
Absolutely. And I've just seen in the chat as well, Gerald's very correctly put resources like Have I Been Pwned and dHash and other things for your sort of all your credential stuff. There's loads of really, really good stuff out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love this because I love threat intel. I love this question. What do you do in the terms of proactive threat intelligence?
Oh, probably not nearly as much as I should do, if I'm brutally honest with you. Being a very, very small company, I find when I'm not testing, I'm trying to respond to clients and trying to keep on top of Twitter and trying to keep active in ISL and all these other platforms that I'm a part of. So not nearly enough. Okay, so I'm very kind of fickle with this. Between things like Twitter and using Feedly to bring in my resources from different places, I try and keep on top as much as possible doing that. I don't personally have a really kind of strict or rigid process about threat intel and feeds. The people I know and the people I work with are so kind of really positively spammy about, have you seen this? Have you seen that? I get my threat intel literally from the people. It's not from an organization. It's probably not the best answer out there, but I don't have the time to do it.
It is the best answer because it's about what you have around you, isn't it? Because it's back to that point where we can't do everything on our own. And
absolutely.
We also have our own specialist subjects as well. And say you're working for a financial services business, if you're working with other professionals who work in that environment, you'll be more aware of the current threats and bits and pieces that would be.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Jack, any more questions? What have we got here?
We've got
cloud.
We've got a lot of questions coming in right now. So, now he's taking it. Are you taking over now, Simon?
No. I'll sit my hands back in my pockets and let Will answer that one.
I'm going in order, and Simon's like, I'm just going to pick
as Gerald's asking this.
I'll take it off.
As Gerald's asking this, I feel it's almost a rhetorical question, this one, but cloud. Yeah, so yeah, it's very important. I think there's a lot of transferable stuff. There is a lot of specialist stuff as well. So with my clients and things as well, whilst take standard sort of web application pen testing. A lot of applications that we're testing now for our clients are now in the cloud. They're no longer, in a sort of a local sort of hosted data center or even on premise. They're now in Azure. They're now in AWS. So depending on the scope and whether things like underlying architectural reviews and sort of cloud config reviews are in scope, is of course whether we do it or not. I think there's a lot of stuff that traditional kind of network pen testing absolutely applies to. It's having a good knowledge of the architecture of how various cloud platforms run, where default services run, where there might be ways to enumerate or identify information. And there'll be plenty of things out there that can assist in kind of the automation side of vulnerability identification with that. There are tools and scripts out there that are purpose-built for things like running config reviews and checks against things like AWS and against Azure. These typically require some level of access and credential access, and they'll do a lot of the, I won't say tick box stuff, but they'll do a lot of the kind of the basic, the low-hanging fruit checks to make sure you have not configured your cloud environments to be inherently insecure from the off. A lot more of this comes to, I think, configuration than missing patches and a lot of the stuff that you tend to see typically more in sort of on-prem environments. But so there is a mixture of overlap and specialist skills, but I think those specialist skills are going to become greater and greater as we see, of course, more people move to the cloud.
I love it. Yep. Cloud is huge. AWS, get the training. If you all can get training, and AWS training right now, like the certifications and stuff, are relatively inexpensive still. So go out there. That is an area that is definitely not going to go away. AWS right now is even hiring quantum computing engineers. So I believe that AWS is going to be one of the spearheading organizations within quantum computing. My thought on that, but could be wrong. There is a lot of money behind that company. So what are your thoughts on that? Like where we're going with like the quantum computing space? So
yeah, I've just seen Ross about, which kind of ties in. Where do you think the landscape will be in 10 years' time? I think the very evasive answer is very different to we are now, but it's going to be changing every. It won't take 10 years. Specifically with quantum, so I get asked this a lot with some of the password cracking stuff that I do and I kind of specialize in, because there are lots of companies now that are moving passwordless. Passwords like cybersecurity are a people problem. They're not a technical problem. They never have been and they never will be. I think when quantum really is like mainstream, passwords just probably won't exist as a form of authentication. So they are dying. We are on the way out. So I'm certainly not a quantum specialist. It's not an area I've kind of looked into, but the landscape overall, the threat landscape is ever evolving, it's ever changing. And as things like cloud and things like quantum, and of course we're now in an era where everything is like AI and ML, and it's all about, basically until the robots take over, hopefully I'm going to have a job, is the way I look at it, hopefully. And when they do take over, then, I don't know what's going to happen next. But you've
just got to become a robot. I mean, Elon Musk has already got it planned out for us. I think.
I know. I think
it's all okay.
a lot of my friends and family already think I do, if I'm brutally honest with you. So I'm probably not too far off.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Okay, next question, Jax.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go back a little bit. This was one it was asked a little earlier. I'm trying to get into pen testing. What advice would you give someone like me? Maybe the one thing that you use the most or wish you knew earlier in your journey?
That's a great question, and yeah, I have to give this a good answer because pen testing is, of course, it's what I do. So I suppose this will actually be a little bit varied depending on your experience coming into it. This goes back to, again, whether you are someone who's kind of looking to pivot into it from either a help desk role or something else, or whether you're someone who's completely jumping in with no prior IT experience. So when I started pen testing, I was internally poached at a company I used to work at, and I assumed that the 6 years of digital forensics experience that I had would mean that I'd be so many feet up the ladder already that I would have a really, really good step up. And do you know what? I don't think I could have been more wrong. I felt like a complete fish out of water. I felt like I was learning everything from scratch. My forensic experience, I knew a lot about the Windows operating system. I knew a lot about the registry. I knew a lot about how it worked. But above and beyond that, I'd hardly ever used Linux. I didn't know what a port scanner was. I didn't know what any of the tooling was. And there's this really, really kind of all-consuming pressure and fear when you start pen testing, that you don't only feel like you need to learn, all these things about networks and about Windows and about Linux and that, but how this plethora of tools can also be used too. And the one I always say is that tools can be taught. I can teach my kids how to run tools, but it's most important to have an understanding and a knowledge of how things work, because then you can apply tools to that. So the one thing I would suggest, I suppose, it's not even one thing, it's probably like a mixture. The thing I'd suggest the most when starting out in pen testing, circles back to an earlier question, is to get, I think, a really good baseline understanding and knowledge of networking and operating systems. And I'm not even going to try and separate those out because they are both kind of equally as important. And even if you don't, and even if you sort of go into more web pen testing than network pen testing or cloud or anything else, there really is no bad knowledge you can get from all this stuff. I probably wouldn't suggest that you go and look at threat hunting or something very SOC or blue team related, not because it's bad knowledge, but your time would probably be better spent looking at some of the things you're going to be doing. But you can't really go wrong there, and you will passively pick up so much by those around you, which will be coupled with things you'll be learning in your own time. Things like Try Hack Me, things like Hack the Box, things like the resources I mentioned before, Over the Wire, Bandit, Linux Survival, Linux Journey, and all these other great resources out there, that you just kind of need to be a sponge in the start and absorb as much as possible.
Will, do you mind? Because this is something that I'm quite passionate about and something that I fell flat on my face with. And it's something that we see quite a lot where people try to jump that first bit. And the bit where, when I failed OSCP, the glaring reason for that was my lack of understanding of networks, my lack of understanding of Linux in general. And whilst I had a good understanding of Windows, still not a good enough understanding of how it all worked. And I'm not going to say there aren't entry-level jobs in cyber, because there are. However, with anything technical like pen testing or blue teaming, you have to understand what you're defending or what you're attacking, because if you don't, you can learn processes, as I did, where I got a couple of boxes, but ask me how that worked, I've got no idea. And for me, that is one of the biggest problems in this industry, are the training companies who are saying that they can take you from 0 to this in 12 weeks. They can take you somewhere, but don't think you're going to be a pen tester, because I don't think that's possible. That's my 2 pence.
No. I would agree. There is an element of the kind of the pipe dream that's kind of sold there. I mean, it goes without saying that getting into pen testing, getting into this game with any amount of technical IT knowledge beforehand is going to be hugely beneficial. I'd be stupid not to say that. It absolutely would be. But like you said, these entry-level positions, they do exist. They are out there, and you can succeed even if you are not that person. Even if you're coming into this, I know several people in Infosec Live, let alone in other platforms, who are living proof and testament to this. People who have recently got jobs, people who are blood, sweat, and tears. That passion will get them there. And
that's the
really,
differentiator, isn't it? That is the differentiator. That passion is the differentiator.
absolutely. And good companies out there. You're not, when you're looking at entry level positions, all these millions of gatekeeper certs, which I particularly see in the US actually more than the UK, but all these barriers to entry that are just unrealistic and unpractical. Organizations, they should be looking to procure and buy the mind, buy the brain inside them, buy the mindset, the aptitude, and the passion. You shouldn't be buying all of the bits of paper, which I'm not saying aren't valuable. Certifications are important. They form a very important part. But looking at how people approach problems, looking at what they do, I would much rather see someone's personal blog, someone's GitHub project where they've spent a couple of hours every night for the past 6 months, going at it, just doing some basic coding or some basic whatever it might be, saying about how they saw this amazing blog or they saw someone on Twitter and this, getting an idea of how they approach the industry and how and their passion towards it is going to pay off in dividends down the line. They can learn the tools. They can learn the tools later. They can pick that up. But it's a person that succeeds. It's people. People buy from people. They should do at least. And that's what I feel is a little bit lacking, especially in the entry level market.
Well, I think the pandemic has moved us away from the whole automated sales funnel type approach because people are sick of it. And it's the same in every aspect of life. We're all now needing that social contact, and I don't buy things off sales funnels too much anymore. I tend to, like you said, you buy off people, you buy off the relationships you get with people, and it's no different for those people trying to break in. They have to try and establish themselves, one, showing that passion, whether it's on LinkedIn or whatever other communities they're in, but also making themselves stand above their peers, because as you rightly said, Will, they're the ones who are getting those entry level jobs, and we've seen them in Infosec Live. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but there's 3 in particular I can think of who've smashed their way into this market in a matter of months. And you could have written that it would be them, watching the behavior on the previous 3 or 4 months.
You can see it.
That they're any more technically astute than anyone else.
No, and you can see it. And do you know what's really warming for me, actually? I'm so happy to be, like, it's an Infosec Live with Jeremiah Parker. I help administer ESDN. I've been made a moderator on Cyber Mentor Dojo, where I do sort of ad hoc live sessions with there, as I've done on Infosec Live. And for me, it's the most amazing thing is just watching these really incredibly passionate individuals just flower and nourish, and watching the journey, because you can tell from the start the passion's there. People will land on their feet. It can feel like an uphill battle,
isn't it?
I know, and it's not their problem, unfortunately. I think this is more of a systemic problem in organisations that have really misrepresented what an entry-level position is, and not a junior position, I should say, as well, which I would consider to sort of be up to a year, 18 months maybe. Entry level, okay? No prior experience, no industry experience, no experience, okay? You should not be getting entry-level jobs that say at least 1 year's experience, at least 2 years experience has to have been. That's not entry level. It's not.
Right.
It's a contradiction in terms. So we need to get that bit right. But like you said, Simon, and I agree with it as well. The sales funnel thing. It's also why I'm really proud to be in a small company, because I've worked in really, really large multinational organisations. And whilst I have, I've got no problems with these organisations. I've had a fantastic time there. I've learned so much from the people around me. I'm not out to turn my company into 3,000 people. I'm not. I love being a boutique company. I love the fact that people buy from me, not my company. And I like to establish really personal relationships with my clients, and it's really works for me. And it's just the type of person I am. So,
and for you to change that, and as you said, grow it. I made the mistake of trying to grow a business like that when the business was centered around me, as yours is with yourself and your business partner. It's you two that the people buy off, not the product or the solution. It's the whole thing that you've built. And as soon as you try and make that bigger and bring in other people and expand it, you lose that. I don't care what anyone says. I've worked for big companies as well, and mixed feelings.
It's good.
I'm gonna break in because we've got about 9 questions and we've got a little over 15 minutes, and you guys are gonna keep. It's good.
Well, the only way I'm gonna go for a toilet break, then I'll be quiet.
But we're gonna. I know there's so many people that want to hear from you, Will, that are like dying to get their questions answered. So I'm gonna pull us back over to answering some questions.
It's okay.
So this is a great question that we've got here. Mom asks, what makes a good red team?
Wow.
Yeah.
Mohammed, I know Mohammed. He's a fantastic guy. Trust you to give me such a wide question like that. What makes a good red team? In many ways, I think that's a little bit subjective, but just to address things for a start, red team is different from a penetration test. I think often that gets a little bit confused as well. Red team is kind of very flavor of the month. It's the sexy thing, but it's been flavor of the month for about 4 years now. So I think we need to kind of address that. So red teams are objective based, whereas penetration tests are assurance based. And a red team is about identifying, these mission critical assets, whatever the company considers its crown jewels, and getting to it the best, most efficient, fastest way possible. Usually is a combination of penetration testing, phishing. It could be physical security. It could involve breaking and entering. It could involve wireless. It could involve a number of different things. So a red team is a group of people, and typically red teams are much longer engagements because they're addressing a much more determined threat model. They're for bigger clients whose concerns are more serious entities or organizations, let's say, not the opportunistic hacker sitting outside your office with a laptop, so to speak. So a good red team, first of all, absolutely, like most things, will have a good leader, good management. It'll be thoroughly prepared, it'll be thoroughly researched, and it will draw on experience from numbers of different people with very individual or specialized skill sets to make sure that you've got the best chance of success, because sometimes you will only have one particular window. And with a red team being a very covert operation, obviously you've got to try and get in without being detected. You might, you don't want to blow that potential window. So I feel like I haven't really given you a very explicit answer there, Mohammed, but it is a combination of things, and it's ensuring that you've got a good, solid team around you that are drawing on all the required skill sets to represent and emulate the threat model that your client is trying to address.
I love that. And this is a great follow-on question that we've got. What skills do we need to get in the floor, basically in the door for a job in red team at the ground level?
Okay, so whilst there will, I'm sure, be organisations out there who will, bring in sort of juniors and things, or people to start in on that, and you have to start somewhere. Mature red teams are typically at least sort of mid-level, probably higher consultants who have a fair amount of penetration testing experience already. That's not to say, of course, you can't learn, and many of the tools and techniques that you would conduct in penetration testing, you would also do in red teaming as well. Sometimes the way you might go around doing something will be different to try and remain a bit more covert. But much of the same stuff that in pen testing, if I'm brutally honest with you, there's no kind of magic red team bullet that if you go and do XYZ training or whatever it might be, it will prepare you for red teams, because it won't unfortunately be as simple as that. So to be honest with you, I think any kind of offensive security penetration testing you can kind of get to grips with will really help you there.
That's awesome. That's a great answer. This is Gerald. I think he's still on, but I think this was a great question. How competitive is the job market for pen testing?
Yeah, it is competitive. I think it's always been competitive, at least since 2014, when I started. You kind of see, I think the whole entry level thing has kind of hurt the market, I think, even when we're talking about competitive markets. But also, I mean, cybersecurity is a very lucrative industry as well, and there's a lot of money in penetration testing. And even I sometimes look back at kind of, where I was working as a consultant and what I was getting as a salary back in 2014, and you look at what the kind of same equivalent experience is now, and the money's just skyrocketed. There's lots of money to be made there. It is very competitive. I think I'm not going to say the word easier, because that would, I think, be a bit misrepresentative, but I think it's a little more comfortable for mid to senior level pen testers in the job market than the entry level to juniors, because a lot of those unfortunate gatekeeper certs and things that will get you through CV sifts, organizations will often have put those consultants on anyway. So in the UK, like Crest is really big, Check is really big, OSCP, kind of Offsec, they've got their kind of teeth in the market for the OSCP as a cert by itself. But after you've been doing this a few years, I think, fortunately for them, it's a little bit easier. But breaking into pen testing can still be pretty tricky, because it's an amazingly fun thing to do. There's loads of people competing, and I think the entry level market has got a bit of a a bit of an
It's
uphill battle,
challenging.
but
Oh yeah, I
it
think it's
really
one
is.
of the
It really is.
yeah. It's to be a good pen tester. This is what I've heard. I am not a pen tester. I have a technical background, very little in pen testing, and I have heard that to be at that mid to senior level, you need to have 3 to 5 years of experience. Is typically what people will look at to look at you to be in that mid to maybe even senior level, and then it depends on what your experience was and what you were actually doing during that time.
Yeah, I think I would completely agree with that, both in terms of, time frame and things. And also, you'll often find that whilst when you're getting started, you need to be like the sponge that I said earlier and absorb everything, because there's network, there's cloud, there's web, there's so much awesome stuff you can do. But as you get on further, and you'll find that you probably want to specialize in things. There'll be certain things that take your interest. So I do web pen testing, I do network, I do loads of different things. But my heart is in kind of network infrastructure pen testing. I know lots about Windows environments, Active Directory, and lots of other things, and that's what I really love. And then in terms of other specialisms, I've also taken on things like password cracking, which is why we've developed our own dedicated password cracking training. It's why I give conference talks in it. It's my love. It's what I do. Doesn't mean I don't enjoy everything else, but the more senior you get, you'll find little pockets and niches, and then if you can establish yourself and position yourself in the industry, I'm not going to say as a subject matter expert, because I don't consider myself an expert, but you can develop your personal brand really, really well. And going back to the whole people buy from people, it really is at that point who you know, not what you know.
God, we could talk on a show just on that. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. I love this question. Can you give us a list of 5 skills we need to get into the cybersecurity as a red team player? So think about it from like when you first joined. What were like 5 things that you wish you could have had before getting into the industry?
Oh, wow.
I know that's a tough one.
It really is. I suppose very intricate knowledge of Windows networking, I think, because whilst, I do interact with other systems, 9 out of 10 times I'm breaking into Windows networks and things. So understanding of like Windows operating system architecture and fundamentals, I'd say absolutely. Just to flip that on its head, Linux, again, operating system knowledge fundamentals, because 9 times out of 10, the tooling you're using will be based on Linux operating systems. So I'd say that. Skills, it's kind of hard to define. I certainly don't want to talk about tooling, because tooling it should be completely tool agnostic. I think I've said networking so many times it would almost sound like an evasive caveat now if I was to say it again. But truly networking. If you're actually explicitly talking about red teaming, I think degrees of social engineering is very, very important. So understanding how to set up and execute infrastructure for mature phishing campaigns and things like that would be very, very useful, very important. Not just how to write a clever email, but how to set up infrastructure, how to perform reconnaissance on a target, how to get emails, to try and get emails past EDR, past junk, and making sure they're landing, especially for more targeted spear phishing campaigns where you only get very small windows. So phishing, I think, is a very, very important one. And not only that, actually, the social engineering element from people themselves. If physical presence is required, it helps if you're confident. It helps, if you are in a position where you're trying to gain access to a building or to a server room or to whatever it might be. I'm not saying every red team will include that, but the kind of the soft skills, the consultative elements, and all of that really, really builds into it. And I think this actually applies, overarching in the market as well. People want the full package. I don't want some 0-day writing coder who can sit in the dark and can't talk to people. I want someone I can put in front of a client. I want someone who can speak to people. I want someone who can translate technical knowledge into business impact and bridge that disparate gap between the board and IT as a whole. So all of these things, I've probably gone way below or over 5 now, but I'm kind of just rambling, I think. I think
that's good. Here's a question.
Yeah.
I'm jumping down a couple because I think it's a great segue of what you were saying. But this individual, Splodge, is saying, I keep getting told that soft skills aren't important, but in interviews that doesn't appear to be important. What do you think?
Okay.
They are important.
Yes. So I was making sure I didn't.
Yeah,
I was making sure I didn't really disagree.
Yeah,
there.
I said it wrong.
They are important. So.
Yes.
I believe they're important. Now, I can't say I'm representative of everyone hiring out there or not. I completely agree with that. In all of my jobs when I've moved, it's been spoken to me, verbally spoken to me, that they were very impressed with my ability to convey information, to talk, to be confident, and to be happy to be put in front of a client from day one. I think they're absolutely paramount. And even if you move away from the verbal, written skills, absolutely paramount too. I've been in organizations where I've almost self-elected myself as being like the QA to really review pen test reports before they go out, because I'm an absolute stickler for language and grammar and things. You know, if a client's out there, they have to get 3 or 5 quotes in, and you're all sending in like sample reports and things. If I'm looking at 2 nearly identical reports, but one of them is written well, written with impact, and I can understand it, I know who I'm going with. Probably, you know, even if another report might have been slightly better technically, everyone's different with this, but I think that's really, really important, because the report is what a client's going to get, and that needs to be Teflon coated. So verbal and written skills, absolutely paramount, and I don't think they can be, you know, rated enough.
Especially those written skills. I love that. It's such a great point. This one, we've got this one from JC. It's a little bit of a pivot. Do you suggest Splunk training?
Okay, well, that's very focused. I think if you are going into threat hunting, blue teaming, or if you are looking at potentially having a job in an organization that you know uses Splunk, I would 100% say yes. Even if you're not, I mean, it depends on, I don't know how much Splunk, you know, I don't know how much Splunk training is, or whether you've got opportunities to, you know, get it paid for or whatever. I think if you are looking in the defensive cyber space, I think it will be absolutely valuable, completely valuable to you, even if you're not, because on my defending enterprises training, for example, that I teach with my business partner, we try and be tool agnostic. We use Microsoft Sentinel as our SIEM of choice because we have to use something. But everything that we teach on the course, you can apply to Splunk. You can apply to, you know, pick your SIEM of choice, so to speak, because it's not about knowing the exact syntax for a specific tool. It's about understanding the indicators of attack, the indicators of compromise, where to look, and how to proactively try and get ahead so that, you know, you can detect before you need to prevent, and then of course, you know what you're doing. So long story short, I'd say I would definitely encourage it if you have the opportunity to, and I don't think it will hurt you at all. There's no knowledge is bad knowledge with respect to this. You're just going to come away with knowledge about a specific tool, that's all. But you can apply that to other tools. So it'll be good. It'll be good.
100%. So earlier, we were talking about the endeavors other than certs, and this question is really interesting, but it is really intimidating in the cybersecurity space, and especially with amazing creators like yourself. So how do you push that aside and really get started into this space?
Yeah, I sort of see what you mean. It's kind of hard to push aside when the demand is on certs so much. I would say that just the whole self-learning thing, going back to these things that I look for when I've interviewed people in the past, looking for things like, you know, do you have a GitHub project? Do you have a blog? Are you on Try Hack Me or Hack the Box? What do you do in your own time? Do you have a lab? Do you have Kali Linux at home, for example? You know, because if I was recruiting, it would be for pen testing, and all these kind of things. I think that these things should absolutely be pursued and time invested, because it absolutely will pay off. Unfortunately, you are going to come up against, but do you have Pentest Plus, or but do you have an OSCP, whatever it happens to be? Now, if you don't, you don't. Yeah, unfortunately, going back to the whole entry-level job market, this is a really, really big problem. But I do genuinely believe, and I've seen this myself, that if you can get your passion, your thirst, and your absolute, you know, determined ability to get into this industry and show everything you are doing to better yourself as a result. You know, I know it's a bit of a battle of attrition, but you will get in. And organizations, they will, you know, I would expect them to, if they need you on a particular cert path, they will put you on that cert path afterwards. But I liken this to the property market. So many people out there struggling to save for a deposit to get their house because they're just renting, kind of feeling like they're paying money to a landlord for nothing. But once you get on that property ladder and you resign yourself to the fact that you're paying a mortgage for the next 700 years, it's I won't say it's easy sailing, but you're kind of there, and then it's just business as usual. So it's that first step is hard, and I do eternally sympathize, but just stick with it, stick to the grind.
I agree. Stick with it. Be super focused. Simon knows this. I've been hustling lately, and I was being really particular in my job search. And this morning, I just got a verbal offer. So, and I've turned down some other offers.
Hey.
So Yeah, it's been, and I'm in a senior,
Congrats.
mid to senior level, so it's not. The challenge is there for everybody, and sometimes the challenge is finding the right niche and not so much trying to break in.
Yeah.
But there's challenges at all levels because, and you've probably experienced this when you get at certain levels. Once you break in, it's such an ever changing career field.
Yeah.
And community, because everything, the threat actors, everything is changing. You start to create positions for yourself. You start learning and understanding what's out there, and you start approaching these hiring managers and these recruiters, and you start creating positions for yourself. So don't give up the fight. It's very dynamic. I promise you'll get a job. You just have to stay after it. We've got a couple more minutes, but we do have 2 more questions that I definitely want to get up here for you to be able to answer. Where can we get in touch with you, Will? Like, how can they reach out to you? How can people contact you, mentorship, maybe to like hire you? What's the best way?
Hey, so first of all, very humbled and blessed that you'd want to get in touch with me. Thank you so much. So on Twitter, on Discord, I go by Stealthsploit. I don't think I have anywhere to type that at the moment. Maybe Simon can find something somewhere. I'm on Infosec. I'm on Infosec Live. I'm a moderator on Cybersecurity Dojo and on the ESDN network.
You can find Will in Infosec Live as well.
You can find me in Infosec Live.
He's been there quite a lot. So if you're not a member,
also, if you anything like contact@in.security. So my organization's name is in.security. That's the website as well as the name. I always get people, so is that in.security.com? No, just in.security. So if you go to in.security, our website's actually in the process of being redeveloped, so it'll look very different in a couple of months. But contact@in.security, you can reach me. Stealthsploit on Twitter, Infosec Live. On Discord as well. Thank you, Mo. Mo has just put my handle in there, and that's you can find me online with that. Yeah, definitely.
I love that. All right, final question. I don't want to miss anybody. So, what do you think a cybersecurity analyst should be good at? I guess I would preface this with, what if they could have like 1, maybe 2 skills? What do you think they should do? They should like refine and have.
So again, I think this title I've seen thrown around a lot depending on the organization, and that could apply to the very first day on a SOC, and I've seen that apply to the very first day on a pen testing team. So I think depending on what that role actually represents in situ might differ greatly, but this really does, in my mind, circle back to those core values, those networking and operating systems, just absolutely 101. And if I could go back again, before I started pen testing in my first analyst role, I would have got completely to grips with Linux ahead of time, because my Windows skills were luckily already there. But yeah, I really can't emphasize that enough, unfortunately.
I love it, Will. Well, thank you so much. You have been fantastic. We could have taken more questions. So you've been awesome. 45 minutes wasn't enough time for you.
Will, can you do us a favor as well? At some point, can you drop in the chat on YouTube some links to where your training services are? Because I've seen some of your password and it's phenomenal, and that was just the basic stuff. So for anyone who's looking for something a bit more advanced, if Will could drop them in later, that would be great.
I will do that on YouTube, no problems. And yeah, and on that, it's been fantastic, Simon. And I fully intend to be doing more live sessions for the ISL family this year, as well as on Cybersecurity Dojo and elsewhere. So I think some people will already have known me from these platforms, which is fantastic, and obviously happy to help.
Well, thank you so much. I hope your COVID clears up soon and you can leave the house.
Thank you. Fingers crossed, in 2 more days with 2 negatives, I will be able to run a mile from my the prison of my house. Yeah, but really appreciate having me on. Really blessed. Thank you so much. Will. Fantastic to meet you, Jax. And yeah, speak soon.
See you soon.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, that was amazing, Jax.
It was awesome.
It?
Yeah.
Now, listen, we've got next a bit of an unsung hero. Mark Dirich is someone I've known for a while. I haven't been in the industry myself that long. He has become a mentor to me, a sounding board, as in I ring him every day and complain to him. He's also helped me no end with platforms to host events on. All the stuff behind the scenes that you've seen the last couple of months has been down to Mark. Mark is also very experienced in the field, and I'm going to bring him on now and let him introduce himself, as I wondered what you called yourself for a moment, so I'm glad I didn't say your title. Lead Appsec Consultant. Mark, say hello. You're muted. I think you're muted.
No, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Still muted.
2020.
Yay!
I'm
There
on
we
mute.
go.
Yes. Okay. Somebody had to do it. You would think
I
I
did it
didn't.
earlier.
Yeah, you would think I don't work with computers. Anyway, short version. Thanks for the invite. I'm trying to do stuff. I'm trying to give back. Short version. I have 50 minutes, and I don't want to take other people's time. Started with computers when I was 9. Got lucky, really, roughly speaking. I grew up in a really shitty neighborhood, but it happened to be that the head of the calculation center in back in the Netherlands, of the head of the Dutch version of BT, if you will, he had a home office in the building. And then basically one day I came by and he's like, do you want to see a computer? And this is like 80s, I think, top of my head. Yeah, I don't know.
You
I'm,
made
I'm I'm
everyone know
43.
your age now, Mark.
And anyway, so short version is that how I started with computers. He had a Commodore 64 because he told his boss like, "Hey, I have a new computer that comes out. You have to buy because I need to know this." And I touched the PDP-11, vacuum tubes, all these old crap. Did penetration tests for banks at the age of 13 because they had modem banks and it was easy, and I got paid in crates of beer from my dad because there was no cybersecurity budget back in the day. So my dad would always show up with empty crates of beer at the supermarket, and because it was too easy, because the root password was root or got or tor, because you reverse it and it's so secure then.
Yeah.
And of course then they started password 123. Anyway, it was always like the easiest thing to do. Went to school. I tried to be a photographer because my family photography runs, and I failed to get into art school because somebody told me I wasn't artsy enough. I was sent to a vocational school that was super Christian, and nothing against that, but basically I ran out screaming. I literally ran out screaming out of the building. I should have videotaped it, but this was before social media and whatever. Anyway, short version. 19 years old, did a lot of different crapshoot jobs just for the sake of it. A friend of mine saw a job for, hey, nerd wanted, applied for me. So I got a job interview. I had to reverse engineer the job interview because I said to the people, actually, you're asking questions. You actually can't verify if I'm giving the correct answer. So, by the way, give me the book. If you ask these questions, then these are the answers you'd be expecting, and then you can verify if the person actually knows what they're doing. Anyway, short version. They're like, oh yeah, you need do you have a driver license because you get a company car? Anyway, I got hired in the whole 2000, MCSE boot camps, hype, if you will. So I spent the class with lots of people with some of them that have never touched a computer. So that was quite a challenge. Anyway, short version going forward.
No, and now you're helping me.
I know. Anyway, the short version is I've been in the industry now for 21 years. I'm 43. I'm not one of the youngest here. Last few years focused on Appsec, but the short funny version is I was working for HP, building security operation centers for cleared clients, 4 and 3-letter agencies, bunkers, blah blah blah, dodgy people. Anyway, and then I got tired of all the traveling, so I quit on my honeymoon, and then swapped to cloud and application security. And last few years have been application security, and I'm trying to give back more. Although I do know, I do wonder, like, when can I sleep? But I'm still searching for the pill to skip sleeping. And you see, I'm not even getting to my slide deck yet.
Do you need me to bring that up, Mark?
Yeah, because otherwise I'm rambling too much, and that's not the
Okay,
use to anybody here.
Let me do that because I've got to find out where I put it now.
Anyway, so the short version is that I have a new position as well that I'm starting on the 2nd of Feb, where I'll be running a team of for application security for a entertainment sector slash alternative, if you will, where they're doing I don't know, like a 5 billion revenue or something, and I'm also hiring people. So my recruiter Garrett has already been in the recruiter open day. but yeah, they're still growing, and I have a massive budget to grow it out. But yeah, today I briefly wanted to mention Appsec, but I already noticed I only have 8 minutes left, and I have, I think, 27 slides, so that's not gonna work.
Let's run through them quick.
Yeah,
You're
skip
gonna have
this
to have
one. Yeah,
my tabs open in the background. So shall we go
just skip
through it?
this one. Yeah,
Here we
skip
go.
this one.
Skip this
History of
one,
Appsec.
touch
I
on
don't
that
know.
or
Just
not?
I don't know.
No.
I really basically Appsec has been around for 1995. That's a short version, but it's still not being taught in universities. That's the summary. TLDR. Okay, further. Go ahead.
Yep. There we go.
So yeah, things have been mentioned by Linda as well. I'm not gonna she's a proper CISO or whatever. So I'm not gonna go on this. But secure supply chain security is a bigger thing, because organizations are mindful about what's happening. And they go like, hey, we get breached because of our supply chain. So they go like, hey, our vendor management departments need to be more critical. Well, before they went, hey, do you do security? Do you have antivirus? And do you have a firewall? Okay, yeah, let's buy this $1 million thing from you. Now they go like, we can't do that. And that's partially also to do with the second point, which is cybersecurity insurance. Cybersecurity insurance is getting harder for people to get. I've dealt with a few clients and organizations that they have to get new insurance or higher insurance because their clients are requiring to have that higher insurance. But it's also organizations that are saying, yeah, our current insurance, for instance, let's say 1 million. Previously, we had to fill in 284 forms and then we're done, and we got the cover. And now they go, hey, actually, you know what? To get this, you need to do this 34-page audit. And if you don't provide sufficient evidence, then we exclude this, and basically you end up paying for policy that doesn't cover anything. And on top of that,
someone said to me, Mark, not so long ago. Oh, there's my emails coming up.
Yes,
someone said to me not so long ago that with insurance, sometimes the best way to get an idea of what your security posture is as an organization is to do an insurance quote.
Yes. But what it is in cybersecurity is that unfortunately the underwriters and the cybersecurity insurance themselves don't really. They initially thought it'd be like fire risk, but it's not as simple systemic risk as fire risk. And then a lot of insurance basically went like, hey, you know what, crap, we got it wrong. So they're trying to do data science and trying to hire people, and they go wrong and whatever. And the funniest part is even Allianz recently in France said, if you have a ransomware claim, we're actually not going to pay out. Which is quite funny if you think about it.
That's crazy.
So on top of that, you also, if you look at application security, if you don't measure, then you don't know, what you have. So it's almost like a black hole where you go like, you can have all the firewalls in the world and governance and compliance programs, but if you don't look at your applications and then what you create yourself, then you potentially, you can, spend millions and millions and not be effective. Okay, next one.
Do you think it's getting to the point where having a good security posture is opening doors for businesses to work with better levels of companies as well? And
yes.
equally the other way, it's stopping businesses who haven't addressed.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, because of vendor management being more stricter, it means that startups or smaller companies that improve the security posture can get more business because they can show that they have a better security posture than the competitors. So, for instance, one organization, I can't name, but basically they're working in the leisure sector, and they are using it to basically get access to a literal $1 billion organization client. And then if they do that, then once that have that logo on their front page, they basically can go to the other ones and be like, hey, we work with X. And then the other ones will go like, oh, if you work with X, then we want to work with you. So that's the short version.
The supply chain thing is becoming more and more important, isn't it, in general? I'm conscious that we've only got 3 minutes left. So
yes, I know. Let's skip this one, but yeah.
I'm going to move on to the next one, just because I want you to cover off for the people who aren't experienced in the audience what Appsec is.
Yeah. So basically, like Appsec is a wide field, and then to be fair, the definitions can sometimes include penetration testing, and of course, we already had Will, so I'm not going to go into penetration testing. But yeah, it includes a secure code review, code scanning, lunch and learns. Yeah, I have a lot of slides on that, but we're not going to get there.
No problem.
Just go further.
Keep
So
going.
basically, yeah, it's all about finding vulnerabilities. That's the short version. What's important, you can have vulnerabilities in your own source code. You can have vulnerabilities in actually running code or binaries in compiled code. You can have it in third-party code. And then what you have to think about is like open source libraries, but also, for instance, libraries from a commercial supplier that, for instance, provide commercial analytics for your website. And a famous example there, what happened is, for instance, with BA, British Airways, they had a third-party library that got compromised and was siphoning off credit card numbers. And they had a massive breach, and they go like, yeah, but it's the third party. And, they were like, yeah, but we never checked. So later they checked, well, actually, like this binary was placed at one point. And yeah, now it was malicious, but yeah, we found out later. And yeah, they had to pay a fine, and to be fair, the fine is never big enough. But anyway, let's
turn
go.
that off the screen and bring you back up for the final minute
Yes,
before we
I know,
get on, because
exactly.
we ended up trying to squeeze lots of people in. So unfortunately, yourself has only got 15 minutes, as has Amanda, who's coming on next. So I think the main thing is Appsec is a huge area of growth.
Yes.
It's an area that I saw a lot of myself when I was looking for freelance work for other consultants on Upwork and other sites. For anyone looking to get into the industry, have you got any final words for them with regards to Appsec and breaking in, Mark?
It's just a little bit like, learn a bit of like, like how program languages work without being a programmer. So, you can be like, communicative with developers. So, if they say function, you don't immediately go like, what's a function? You don't need to become a Python expert or something. Communication skills, very important, because a lot of times you'll be talking to people, very technical on one end where you're talking to a developer, and then very non-technical, or maybe on the board end, where they go like, hey, what are we doing? Does that, like, we're giving you like, let's say 2 million. What will it do for us, and how can we translate it to our customers on how it will improve our product?
And then we're talking about the whole growth of DevSecOps, I suppose, aren't we? The fact that developers are now
So you talk about Agile and DevSecOps, where you go like, hey, you're letting developers do security themselves, because the old fashioned way of like doing big bang testing at the end doesn't work, because guess what? Features are being released currently, multiple times per week. And you can't scale, and you can never find enough security staff. So one of the organizations, for instance, that I worked with, GSK, 100,000 employees plus, we did a quick calculation on the back of the envelope. We went like, if we want to do the old-fashioned way, I think we need to hire like 60 application security people. And we're like, wow, that's going to be like half of our cybersecurity budget for the next year. And we can't even find these people.
Sorry, I've just brought up Matt's message without reading it. So if anyone's offended by that, if they're a programmer, good question. I love that.
Well, it's not always the programmer. Remember, it's also a question that they're not getting backing. So the previous organization I worked with, the development teams and the product owners were not getting time dedicated to actually fix technical debt. So that's where sometimes that's where the skill also is going up to the organization and going to the CTO and such, or CIO, and saying, hey, you know what, you're not giving these people the time to actually fix technical debt, and guess what, it's creating quality issues. So you reframe security as a quality issue.
And it's back again to having those soft skills to get that communicated. Mark, we're out of time.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I know.
And also a massive thank you for all your support throughout this. I've been running around like a headless chicken the last couple of days.
I know, but we're still here.
And my wife have kind of dug me out of my running around in circles hole. So thank you very, very much. I'm going to
no worries. Anyway, I'm in the Infosec community, and if send questions and we'll find it out.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mark. Right then, Mark, thank you so much. Now we have a very special guest next. Amanda Savitz is someone I've known probably the longest from my very long, not long career in cybersecurity. Amanda, as always, it's an absolute pleasure. Please tell the audience who don't know you a little bit about yourself.
Hello, Simon. Hello, Jax. How are you? Really fantastic job today. I'm loving it. So congratulations to you guys, first and foremost. For those of you who maybe don't know me, I'm originally from Canada. I come from a little bit of a technical background, not computer science, but we'll kind of start where my security journey began. I was thrust into a company called SSH, and they're a cybersecurity company that really safeguards mission critical data in transit. Essentially, that's this SSH protocol, and it was invented by someone called Tatsuyani, and I was very fortunate to work at a company that he was the head of that company. So I was talking about zero trust and just-in-time access and all of this, that sort of framework, even before it was a thing. So that was the beginning of my cybersecurity journey. So, and since then I've kind of zigged and zagged, and when you see what your journey is supposed to look like, it's supposed to be this nice incline, and but mine is literally like that. So that's how it is, and it's a lifelong journey, and it's never straight, and but it's always interesting, and there's always, no matter what direction you are going to go, what I will say to you, you will always need to continue learning, and you have to fall in love with that part of it.
Now, if this offends you, you can tell me and I'll be really sorry. But
I'm going to take it as a challenge.
let me start off with saying this. Whilst you are technical, I don't think it's your technical abilities that have made you successful in this industry. Perhaps, and I'm waiting for you to tell me I'm wrong, but I do think the fact that you're such an engaging, dynamic person has had a lot to do with that. And I want to ask you that question on whether you think your soft or emotional intelligence skills have made a difference.
That is a very, very interesting point. You're right. By far, I'm not the most technical person in the room, and I never claim to be. And I use that to my advantage. I think I have a high level of people skills, but a lot of people think that I'm this big extrovert and etc. But that's not me either. Those are skills that are, you have to learn those skills every day. I have to quote unquote be on so I can speak with, all of the vendors that come to the room, but let's say I'm talking to Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Insight, I need to have a little bit of knowledge. So all of that, I still have to learn all that stuff, but then, I have to put my business hat on and say, how are we going to all partner, and all work together. So, but having soft skills is incredibly important, and it's becoming more and more and more important as well, just because the business side of the house needs to be able to talk to the security side of the house, and the security side of the house needs to stop doing this in meetings sort of thing and saying, oh, well, they just don't understand. And we need to sit down beside one another and say, okay, the security side of the house, for an example, the security side of the house can sit down with somebody and say, okay, walk me through what your day looks like, and I can see if there's any sort of processes that we can improve for you. So maybe there's a few steps that we can take out, maybe there's a few steps that we can put in, but they can't do that from from their office down the hall. There needs to be this collaboration. You need to sit beside them and understand, exactly what their day looks like, because the people on the business side, let's say you're on, whatever you are, you're driving revenue. It needs to be fast. It needs to be agile. It needs to be quick. It needs to be all of those things, whereas security has a very different agenda. So I think it's just really understanding that.
I think it's always talked about, isn't it? It's important to know how to engage with the C-suite, but it's never talked about enough the importance of engaging the other way as well, because there's decisions that are made on security concerns that will absolutely flabbergast security consultants. They won't understand why the business have said no, but if they had more of an understanding around the budgetary constraints and any other issues, it might help them understand it. Have we got feedback here? Is that just me?
I don't know. It sounds good on my side, Simon.
It's me, is it? Okay. I'll just stop talking. It'll be easier.
Yeah. So no, it's security. You need to be, and I said this just the other day to you. Security isn't everything, but it is in everything that we're touching today, more and more and more and more so. So it's really important that you can speak some of the tech, understand the tech, but also also be able to, keep that human side of it. I was having a discussion with somebody yesterday, and, I'm just actually going to pull up exactly what they said to me, because I was like, oh, you do all this important work. And, and the gist of the comment was, it's not the computers that do the work, it's humans that do all of the work. So it's really important that we maintain those soft skills, and, and we need to learn to communicate with each other so that we can solve these critical problems. So soft skills it's great that you can program and do all of that, but if you can't communicate your message, or if you can't ask questions, or if you can't listen to understand what somebody is telling you, then it's really no point. So
I got a question on that. The soft skills, and like how important you're talking about, doing the programming side. I'm curious from your experience and going through this industry, and you were saying, I'm very similar personalities, where you're talking about you have really good people skills, and people think you're naturally an extrovert. People automatically assume I'm an extrovert, but I'm actually more introverted, ambivert, can be extroverted. I actually had to learn how to develop my soft skills and be more extroverted, where I didn't feel super shy or like insecure. So I'm curious, did you actually go out and start like learning and teaching yourself how to refine your soft skills to start being seen more as like an extrovert?
Yes. I've been through so much training and, how to communicate. I have done years of that sort of thing. And it's been part of my professional development from, kind of 15, 20 years ago. So I've always done that type of training. And that's why perhaps it's easy for people to think, oh, well, look at her. She's, it's very easy for her, or that sort of thing. But it's not easy for me. I will openly admit, I probably wouldn't have admitted this 5 years ago, but I will openly admit, when I walk into a room and there's more than 3 people in there, my mouth is dry, no matter how comfortable I am. Yeah. And, large groups of people are difficult for me on any given day, regardless how prepared I am or not. And that's something that I've struggled with from my very first business meeting, and even till today. If there is a group of people in front of me that I don't know, and I have to do some sort of presentation, I can absolutely guarantee you I am very nervous and my mouth is dry. So, but you put it, that's the thing, you're trained, and that's training. That is training. You can learn it. Thank you for joining us, and you move forward and you do your job.
And I think, Amanda, the thing is some soft skills do come more naturally to some people than others. I'm not going to disagree with that, as do technical skills.
Yeah.
But you can learn them.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. And anything can be a learned behavior. Anything. It's your willingness to want to learn. That's, either you love it. There's some things I don't like learning. And then you'll put up a resistance, and it's going to take you 10 times longer to learn it, but it's, I go back to my, Fortran 77. Like, I don't particularly enjoy that type of programming, whereas when you look at the programming today, it's kinder to the soul. It's not, it doesn't give you as hard of brain cramp.
I'm conscious we've only got a few minutes left, and someone's asked in the chat, which is something I asked you the other day. What's a day in the life like for Amanda? Let's talk about that before we go.
Do you know what? I will walk you through it, because today has been a very interesting day.
Not just because I kept changing the time you were coming on and sent you multiple links. Learning
for your brain to change gears very rapidly is something that, sometimes I find it difficult. For me, I find sometimes people just like to sit there and they like to work on their tasks. Whereas, being the director here at the foundation, we're working with so many different verticals of the government. I had somebody who is dealing with the JAIC. So what is it going to look like? Who are we going to be bringing in? Here's the organizations that they're bringing in. So, I have to develop an understanding as the sort of groups that he's bringing in. So, training and testing and evaluation is something that we're going to be doing. Great, fantastic. Then I have somebody else who's looking on the education side from one of the big, I'll say one of the big four, they want to do some training with us. So, okay, great. Are we just doing it here? Are we doing it virtual? Who are we bringing in? What are we training? Now I have to think, okay, we're doing bespoke training. Fantastic. Now I have to build curriculum for that. Then we had somebody who wants to take what we're doing here, and they already have something, again, this is dealing with the JAIC, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. All very exciting stuff. And how are we going to partner with what we're doing, with what they're doing down in Orlando? So, and that's all before 1 o'clock. So
I'm still waiting for my flight over to have a go on your augmented reality goggles you've got there.
Yes. And this is all part of the training. And, I'm very fortunate to, see what they're doing as far as, how are we going to train the warfighter so that they don't have to be out in the field? Now they're just going to put on these AR goggles and, we can simulate all sorts of environments. And, those are the sorts of really engaging things that I get to work at on the unclassified side, of course.
I want to just mention something that Joe Hudson said in the chat, which a lot of people find very difficult about the networking and connecting with people and interviewing. Do you know what? That is exactly why I set Infosec live. And this isn't a sales pitch, it's just an honest answer, because I've met so many people who had amazing technical ability and they were struggling to get that across to the end customer or whoever it might be. And that's why I mention all the time the fact that you can learn. And we've got some free training within the community if anyone wants to, on soft skills, goal setting. And the more you practice, again, jump into communities like Infosec or Simply Cyber or Cyber Mentor Dojo, ESDN, all these places, and practice your soft skills there, because there's so many amazing people in this community who are happy to help.
Yeah, and what I will say, to learn soft skills is really important. It'll help you in your everyday lives. And don't think, how should I learn how to be a nice person? But those are not soft skills. That's your personality sort of thing. Yeah. But no matter where you are, we are doing soft skills training for, people who are transitioning out of the military, that sort of thing. So this is something that everybody on the planet can make use of. So it's not, I don't think people should be shy away from it or think, oh, I don't need that. I think soft skills are really, really important. They teach you about how to deal with conflict and, not engaging, different types of behaviors that you should engage in, not engage in, being very cognizant, emotional intelligence, those sorts of things. So
having those dry mouth moments where you're feeling those nerves, you can start to enjoy that if you're a little bit twisted and get some enjoyment from it. Because if you look back to the videos I started doing 3 months ago, every one I was like this. I was so angry. My wife kept saying, "Why are you so angry?" It's because I found the whole thing so nerve-wracking. I hated it. Yeah. Now I can't shut up.
Yeah. Well, that's if knowledge is power, no matter what you're doing. So if you know that, and I say to myself, you're just nervous, and people don't know what you don't know. And that I think about that every single time I walk in the room, or because right now I'm really professionally stretched. I'm learning acronyms. I have no idea about acquisition processes, and it's dealing with the military and the DoD is a completely different ball of wax, and it's you have to. Sometimes they're talking about things and I'm like, I literally need to Google that in the meeting so I can keep up, Yeah,
so welcome to my world, Amanda. It's like that every day for me. I'm conscious that we've run over time. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak to us today.
I love this community, that, and Jax, it's we'll have to hook up again. I'd like to learn more a bit about what you're doing. So let's do that.
Amazing. Love that. Nice to meet you, Amanda. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jax. Have a great day, guys. I'm going to keep on watching.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wow.
I love that. I love that.
Quick and fast. Aaron is very patiently waiting in the background. Aaron's been in the comments all the way through. He's someone who inspires me every day. Let's get him on. Aaron Lax, introduce yourself and tell everyone a bit about you. You're muted. I'm not the only
I didn't want any echo. Sorry about that. So,
hi, Aaron.
Hey guys, nice to meet you, Jax. Simon, what's up?
Good. Come on, tell everyone a bit about Aaron, because you inspire me with your content every day. You look at things from a different angle other people do. So let's hear a bit about Aaron and what you do.
As of right now, I am a system administrator for an engineering firm. In my background, I started basically at the age of 13 around managing servers, Linux servers. Moved into Windows servers around 20 during school. From after school, I was a senior developer for the Supreme Court of Arkansas. And then after that, I came to this engineering firm in which we do government contracts with 14 different states. And we have some large contracts that we have to handle. And basically my day is servers and security entirely. If you follow me, like Simon and I follow each other quite closely, you'll see that I keep an eye out on any vulnerabilities there are, all vulnerabilities, vulnerability analysis. I've done pen testing, of course, in my background. Had to do that because I developed basically the case management system for the Supreme Court. So it's just been a wild ride, and I'm happy to finally be settled in a system administration position in which I'm able to do security and servers. Good to see all y'all too in the audience.
So Aaron, talk to me about what excites you in cybersecurity, because we talk about innovation a lot. You talk about innovation a lot. You also talk about threats. What's exciting to you right now in cyber, Aaron?
Honestly, what's exciting to me about cybersecurity right now is the interest in getting into it. Just the fact that the last 20 years, we've had so much cybersecurity need. And finally, we're getting, due to the last 2+ years of extreme activity in the cyber criminal field, that we're having a massive drive for people to join the industry. And that's, of course, why this is perfect, because we need people to be engaged and to constantly want to learn about new things. And that's basically what I would say in any aspect of life. Learning is going to be everything. Learn as much as you can. Like I said to Keith, who just said, learn everything. And that's basically what you need to do. I keep an eye out for every different possible vulnerability that is within my system, but I of course share others with those in my network, because anybody that's networked can be vulnerable. So just
do you want to talk about cybersecurity inside scoop channel that you've put together in the Infosec?
Most definitely. So I've put together basically a LinkedIn at first, but then joined Infosec and have a private channel within Infosec called Inside Scoop for cybersecurity. Basically, that is just a place where we can get together, collaborate, talk about everything in regards to the vulnerabilities that are going on, if it affects somebody, how they can mitigate it, anything that's needed, really. Because as we all know, computer networking is important, but human networking is much more important. And like Jack said, she's an introvert. I am as well, but you have to be extroverted in many ways to get ahead in life. And it's the only way to actually, learn properly, get things done. Because without proper communication, you're just not going to be able to communicate your issues with other people and therefore get proper responses and how to fix your issues. So I would love.
Have you got a question for Aaron, Jax? I'm conscious we've got.
I do. I was waiting for Simon to run out of questions, but that never happened.
Sorry. Or just run out of being
we're going to be here for a while. Yeah, so Aaron, so great to meet you. I know that you put out a lot of good content, not only in the Infosec Live community, which some people have already mentioned on the stream about how they've met you is through that community, but also through your LinkedIn. Curious, what had inspired you to start putting this content out? What was your motivation behind it? Because being a content creator myself, you have to have passion and some motivation, or it's going to fizzle out really quickly.
Well, I mean, in all reality, what drove me to cybersecurity, of course, was the last 10 years, well, 12 years of my life now have been spent application development. And so I was having to deal with records that involve social security numbers, juvenile records, etc. Thus, I was having to pen test and ensure cybersecurity was at the top priority. Well, that was the top priority of what I was accomplishing in this project. So from there, after I left the Supreme Court and entered the server world, where I have to maintain 25 years of records and compliance standards for the government contracts that we're dealing with, cybersecurity just exploded. And then that was around the same time in which the cyber criminal explosion happened. So yeah, my interest has just always been there, but has grown as basically my development in the computer industry has just taken me to that route. And so I've basically, I just do everything I can to get knowledge to everybody else. That is my passion in all reality. That is what drives me, because learning is key, and getting knowledge to other people is the only way that other people will learn. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And you see Chip in here. He's read, learn. Oh, it just went away. Study, test, repeat. So we do have a question that came up from Mohammed. Here it is. Let me pull this one up for you. And I like this question because AI is a big thing. Yeah. What's your thoughts around AI in the cybersecurity space? Like, where do you see it going, the impact that it's going to have, and maybe the threatscape and how we're going to have to better and secure those environments?
Well, right now, of course, artificial intelligence is driven entirely by machine learning. So when people are saying artificial intelligence drives our cybersecurity EDR or endpoint protection, in all reality, it's just a bunch of data that has been put into a system, analyzed, and that's making the decision. True AI, which is going to be digital neurons firing and learning on its own, is going to be a whole nother standard, in which that one has the potential, I mean, both have the potential of making cybersecurity a far more secure place. However, the quantum world, which was mentioned in another video, that's a scary proposition for current cryptology and cybersecurity. So that's a whole nother range in which, yeah, that'd be another 10-minute, 15-minute talk right there.
Yeah, that's so true. We'll have to. I love diving into AI, machine learning. And
yeah, like I said, I shot you a connection. We'll definitely have to talk.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got another question here from Anshul, and what is your views on cybersecurity in the metaverse?
Well, the metaverse. Is the metaverse anything but public relations? I mean, it's such a collaboration of I say collaboration. It's really, until it is collaborated, it's a bunch of different products. So cybersecurity is going to be basically related on that product. I mean, I know multiple vendors such as Facebook. Facebook has Metaverse. There are others that are creating their own. So, I mean, it's going to be not exactly, sorry, had a chat pop up.
It's so distracting with that chat.
It is.
Damn,
the private, this chat. It's
but no, In regards to the metaverse, until it's unified, it's going to be a wild, wild west in regards to cybersecurity. There's not actually going to be anything that I can go into depth. Obviously, right now, it's not going to be too different because it's based on APIs. It's based on everything that we're currently dealing with. So we'll see what happens in the future in regards to the metaverse. That's definitely a future risk right there at the moment.
I'm of the age, Aaron, where to me the metaverse just sounds like a really techie PlayStation store. Because unless
it's going to be Ready Player One.
If it's not going to be open source, then I can't see how it can be a metaverse. So if Apple have one and Microsoft have one and Meta have one, then it's not a metaverse, is it? It's just loads of PlayStation stores, isn't it?
And that's the whole thing. We have Facebook, we have Apple, if they don't collaborate and join it together, it's not going to be the World Wide Web. It's going to be company webs, and so it's getting into cybersecurity in that relation is really hard.
I love that.
I was just laughing. Said this is an ADHD heavy field. Don't distract us. Tell me about it, Requiem.
He's so funny. True. Yeah. We're coming up to about a minute and a half left. And before we wrap, Aaron, what are some last and final thoughts that you would like to share with all of the viewers today to leave with them?
Yeah, most definitely. So since this is Career Day, the last things that I would like to leave with are, in the cybersecurity industry, you're going to have your occasional people that will have the ability to enter into a field where they want to be. But the majority of people are going to be entry level or lower, call center, and work their way up. In all reality, my suggestion to people is get into the place you want to be, learn their systems, talk to people, network, and grow from there. If you don't like it in a year, in 6 months, well, I would say a year for your resume.
I think it's a valid point, Aaron, because I thought I wanted to be a pen tester, and when I actually found out what that job is every day, as Requiem pointed out, the ADHD thing. I can sit down and do that for long enough. So I'm conscious that we're out of time. Aaron, thank you so much for your insights as always. Please connect to Aaron. I've put his LinkedIn profile link in the chat, so please connect with him on there. Thanks for your words.
Definitely. And
Aaron,
feel free to reach out anytime. And Jax, great meeting you.
You as well, Aaron.
Thanks ever so much. See you soon. So it's been crazy wildfire, and we're now on to what I would say is one of the ones I'm most excited about today. And our next guest is a bit of an action man. He's a best-selling author. He's lots of amazing things, and I'm going to do him a disservice if I try and do the introduction. So I'm going to do what I'm very poor at and shut up, and bring on Christian Espinosa to do the introduction.
Hold on. I got a song for this. You guys, can you hear it? Can you hear it?
Love it. Christian, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Christian.
Happy to be here.
It's so thrilled to have you here.
So please tell us a little bit about yourself, Christian, before we get launched into what you're here to talk about today.
A little bit about myself. Well, I've been in cybersecurity for almost 30 years. I used to be in the Air Force and did information security back then, or information assurance. I've been a defense contractor. I've been freelancer. I've done training. I've probably trained over 10,000 people teaching cybersecurity type boot camps. I've been a pen tester. I've kind of done the whole gamut of cybersecurity. I started my own company, Alpine Security. I sold my company in December of 2020 to Cerberus Sentinel, so I currently work for them. And I wrote a book about my experience with my company, my entrepreneurial journey with high IQ, low EQ people that are predominant in our industry. And I feel like that's the reason we're losing the cyber war, is a lot of the intellectual bullying and posturing and gatekeeping and poor communication and collaboration. So part of my mission is to help bring back the emotional intelligence into our industry.
Amazing,
Yeah.
thank you. And the other
Yeah, I
thing
love your book.
can I just mention
thank
quickly
you.
about the book is that I understand you might even have a few copies of that to give away today as well.
I do. I have 20 copies to give away. Yes.
Well, let's start the feeding frenzy. If you want a copy of the book, drop it in the chat now. There we go.
Yeah. What are they going to drop in the chat? Book?
Well,
What are they going to drop in the chat,
I'm
Simon?
going to pick the ones with the most intriguing comments. I thought.
Oh God, it's going to blow up. We need to have some guidance on this, like a parameter or something. It's just going to.
Well, okay,
It's
going to be the top 20 best entries for why you should have Christian Espinosa's book. So, what is the most important reason for getting this book? If you get it right, you get a free copy.
Okay, so and then put in like #book so we can actually find your entry. That one's for me, so it can be a little bit more organized. So #book. Yeah, that would be great.
Brilliant. So, Christian, do you have a formal presentation to go through today, or?
I do have a presentation. I don't know how formal it is, but I have a presentation, and I can go through it, and we can do some answers and questions and answers at the end, or we can do it as we're moving through. Whatever.
From my point of view, I have to sit here with my hands in my pockets, so I don't speak or press any buttons. So I'm going to leave that answer to Jax.
All right. Well, I can bring it up here. I've got it ready to share, and if people have a question you want to interject in the middle, that's cool. I'll keep us on track time-wise. Not a problem. I know I've got about 57 minutes left, roughly, or so. 6. Does that work?
Yeah, if you do your screen share, I'll then allow that and pop it up on the screen for you, Christian.
Super. And thanks for the intro, Jax. When my hair was shorter, I used to look like Ivan Drago back in the day from Rocky 4.
Oh, that's awesome. Yes.
I'm in Toulouse now, and I haven't had my hair cut in like a month, so it's getting cut off.
Funny of all songs that I picked. Yeah, that was you. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. So I've got something
There
sharing here. Hopefully you can see the screen share.
There we go.
Perfect.
Can everybody see that? I can't see anybody else but my screen share or my presentation.
Yes.
So if you have a question, just interject.
I'm just gonna turn mine off and get out of here so I don't interrupt. Okay.
Same.
All right. Super. So why are we losing the cybersecurity war? That's what I'm going to be chatting about here, and this kind of goes along with the last presentation or the last discussion with Amanda about soft skills a little bit. So the focus on this is really about emotional intelligence and why I feel we're losing the cyber war. So if you had to choose between laundry detergents, would you choose a laundry detergent that got your clothes like super clean, like the whitest of whites, or would you choose a detergent that made your clothes smell awesome? The popular choice might surprise you. Over the past couple years, during COVID and everything, I've been traveling to Ireland quite a bit. I was dating a woman in Dublin area, and I stayed in a lot of Airbnbs. One of the last Airbnbs I stayed at had this laundry detergent that made my clothes smell like awesome. So awesome, like even if I was at the grocery store in Dublin, you know, with people wearing masks for COVID and everything, I actually had people come up to me and say that I smelled great. And it's nice to get a compliment from a stranger. It feels really good if they tell you how awesome you smell. So it's got me thinking about laundry detergent. So I'm very curious about things. So I did a lot of research on laundry detergent manufacturers. And one of the things I discovered is one of the leading manufacturers of laundry detergent spent millions and millions of dollars trying to figure out how to come up with a formula that made clothes cleaner than anybody else's. So they were successful with this, and they released this formula that got clothes cleaner than everybody else's, the whites whiter than anybody else's, brought out the colors of your clothes, and guess what happened? Nobody cared. It turns out they were focused on the wrong thing. People don't really care how clean your clothes are from the laundry detergent. They care much more about how great they smell. And this, I feel like in cybersecurity, we're very similar to the laundry detergent industry. We're focused on the wrong things. We tend to focus on the data-rich tangibles, like better technology, a next-gen firewall, more and more frameworks, CMMC 2.0, whatever frameworks out there, and kind of like the laundry industry, like the whitest whites. We're focusing on all this data and frameworks and process, but we're forgetting about providing a human-rich experience. And just like the laundry detergent industry realized, how people feel is just as important, if not more important, than the data. Because if you get a compliment about smelling nice, it makes you, kind of brightens your day. Can everybody hear me okay still? I can't see anybody, so I'm...
Yeah, you're good. I can still hear you. Everybody's good.
All right, super. So for me, my defining moment was about 5 years ago when I was getting debriefed by my team. One of my super high IQ, extremely intellectual, best penetration tester was debriefing me as the CEO of my business about how a penetration test report review session went with a client. And he kept telling me that the client just didn't get it. Meaning that the client didn't really understand the risk we were conveying to them, our findings, and how to remediate what we found. And I had heard this or variation of this most of my career, but for some reason this time, it struck me very differently. Probably because this was my company I founded and I invested pretty much everything I owned into the company. So it struck me very, very differently. And I realized that they just don't get it. And variations of that have been a problem in our industry for the entire time I've been in the industry, for almost 30 years. That the intellectual bullying and posturing is a big problem. And it shows up in various ways, like they just don't get it. Management doesn't understand. The users are idiots. It shows up with kiss up and kick down managers. And I believe that this bullying from this perceived sense of intellectual superiority is the real reason why we're losing the cyber war. I don't believe it's technology or lack of frameworks. I believe it's the intellectual bullying, because people want to feel significant. And often in high-tech industries, people get their significance by being, quote, smarter than somebody else. And that's causing a lot of issues. Once I became aware of this challenge, I thought, why should I care about this? The main reason is necessity. I didn't start a business to have our clients not get it. I feel like as a cybersecurity provider, our business is to help our clients become more secure. I wouldn't feel congruent or good about myself or what we're offering for our clients if they just don't get it and are not making progress to become more secure. Also, from a business standpoint, if clients don't feel understood or appreciated or talked down to, they're probably going to go elsewhere, which is going to result in a loss of revenue. And then internally, when I kind of pulled back the curtain, I realized that this problem wasn't just a problem with our clients or external facing. It was a problem internal to my organization. A lot of my team had this fear of speaking up for fear of being ridiculed by somebody else and saying, well, you should already know that. So that, I felt, was really hindering teamwork and collaboration. You might be wondering, why should you care? Well, I guess the biggest reason is what we're currently doing in cybersecurity is totally not working. You can just look at the news and see why it's not working, or proof of that. Every day there's a massive data breach released. And just when we think there can't possibly be a bigger one, the next week there's a bigger data breach that happens. So what we're currently doing is not working. So I think it's time we look at this from a different angle. And throughout my entire career, just about everybody I've met wants to be understood and appreciated. This includes your teammates, your partners, your clients. People want to have a positive impact, and they want to feel, this goes back to your feeling, fulfilled at work. And I feel, and I know, if people are fulfilled at work, then their home lives will improve as well, because a lot of people carry the energy from their work back to their home life, and that creates disturbance in their home life as well. And then I thought, who am I to take this on? One of the things that went through my head is I'm already successful. My company was actually doing pretty good. We were growing every year in revenue and profit and everything. So I thought, why even bother? And then I also thought, I don't even know where to start. I have an engineering degree. I'm very logical, mainly an introvert. So I don't have a lot of experience with human behavior or psychology. And probably the biggest thing is I was afraid of being ridiculed. In our industry, I kind of feel like there's an elephant in the room, but nobody wants to talk about it. And the elephant is that it's okay for people to, be super smart, but treat other people poorly, because we accept that everyone is just the way they are in cybersecurity. They're super smart, but have poor people skills. And I thought, if I bring this up, people are going to ridicule me. And I have had, some people ridicule me, but through my book has been fairly well received. So what I decided to do was take on this challenge of adding some emotional intelligence back to my company, or some human, the human element, because I'm very anti-status quo. Like, I can't stand the status quo. When somebody mentions the status quo, where I feel like I'm falling into the trap of the status quo, it drives me insane. So I wanted to do something back, and I figured that a way for my company to stand out from other cybersecurity providers is to add back this human element, because it's not just about providing data or transaction or report to someone. It's about human interaction, basically. It doesn't matter if they're a client, your boss, your peer, you're interacting with people. And I felt like if I brought that human element back to my company, it would improve my company. And when I actually looked at all the problems I had in my company, 99% of them, probably closer to 100%, were a result or were caused from a lack of people skills, not a lack of technical skills. And I felt like if I can improve an emotional intelligence or people and life skills, that this wouldn't just help me professionally, but it also helped me personally, because we deal with people on a daily basis. So how I made this shift, after working on various things in my company over a 5-year period, I did emotional intelligence training, how to have crucial conversations, productivity training, team collaboration training. I did all these different things in my organization, and what worked, I distilled down to 7 core concepts that I call the secure methodology, and I write about this in detail in my book. I call it the secure methodology because I think most of the problems we have in cybersecurity because we feel insecure inside. So the idea is this methodology will make you more secure with yourself, because if you're insecure, it results in an intellectual bullying, because you always have something to prove.
Quick
So
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to make sure, are you supposed to still be on slide 1 right now, or are you I'm just making sure you're not moving slides and we haven't seen it.
Oh, I've moved slides. Yeah, I'm on slide.
Okay. Now we see it. Yeah, because it's not full screen. So I see you on slide 10 now.
Oh, okay. Was it on slide 10 before, or just now?
No, you were still on slide 1.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I went through 9 slides.
I was too busy staring into your eyes, Christian, to notice.
I know.
It's not. We can't fully see. Can you make it a full presentation so we can see it? Or
yeah, that's what I did. And like right now I'm on slide. I don't know what slide number it is. I'm on how I made the shift.
Yeah,
because now some of the slide is cut off, because you enlarged the slide, so we can't see all of it now. It's kind of cut off.
Okay.
It's okay. We've had technical issues all day, so you're not getting out of
it's a restream issue rather than a guest issue. So I'm going to absolve responsibility and blame the provider.
It is.
Can you see it like this?
You can
Or-
see, but it's cut off because you zoomed in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
So maybe I just do it like
There
this.
we
Is that
go.
cool?
Perfect.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad you said
Perfect.
something because you missed all the best slides.
Yeah.
I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
man.
I don't need the slides. I think people like visuals though.
Yeah.
Cool. All
Yeah,
right. So I'm gonna.
awesome. Okay.
Okay. So if it switches up again or cuts out, just let me know. I can actually see you now.
Absolutely.
So. All right. So I'm going to go over each of these 7 steps briefly. They're all covered in my book in great detail. I'm going to cover a definition for each of them, a symptom that you may need some improvement in them, and how it ties to cybersecurity, and also give you an activity that you can do to improve. So the first step is awareness. I think everything starts with awareness. And awareness is knowledge or perception of a situation or fact. Can you see the awareness slide?
Yes, you're good to go. I see it now.
Yeah.
All right, super. So a symptom that you could use some improvement with awareness is if you find yourself judging somebody else. Like with my highly technical engineer, when he said they just don't get it, that's a lack of awareness. If he had awareness, he would realize that it's his job to make sure they get it. Otherwise, they're not going to be secure. Also, during the conversation, he would have picked up clues that they're not really picking up what's being delivered. So an activity for awareness is to really listen, like actively listen and ask better questions. In general, you want to avoid why questions, because why questions often put people on the defensive. So what and how questions are better. Something I talk about in my book a fair amount is NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming. With neuro-linguistic programming, basically we have programs that we run in our brain and we don't even know. They're just patterns. And a lot of those programs we run don't serve us. They're really like malicious, like malware. And often, if we have a pattern that runs frequently, it's what's called a strong neural pathway. And that's like a default behavior. So we want to be able to do a Control-C on that and stop that behavior and start a different behavior. This sounds simple, but it's not easy. An example of this is one of my staff members used to always get defensive if somebody asked him a question because he was afraid that the person asking the question was trying to stump him or make it known that he didn't know something. So his pathway, his pattern in the program that ran was to always just automatically get defensive. And it took him quite a while, and this is a pattern I had as well, to, when you're realizing that from an awareness perspective, to stop that response and try to run a different program. And that will start out as that weak neural pathway first, but the more you use that pathway, kind of like exercising a muscle, the stronger it will become and the more it will become your default behavior. So it's possible to change your behavior. It requires some awareness though. The second step is mindset. Mindset is a set of attitudes or beliefs. And there's really 2 types of mindset. There's a fixed and a growth mindset. You can read Carol Dweck's book on mindset. It's like awesome. A symptom with mindset is if you see problems instead of opportunities. This means you're kind of gravitating towards a fixed mindset instead of a growth mindset. In cybersecurity, an example would be they just don't get it. If we say that, you know, the users don't get it, management doesn't get it, that is a fixed mindset. If we looked at that through a growth mindset lens, we would think, well, they just don't get it, but how can I change my behavior or communicate differently so they can get it? And I also hear this a lot in our industry is, I'm just not good with people. That is a fixed mindset. And that is a limiting belief. I've had many people tell me, I'm just not good with people. And why do I have to get better with people? I just work with a computer all day. And I'm like, well, do you have parents? Do you have a spouse? Do you have children? Do you have friends? So we're not just talking about skills for work, we're talking about skills for life. An activity for Mindset is the 5-minute journal. I'm a big fan of the 5-minute journal. It literally takes 5 minutes to do. And you fill it out in the morning and in the evening. In the morning, you write down what you're grateful for, what would make today great. You write down that. That activates what's called your reticular activating system. And there's a lot of proof out there that if you write down your intentions for the day, you will find them, and it'll become more likely it'll become a reality than not setting the intention for the day. You also write down your affirmations. And then in the evening, you write down, and this is important to do right before you go to bed. A lot of people, what they do is they watch television and they fill their brain with garbage. So it's like garbage in, garbage out. So while you're sleeping, your brain is processing the garbage from the television. So it's important right before you go to bed to write down 3 amazing things that happened today, and then specifically how you could have made the day better. So that gives your brain a problem to work on while you're sleeping. And this is much better than filling it full of garbage from the television. Here's just a couple examples. I'm not going to go through all these. Just some examples of fixed versus growth. Fixed, you would say failure is a limit of my abilities. Growth, failure is an opportunity to learn. Fixed, I don't like to be challenged. Growth, challenges help me grow. Fixed, feedback and criticism are personal. Growth, feedback is necessary and constructive. Step 3 is acknowledgement, and I have these 7 steps. I recommend you do them in order, but you can do any of them to work on. Step 3 is acknowledgement. And this is recognizing someone through words or actions, and it needs to start with yourself. One of the challenges I had as a leader is I didn't acknowledge people enough in my team. And what I realized when I reflected on it is I never acknowledged myself. I would do something like an Ironman triathlon, which is fairly difficult. And as soon as I finished, I would be like on to the next thing. I wouldn't even take a moment to like say, wow, that was pretty cool. I'd automatically be thinking about the next thing. And like I checked it off, checked it off my list. So I realized that if I couldn't acknowledge myself as a leader, I would have difficulty acknowledging my staff. And there was a big shift I had to make. A symptom of this is if you're quick to notice mistakes and slow to notice great work. In cybersecurity, this is a major problem, I feel like, because the odds are against us. The cyber criminals have it much easier than the good guys, basically. We have to get like 1,000 things right. So there's 1,000 systems to patch. We have to get them all patched. If we miss one, the criminal can get in through that vulnerability. And what we do, though, is we often focus on the thing we got wrong versus the 999 we got right. And one of the studies that I think is relevant here is by swimming pools and when somebody mops, they put up signs that about not falling, basically. They did a study, and they had 2 different signs. And one of the signs said, wet floor, don't slip. Another sign said, wet floor, caution, wet floor, walk carefully. Guess which sign caused more people to slip? The one that said don't slip, because we're focusing on the behavior we're trying to avoid, which actually creates the thing we're trying to avoid. So with cybersecurity, we should be focusing on what we got right versus the things we got wrong. For acknowledgement, an activity is to start a conversation with something positive. And this needs to be genuine, so if I don't like the color green, I shouldn't say, that's an awesome green shirt you have. It needs to be authentic and genuine. I'm gonna try to start a conversation with something nice. And from an acknowledgement perspective, it's important to acknowledge somebody in the way that they want to receive acknowledgement. Some of you may have heard of the 5 love languages. That concept has been morphed into the 5 languages of appreciation in the workplace. And it's important to acknowledge somebody in the way that it resonates with them. And it's not typically the way that it resonates with you. So for like me, I value quality time and acts of service. But like one of my partners in the past valued words of affirmation. So I rarely said words of affirmation. I spent quality time with her, but it was a big problem because she did not feel appreciated because I wasn't showing it in the language she valued. And this is the workplace too. Some people may like a gift. They may want a Starbucks gift card. Some people may want quality time. You go to lunch with them. Some people may want words of affirmation, just to say, hey, awesome job in that report, or write them a letter of recommendation. Some people may want physical touch. Today during COVID, it's a little bit difficult. It may be a fist bump or whatever, an elbow tap, but you can still do something at the workplace. And some people may want an act of service. So you can help someone clean up their office, as an example. But just remember, it's typically not the same as what you value for somebody else. Step 4 is communication. Communication is a massive topic. I'm just going to cover a little bit about it, though. But I'm a believer that the meaning of communication is the response you get. So if you're not getting the response you are after, the ownership is on you to alter how you communicate. A lot of us just keep repeating ourselves over and over and over and expecting a different result. I remember a long time ago, I was in Italy at this ice cream shop, and there was an American trying to order an ice cream from an Italian. The Italian didn't speak English, and the American didn't speak Italian. So what happened was the American just kept ordering in English, and when the Italian didn't understand, the American just kept increasing the volume. And that didn't work. If the Italian didn't understand it at normal volume, yelling the same thing was ineffective. So it was valuable to try that maybe for the American, but it didn't get the response that person wanted. So you need to take the ownership of communication, alter how you communicate. And with cybersecurity, we have a massive problem here because we have so many freaking acronyms, and we're tested on the acronyms. So if you go take the Security Plus, for instance, there's 4 pages of acronyms. So not only are we adding more acronyms, we test people on acronyms, and then when we get in the industry, we only talk in acronyms and wonder why nobody else can understand us. And with my engineer that said they just don't get it, again, if they're not getting it, the ownership should have been on him to alter how he was communicating. A couple activities for this are active listening, so listening intently to what somebody is saying, and to verify and clarify. A way to do this is if you're going over a penetration test report with somebody, for instance, and you go over a specific finding, maybe pause and ask them if they understood what you were talking about. And if not, you can clarify it. One of the concepts with NLP, and this is an important thing to understand when it comes to communication, is there's this model, and we all have this model that we apply. And the model is, this filter, I should say, is different for all of us. This filter is a DDG filter, we like to call it, a delete, distort, and generalize. The reality is we've got so much information coming at us, over 1 megabit per second, that our brain cannot process it all. Otherwise, we'd go crazy. So we have to have this filter, which we delete some information. As I'm talking to you right now, you're probably totally deleting stuff I'm saying. You're distorting some of the things I'm saying, and you're generalizing some of the things I'm saying. And that filter is different from everybody. So when you're communicating with someone, you have to understand, they are applying this filter to what you are saying, and then also you're applying the filter to the information you receive as well. And those filters are probably different. Step 5 is monotasking. I'm a massive fan of monotasking. I think multitasking is antiquated. And if you have you're a great multitasker on your resume or on LinkedIn, for instance, to me, that means you're not very productive, but you're very busy and you waste a lot of time. So I think monotasking is what you should be doing. And it's doing one thing at a time, the opposite of multitasking. And it really helps with 2 things. Number 1, it helps with productivity. You'll be 10 times more productive if you monotask than multitask. It also reduces your errors because you're not going to mix information from different things you have going on. It also helps with communication, because if you're monotasking, while you're in a meeting with somebody or while you're communicating with someone, you're present and you're going to be a better listener. A symptom that you could use some help with monotasking is, and a lot of you probably do this, and I've done it in the past, is if you put your phone like face up on a table during a meeting or while you're at the dinner, and then while you're talking to the person across the table, you constantly look at your phone, or if your phone lights up, you look at it. That is not being present. That is not monotasking. That's multitasking. And that's sort of taking away the value of the conversation you're having with the person directly across from you. With cybersecurity, we often hear they just don't get it. Like I mentioned about my highly technical engineer, often that is a result of multitasking. Because if we are monotasking and present, there would be clues that the person we're communicating with is not getting it as we're communicating. So we can alter how we communicate. An activity for monotasking is to use block time or time blocks. I do this on my Outlook calendar. I schedule blocks of time. And that means, though, and this is just an example up here, that during that block of time, that is the only thing I do. So on here, I've got between 9:10 and 10 a.m., for instance, I'm working on an abstract. That means during that 50-minute window, I do nothing else. I turn off my email, I turn off Slack, I turn off WhatsApp. I only work on that one thing. And because my effort is focused, I am much more productive, like 10 times more productive than I would be if I'm constantly going between email, the abstract, a text message, the abstract. That is inefficient. That's multitasking. And a lot of people will say, well, what if I have an emergency come up? You have to ask yourself, how likely, in the past like 5 years, how many emergencies did you have come up in a 50-minute window? Because I'm only suggesting here you monotask for 50 minutes. And you can do this however works for you. But in between these blocks of time, you could check your email in case there's an emergency. You can do some push-ups or do something to get your energy back up, whatever you want to do. Step 6 is empathy. Empathy is extremely lacking today. I think we like to focus on everybody's differences versus the similarities. We all have the human condition in common, but we've been brainwashed through media and everything else to have this look at our differences. So these are the vaxxers, the anti-vaxxers, the liberals, the conservatives. We hear this all the time, and we do it in cybersecurity as well. Empathy is really about perspective taking. Can I take the perspective or step in somebody else's shoes? With cybersecurity, if we use phrases like "at least," that is not an example of empathy. So somebody has ransomware, we say something like, "At least the ransomware only hit 50% of your systems." That is not empathy. And this shows up, again, when we focus on the differences. So we like to, it's cool to have a subculture and everything with cybersecurity. We like to say we're a subculture. We've got this special language. We've got all these things where, the geeks or whatever. But that creates a division. And cybersecurity is no longer really a subculture in my mind. It's really mainstream. You can't go a day without hearing about cybersecurity. And most people you talk to have heard about cybersecurity. So it's not like this underground subculture anymore. And we need to look at it from the perspective of other people. Instead of, I'm an engineer, that's the sales team, I'm technical, they're non-technical. We need to look at it from the perspective of other people. And a way to do that is to use inclusive language. So figuring things out together versus creating more of the divide. From a leadership perspective, and also just from an understanding of empathy perspective, there's really two types of empathy. There's affective empathy, which is feeling like somebody else feels. And there's cognitive empathy, which is being able to take the perspective of somebody else or being able to step into their shoes. So to be an effective leader, you want to have high cognitive empathy and low affective empathy. You probably have worked with people that fall in various categories here on this diagram. but we don't want a high effective empathy. That's not a good leader. You want to have high cognitive and low effective, if that makes sense. And step 7 is Kaizen. Kaizen is a Japanese word that basically means continuous improvement, or can-I, which stands for constant and never-ending improvement. An example with Kaizen that you could use some improvement in that area is if you have the same problems this year as you had last year. In cybersecurity, we have the same problems this year as we had last year, as we had the year before, and the year before. We're not getting better. We think we're getting better, but we're not getting better because the proof is in how many companies are breached. So I think we need to do things such as a root cause analysis in order to understand what needs to improve. And I talk about this in my book, and I talk about all these concepts in my book. But an example of root cause analysis is the Space Shuttle Challenger. And this is relevant to Kaizen because if we're going to improve, we need to make improvements on the right thing. It's too easy to just look at something at a cursory level and make an improvement to a symptom versus the root issue. So with the 5 whys, we basically ask yourself why 5 times. And this can really be applied to anything in your life that you want to improve on or to get to the root cause of. So with the Space Shuttle Challenger, we'd ask, why did the Challenger blow up? Well, there was a tank ignition because gas escaped. Why did gas escape? There was a leaky seal because of an extreme temperature. Why was there an extreme temperature? There was an O-ring failure because of an incorrect specification. Why was there an incorrect specification? There's a design flaw. And we decided to proceed anyway. Why did we decide to proceed anyway? Well, management made that decision. So now we know what to improve, which is basically how management, in this scenario, makes decisions. So what risk factors maybe didn't make it into their decision-making equation. And that is what needs to improve on the Space Shuttle program, as an example. So after I successfully implemented these 7 steps and the concepts I've been talking about in my company, I had some aha moments. And and I wrote about this in my book, probably the biggest aha moments was that I used to be part of the problem. I used to be contributing to the intellectual bullying, the talking over people's heads, the saying that they just don't get it. I was part of the problem in the past. And and it's kind of sobering to realize that I was part of the problem and doing the things that I'm now helping other people resolve. But it's also like I didn't have the awareness, which I talk about in step 1. And I think a lot of people say knowledge is power, and knowledge is powerful, but knowledge is pretty much useless unless you can do something with it. I talked about the diagram where we have the strong neural pathway and the weak one. Knowing that is great, but being able to make the shift is what matters. And that is not easy. Like me, even today, I catch myself running a program in my brain that is not serving me. It's not serving the person I'm having a conversation with. And sometimes I can't stop it, almost. It's really hard. So I have the awareness, but I can't change the behavior. I'm getting better at it. I've been able to do that Control-C and run a different program. But it's a very challenging thing, especially if you've ingrained a behavior over a long period of time. One of the other outcomes that came from helping my team with this emotional intelligence is that I slept better and had less stress. I used to be very stressed out when I had my company, and I was primarily stressed out because I was afraid if one of my engineers or analysts was talking to a client, that they would make the client feel stupid or talk over the client's head, or not make the client feel understood or appreciated. And I would get a phone call. And like I said before, 99% of the problems I had in my organization and throughout my career, really, if I look back, were not a result of a lack of technical skills. I think technical skills are important, but they're easier to learn in some cases than the emotional intelligence or the soft skills that I heard somebody else say before. So once my engineers learned these soft skills or these people skills, I was able to sleep better and had less stress. I also realized that, as successful as my company was, we were at a glass ceiling. They call it a glass ceiling because you can't see it, but it's holding you down. Once we added the emotional intelligence into our organization and into our dealings internally with each other and with our clients, a lot of our clients shifted from transactional to a relationship. And when we had a relationship, that meant our clients wanted to stay with us, basically. So instead of like doing a one-time project, they became annual clients, which increased our revenue, and it made working with them much better as well. I wrote a book on the lessons I learned through my journey with my company. That's what those 7 steps are. I wrote about those 7 steps in a lot more detail. But what I ultimately learned is, how we feel and how we make others feel is our key to fulfillment, effective teams, retaining clients, winning the cyber war, and I would say even winning at life. I think life boils down to, and if you really think about it, like how you feel on a daily, hourly, minute basis really affects everything about you. And then how you make other people feel is extremely important as well. Sometimes I think, well, what if I didn't change anything? Where would Alpine Security be today? Would I even have been able to sell my company to Cerberus Sentinel, which is now a public company? How many of my clients would have left? How many of them would have been hacked because they didn't get it? And how many of them would still not be getting it, as I mentioned before? And then how long would I have continued? I have found cybersecurity very frustrating, and I thought about getting out of cybersecurity many times because of the personality types in cybersecurity. But instead of like running away, I decided to do something about it and try to infuse, as I mentioned before, that emotional intelligence back into the industry. We sort of like lost sight of it. And I believe that you get what you tolerate. And we have tolerated this high IQ, low EQ personality for so long that it's become commonplace, and it's really hindering our industry. So what next for you? I suggest over the next 30 days, you pick one of these areas, and 30 days is a month. It's not that long, and try to improve in it. So if you're like an awesome multitasker, maybe pick monotasking. And for 30 days, work on time blocks, work on being present when you're talking with somebody. Try to make that shift. And then after those 30 days, see like what was the change? How did it impact you? If you've been lacking in empathy, try empathy for 30 days. So what now? I'm giving away 20 books, but you can also purchase my book on Amazon. There's my website, and there's how to contact me. And you can connect with me on LinkedIn as well. So I'll open it up here for some Q&A.
Christian, that was amazing. One word that springs to my mind throughout that is dialogue, and dialogue is a word or an art form that seems to be lost. We all, going back to what you were saying about the multitasking and checking our phones and doing all this other stuff and not being engaged or present, it's the biggest problem in my mind. And you've really brought that home, especially. We have a lot of conversations, but we don't have a lot of dialogues, do we? And I'm not one for history, but I believe it comes from 2 Greek words. And it's about when people have a common goal or a common interest in the conversation. And we have too many conversations with people where all they're doing is waiting to get their next point across and not actually listening.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Active listening is critical. And I told you, Christian, I sent you a message prior to the live stream. I've read most of your book. I try to get through all of it. I started on Monday and I got a little over 50% done, but I was like, I'm an overachiever. It didn't work. But there was so much great content. And I already posted this, but I just want to encourage everybody that's watching this. If you're not one of the 10 winners, go out and pick it up. I'm doing the Audible, or not Audible, but the Kindle version. You can grab the Kindle. It's a great book. It has a lot of insights, and it really starts to let you start to understand more about the mindset and how you can like rewire yourself. And that's what I really love about the book, because I started my spiritual journey in 2017, and it's completely transformed not only me, but my entire external life. And so that's what your book also talks about, but it takes an amazing job of looking at it through the lens of being the technical side of it, like cybersecurity, which is a really challenging spot that we're in. And what are your thoughts on it? Like, how are we going to fix this kind of this challenge that we have? Because as we grow and technology gets more challenging and smarter, so are the individuals that are going to be working on it. And this bridge, we've got to figure out how to create that bridge from that gap to reduce that gap, or this is going to become a very big problem with working with and talking with those engineers.
Right. One of the things that I did is in my company, when I started hiring new people, I hired them based on core value fit and people skills first, and then looked at only if they passed that, did I look at the technical skills. Because and I think this is the problem in our industry is we've tolerated that, and I mentioned this before, we tolerated like these highly technical personalities that are abrasive to everybody else. Yeah. We've tolerated that for so long that we are attracting that type of personality into the industry. And there will be some people that you need to keep in the closet. I get that, but that doesn't need to be the majority of your staff.
Yeah.
So I think part of it is not accepting that anymore and hiring, not just for the certifications and the technical skills, like someone use their map or whatever, but hiring for cultural fit and people skills. Because those are ultimately, to me, more valuable. I can teach somebody the technical skills and you can learn the people skills. But if somebody has a mindset where they think they can just get by being extremely technical and talk over people's heads and down to them, they're not going to work out in our organization, or I think in our industry, they're not going to serve our industry in a positive manner.
Yeah, it sounds like what I'm hearing you say is it's going to be very much leadership driven on how they want to develop their culture within that organization, of how they want to hire people. And I think, and you talk about that in your book, and I love that approach of like addressing the soft skills, looking at their EQ first, and then going into that technical side, because you look at intellect and you look like aptitude, you also look at their passion first. And that's critical, because if you have the passion and the intellect and the aptitude, you can make it in this field, but you can develop the technical skills, but it's really hard to develop those interpersonal and EQ skills. So I'd like to pull up some of these questions, because I know some people are.
Can I just jump in
quickly?
quickly?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Simon. Yeah. So I was like, I have something to say.
Well, it's only because I see something in the chat and it's really relevant to where I've been in the past, and it's Kerry actually who said it's easier said than done, pretending to be confident and putting on that mask. And if you haven't done it before, it can be really, really hard. But I'm telling you now, Kerry, you can learn it. I went from being a multimillionaire to an absolute bankrupt, drunkard loser 3.5 years ago in a caravan on my own in a field, down to 9 stone in weight, with a broken body, destroyed relationships. And the only thing that got me out of that is this. And stopping drinking was probably the biggest step towards that. But the main thing was about reprogramming the way my brain works. And I have, and it is still a work in progress. But mindfulness for me and being present is something that I never did. And I spent too much time being engaged by my thoughts and being driven by them without taking the time to step back and analyze them and be aware of them. And I've got self-diagnosed, admittedly, ADHD. So my brain is like someone's flicking the channels over all the time. So I've always tried to block that out, maybe in the past, which was wrong, but I've learned to deal with that in different ways. And I think, without wanting this to turn into a plug for your book, Christian, there's harder ways to go about it than learning from someone else who's already been through it and who understands it. And I spent a year working this out, because I didn't have a book to read and I didn't have people speak to. And it's back to that community thing again. Reach out to all of us. We're all happy to connect anyone who's struggling. We've all, some of us have been in pretty shitty positions as well and got ourselves out of it. So reach out, and now I'll be quiet.
Oh my gosh. You're good, Simon. That was great. I want to grab some of these questions that we had coming in. Here we go. There was one right here. Okay. Love this. How can one demonstrate these interpersonal on a resume or showcase them to future employers?
So the way I look at it is the whole point of a resume is to get you the interview. So whenever you're trying to get a job, you have to look at the company, what they're asking for, the job description, and try to tailor your resume to get the interview. And then once you get the interview, you can demonstrate those interpersonal skills. It's very hard to do that on a resume. If there's a way to weave in there how you resolve some challenge that was related to communication or teamwork, I think that would show some interpersonal skills. Like with me, I typically, if we interview people, I ask them for a scenario where it was a difficult conversation, how they navigated that. I'm a big believer in the book Crucial Conversations. If you haven't read that, I highly recommend it. But if there's crucial conversations you've had in the past where the stakes are high and emotions are very charged, and you're able to navigate that, if there's a way to write that into your resume, that'd be great. But like I said, I think that the whole point of the resume is to get the interview, and then you can really show your interpersonal skills in the interview.
100%.
And I mean, that's the question, isn't it? Because lots of people we speak to are sending out multiple copies of resumes a day. Let's focus on that for a moment. My personal belief is less quantity, more quality on each one, but everyone has their own idea on that. What do you think, Christian?
I think it depends on your strategy. I'm a general believer in the sniper approach versus the shotgun approach. I think if you have one resume and you send it to everybody and expect them just to get you an interview, your chances are okay, but you probably find something you might not get interviewed by the company you like. I think if you find something that's very interesting to you and you want that job, you need to tailor the resume for that that position. And that's fairly easy to do because they specifically list in a job description what they're looking for. And if you can tweak your resume that shows you have those things and you check the boxes, then you can get that interview, and that's where you can really shine. And you need to prepare for the interview as well. I as a person that hired a lot of people, if I got a generic resume that didn't have an email that said why they wanted the job and had misspellings and things like that, I just ignored it completely. If I got a resume where someone took the time and wrote me an email that said, I did this research on your company, here's where I'm a good fit, here's what I bring to the table, I just got the military, I don't have all these skills, but I have these skills, that gets me interested in talking to that person further.
Yep. Well said. I just did an interview stream yesterday, or a hiring process stream yesterday, and you're hitting everything on the head that the hiring.
Hold on. Look, we've just had Keith jump up on there. Isn't that what a cover letter should be doing more than a resume? Well, I've had conflicting answers on that. So the recruiters I've spoken to said that the intro on your resume should be that cover letter. The paragraph tells you why you're applying for the job, why you're interested in that firm, and why you. But again, I might be wrong. I've only applied for 2 jobs in the last 30 years, so I'm not the best person to ask.
I would do both. The cover letter is the kind of an antiquated concept. The cover letter is typically the email that you attach the resume to, or the system you upload your resume to, the comments. But I would do both because you have to consider the two might get separated. Somebody may download the resume and send it to somebody else, which we disconnected or divorced from your quote cover letter. So I would do it in both just to cover it.
Yeah, I love that. All right.
Before we get to the end, because we've only got 4 minutes left, we haven't really clarified how we're going to give these books away, have we? I feel like we should discuss this openly for a moment. Jax, any ideas on how we're going to choose the winners?
I was going to do a raffle. We can put all the names, go through all the hashtag, because everybody put a hashtag book, and then some of them just did hashtag books, hashtag book, and some other information. And then we can put them in an automated little raffle thing, and then we can do that when we have our next guest come up. I can do that. And then at the end, we can announce it. Because I know Kimberly, she just posted too. She's done these before, so I'll reach out to her, and that's how they do it. So it's randomly selected.
Is this Kimberly Can Fix It?
It is Kimberly Can Fix It. With cybersecurity.
Thanks, Kimberly.
She definitely can fix it. Trust me, she's awesome.
Thanks, Kimberly. Christian, so with 3 minutes left, any parting words of wisdom?
The parting words of wisdom. I mean, if you haven't read my book, you can read the book. I think that you can learn some stuff from there. There's some value in there. I think the ultimately, we all have room for improvement with people skills and with life skills, which I think people skills are life skills. And I think one of the things that I've struggled with in the past is brute forcing things, not working smarter, not, example, like tweaking my resume and taking feedback. So a lot of it just requires some reflection. I think it's important to, on your day and what didn't go right or what went right, to reflect on that so you can make improvements. So make the time for reflection, because I think the true change has to come from inside, and then the outside world will mirror your inside world. And that requires a lot of introspection and reflection.
My favorite phrase at the moment is success is a mindset, not a destination. And I'm happier now and content now, and I'm poorer now than I've ever been in my life. So if you want to look at it financially, it isn't money that makes me happy. Quite clearly, I mistakenly chased money thinking it would make me happy, when really it was me who was unhappy, and I had to work that out first. And I think everything you're saying just reminds me that I wish I'd met you 4 years ago.
Well, that's that saying, like, happiness is the choice, right?
Yeah.
And they always say money is an amplifier. So if you're like an asshole when you're poor and you have more money and you think it'll make you happy, you're just going to be a bigger asshole. So
I was a really
it has to start with you, know.
I think, well, maybe this time, if I ever get money again, I can do some good with it. And I think one of the things that we have to realize is that whilst we can't change what we've done in the past, we can definitely make amends for it by our actions in the future. And for me, if I ever do get wealthy again, I've got a whole list of things I want to try and achieve for people who aren't as lucky as me, because for me, I'm trying to make up for stuff that I've wasted money on before, perhaps, but we've all got our own reasons. Christian, thank you so much. Jax, any final words for Christian before we head off to our next guests?
Christian, it was really great to meet you. I'll definitely be reaching out. This has really been awesome. I love your book. I look forward to finishing it, hopefully by this weekend.
All right, super. Well, thanks for having me on, and thanks for all the work you put into this. It's awesome.
No, thank you so much. It's only possible because of people like yourself coming on. Christian, thank you very much. We will turn you off the screen now and see you soon, if I can find my mouse. There we go. Right. We are into the final 2 hours of the Thought It Was 5. It was actually 6-hour live stream special today.
It was. Yeah.
Simon's quick maths there didn't quite work. So our next guests are the two founders of an organization called Valor Risk Management. Greg Tomczyk is one of the founders, and he is someone I've met with and spoken with before. And his co-founder, Jeff White, will bring them on right now. They are here to tell us a bit about how they've got into the industry and a bit about what they do. So, Greg, can I get you to do the intro, please? You're muted. I love the fact it's not just me who forgot to.
Everybody's come on muted. It's been great. No, this has been awesome. I'm glad we're keeping the consistency with
Absolutely. Hi, Greg.
Oh, it might be your settings, Greg. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Jeff, can we hear you? Does your mic work?
Yeah, should hear me loud and clear. Yeah.
So, Jeff, let me just do a caveat here quickly. We haven't met before, but Greg has told me that you've been unwell. So thank you for taking the time to come on, despite the fact you've been under the weather. Would you like to take a moment to not tell everyone about your illness, but a bit about yourself?
Yeah, well, Greg is working out his technical difficulties. You'll probably hear he's a little bit more athletically inclined than myself, so kind of dive into that. So as you mentioned, my name is Jeff White. I'm the co-founder of Valor. Really excited to kind of just give a couple of key takeaways that we've learned through our kind of professional journey thus far. So my story, like many of these individuals on this call, didn't start in technology. I went to school for criminal justice. My original passion and thought process to become a federal agent, working with law enforcement, arresting the bad guys. Like many people, it didn't really turn out like we had planned. Graduated with a criminal justice degree. Ultimately had to get a job. I needed to pay my bills. So that led me to work as a federal background investigator, contract investigator for a number of years. Still had that passion on my roadmap to become a federal agent. Kind of, I would say, probably of a 6-year tenure doing that with multiple different entities, traveling on the road. I was eventually able to kind of break break the surface, and was able to get in a pipeline for a federal law enforcement job. Unfortunately, another sideline difficulty in my journey. Got a bad ACL injury. Led me to kind of going back to the drawing boards and determining, what next. I knew at that point in time, I was kind of hitting a barrier in my kind of growth story. I need to figure out, what the opportunity was, in my next endeavor. So always knew I had a passion in technology and an interest to kind of see how the nuts and bolts were put together, how things worked. That led me to going back to school again, because I didn't have enough time in the education sector. Got another degree in network security. I think one of my best, fortunes from that was taking an internship. You'll hear Valor and Greg and myself are going to be offering an apprenticeship program. They're going to be kicking off here soon. Yeah, excited about that. Definitely be a great learning opportunity. I myself took an unpaid internship for a PCI compliance organization, and didn't pay the bills. I was going to school full time, but ultimately allowed me to bridge the difference between what I was learning in the book and what was actually being done in the real world. So from there, graduated, trying to get my first job. Maintaining professional relationships with individuals. I actually knew a guy in the DEA that got me on with my first IT job, so that will really stress the importance of relationship building. My time as a defense contractor, met him, gave me an opportunity. Not a great time. I worked overnight. I worked my first IT job was from roughly hours 7 p.m. to 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. Doing that for a year and some change. Very draining. I still had passion for wanting to get into cybersecurity, but I didn't know how to break into it, right? So, I kept knocking on doors and using my experience thus far. We've all had bad breaks. Really took that to work on the more nuts and bolts learning. Retail IT overhauls. That was my first IT job. Went to work for a managed service provider, small mom and pop type of IT MSP shop. Learned a lot more of the technical kind of know-hows and some, kind of blends, flavors of information security. Continue my relationship with Greg. He's really been a pivotal mentor and friend to me. We had many talks at length. Was able to, provide me the opportunity to, earn my position with Cyber Defense Labs, my first cybersecurity position. And really from there, it's just been, a fantastic ride. Working alongside a dedicated team of cybersecurity experts, really looked to by, board of directors and C-suite business leaders towards, helping them guide, secure the business and ultimately secure their most valuable assets. So that's a quick rundown. I by no means took no direct shot, no direct shoot to cybersecurity. I had to pivot and navigate and try to, leverage relationships to get where I am now with it, working alongside Valor and helping businesses.
And that adaptability, Jeff, is key, isn't it? And the learning that you have to pivot at the right time is also crucial, so you don't stagnate. So thanks ever so much for sharing that journey with us. Greg, I'm hoping your microphone is working now. Nearly. Is it working? Come on, Greg. You can do it. Is it the mute button down the bottom, Greg? Is it the mute button at the bottom? Can you hear us? You can't hear us either. You can hear us. Let's try and work this out. Come on. This is what live events are for, Greg. We're meant to be having like that.
Oh, man. Hey, Greg. So did you go into, I'm trying to see if maybe, did you go into your settings and then click audio and then just verify that you have your audio input and everything? Is the right one that you've chose?
It's not the dreaded AirPods, is it? Well, let's leave Greg to try and sort that out and put you back in the spotlight, Jeff, seeing as you're poorly and this is the last thing you need. How did you meet Greg? So how did you two guys get together and start working together?
Well, you'll hear from Greg, and hopefully when he gets that sorted out, that he played professional baseball. We definitely didn't meet on the baseball field. Definitely wouldn't want to be behind the catcher's mitt on that one. We actually we met through mutual friends, social sports. I actually knew Greg's brother, who also played professional baseball as well. I'm big about going outside my comfort zone, meeting people. You never know what opportunity is going to present itself. Like I mentioned before, that every pretty much job that I've received thus far was because I knew people. They knew they were willing to vouch for my character, and I was just fully impressed with Greg's, not only depth of knowledge, depth and breadth of knowledge. He really got it. He really understood, that cybersecurity is more about the business, as the title of our talk. He really understood how to translate very complex technical terms to business leaders to allow them to understand, what cybersecurity risks and business risks actually meant to the business. And I was just fully impressed about that. Just became a very strong mentor to myself in my journey.
I think it's reiterating, isn't it, everything that every guest on this show today has said. The fact that being able to communicate this to the C-suite and to people at board level is so crucial to the success, not only of a company having a robust security posture, but also to a company adopting one and taking it on board. And it is back to that whole mindset approach. And I know when Greg and I have spoken before in the past, we've always said that people scare tactics in this industry, which I completely understand. But also, as Dr. Christian said in his talk, and also I think it was Linda as well, it's about educating, informing the people, and painting a picture that they can understand and make them realize what the real implications are of inaction. Do I hear your microphone, Greg, shuffling around there? Oh, nearly. there must be a way to sort this out for you, Greg. Let's have a look. So, have you tried the cog at the bottom? Where are we? Last minute troubleshoot. It says I'm not muted. Okay. Can you go into the cog where it says settings? And in there you've got audio. Can you change your input, your microphone input in there? This is when we need Kev Help Desk IT support on the case.
He's a good guy.
He is a good guy. Yeah, he's another one who's got covered in the family at the moment. Bless him. So Greg's run away, so it's on you, Jeff. He's left. I think.
Oh yeah.
Jumping out and coming in again might be the answer. Let's see if this has worked. Greg, has it worked? No, I don't think so. Yeah, so Joshua, you said your AirPods never work. My AirPods are actually the bane of my life. They're always connected to the wrong device or in my pocket playing, and I've got no idea where they are. Jeff, do you have a copy of the presentation there?
Actually, we were kind of aiming to do this kind of off the cuff, a little bit more conversational as opposed to a presentation. So,
well, we can work. We can do that. I can do that with you. So let's start where you were going to start until Greg sorts his mic out. So we've heard a bit about how you two guys got together. We haven't heard how you ended up creating Valor. So do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so we worked, like I said, for a couple of years with Cyber Defense Labs. They were a full lifecycle end-to-end cybersecurity firm based out of Dallas, Texas. Kind of Greg, again, got me that opportunity to get on that slot with that team, work alongside them. Really just was in the trenches with him, working alongside, Fortune 50 and under businesses, direct, identify gaps and help them mature their information security programs. So we just had really, a lot of the similar mindsets that said, hey, we believe that we can do it better. We saw in many cases that organizations would get kind of a report of engagement on their desk, left there, and they're kind of like, now what, right? How do I translate this into actionable initiatives for my organization? And then, what's involved, people, process, technology, cost, things like that. Those metrics, those circumstances, individuals want to know that make the decisions, right? So we found that, providing them additional details around that and helping them kind of, walk through the process, not just as a trusted partner, but, translating those technical terms and risks really was helpful And, that was really the thought. And going into Valor, we wanted to be able to kind of pave our own story, go through this journey of starting a business together with like-minded mindsets. So.
Absolutely. What about you say the word trust, isn't it? When you're dealing with the C-suite and the board, you have to build up that trust. You have to build rapport with them. Do you find it difficult or a conflict sometimes with the existing IT departments or existing providers? Do you find that an issue at all?
Yeah, we've kind of we've encountered that before. Those kind of cross-parallel relationships, working or going into an environment that had a full-fledged managed service provider, and say we were working as a managed security service provider, MSSP. Don't want to throw a bunch of terms around, but getting the relationship between those individuals and understanding that we're not coming in to take anybody's position or take anybody's slot. We're there ultimately serving the client, their best interests, and again, that takes getting over those speed bumps to build those relationships. But it's definitely not an overnight thing. People are naturally suspect that you may be trying to kind of cut me out of the process of sorts. But yeah, we've absolutely been in environments like that, and it has taken time to really build that rapport. A lot of conversations have gone on, just understanding, where we fit in the process, things like that. That makes sense.
Also, I say about existing IT departments being barriers, but they can also be huge opportunities as well, because I think if they're approached right, there are a lot of firms out there at the moment who are spending a lot of time pretending to know what they're doing with their clients. And perhaps rather than being criticized for not knowing what to do, that more softly, gently, nicely approach might work. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that, any sort of collaboration through that, you don't know what you don't know. So lending them, potential eyes and ears and how they could better, support their clients, our collaborative partners, it's a win-win, right? And that's part of what Valor is about, serving win-wins for all parties involved. So.
Absolutely. I'm just going to do a check with Greg again, because we've now got 2 feeds for Greg. Greg, have we got audio on one of those? Let's try bringing the other one up. 1 minute. Testing. No.
I'm the go-to guy today. Hopefully,
for any of you people who lip read there, I'd just like to apologise for the language.
There we go. Maybe.
There we go.
All right. There you go. Over to you, Greg. Appreciate it, Simon and Jax.
Where is he? Have I just cut him off?
Right. You guys hear me now?
Can we hear you now? Yay!
Oh my God, we hear you!
Holy cow! Thank you. Wow. Holy moly.
Can I close this other one, or is this going to stop you talking? Let's see what happens. Testing Greg. No. Right. Okay.
Got me all right?
There we go. We need both windows open. Greg, can you hear me? Why can't I hear him now? I can't hear you now. Is it just me? Now I can't hear anyone.
No, it's because I'm on mute now. That's
why
why
you do that.
I don't know I was like, no, I'm over here like I'm trying to put the raffle together. So maybe we'll do the raffle.
Let's do the raffle while Greg sorts his out. Come on then.
Yeah, I've got one more that I'm looking and making sure that I don't have in here. And then
if I'd have known, I could have brought my juggling balls and done some juggling. Actually, I'll see if my son can get them.
Kimberly can fix it. Sent me this. So everybody, don't mind that there's like a hashtag after your name. I hadn't got that far. I just put your names in there. I added everybody else that was new. I don't think I have any repeats, but if there's a repeat winner, then that was my fault. All right, let's do this. So let me see if I can share my screen. So we've had, operator error all day. So it's my turn. Let's do this. It's my turn to try to share my screen.
So I'm quite pleased.
Yeah. Unable to share the screen. Oh my Lord.
Please do you want to send it to me then, and I'll ping it up.
I will have to send you the link to the will. Here, let me drop the link to the will in the private chat. Boom. Open this up and I'll send you the names and email. And then you'll just drop them in and make it happen.
Oh, wow. This is good.
We're making this happen.
I have a Mac. What do I do now?
Okay, so now let me send you all these names, and then you're just going to drop them in the right-hand side of that, and then it'll spin for you.
Got you.
Cool. Sent. Done.
Where-
Everybody's getting real world action. Gerald said Chrome worked to share. Yeah. Kimberly, my issue is my computer, my Mac is locked down, and before the show I tried to get it to give me access. It won't. I would have to restart my entire computer. Yeah.
There we go. Right, I'm nearly there. So copy these in, drop them in the wheel.
Yeah, on the fly. So Kimberly helped put the list together. Thank you, thank you. In the future, we do raffles. We'll have somebody help us grab them. But this should be everybody's. If your name missed or something.
I've lost you now. Hold on, where have you gone? Here we go. We're getting there. And then I need that one over here. And then we do share screen. Seamless, this is seamless. Here we go. Share screen.
That's the only thing it's seamless right now.
Boom! There we go. Right.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo! Where am I clicking the spin? Anywhere? Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we got live wheel spinning.
Oh.
Look at this. This is exciting. Boom!
Okay.
There we go. There's one.
I feel like we need some music, you know? So, all right.
We've got 20 of these to go through, so I better hurry up. Not again, same one. No. Yay!
Yay! I'm not writing down who's winning. Did you write them down?
No, that was. I'm not writing them down either, so this is chaos.
Oh, God. We should probably write these down. Who was the winner? Saltwater? Okay.
Saltwater Soul, Requiem 2009. Joshua Burko. Let's go. This is exciting, isn't it?
Got Requiem. Got it. Okay. Got it. Requiem. They should be saving on that will, I would think, and taking their names off, but that's okay. All right, there we go. We got some. I have to find all these names.
My son in the room. Do you want to spin the wheel, Jude?
Here we go. Here we go.
Come on. Spin the wheel. There we go. Yay!
Andre!
If you click that mouse now, Jude, you spin. Get someone.
All right. You're moving so freaking fast over there, Ninja Dude. Okay, so we're at 4 winners right now. 4. We have 6 more books. Thank you, Kimberly, for tracking. Oh, yay, Joshua! Woo!
There we go. Right,
Good job. Yay! I feel like
to be honest with you, this is good fun.
Hey, Jude.
Hi.
Thank you, Kimberly, for tracking because I'm having a hard time. Aaron.
How many is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Here comes Keith. Here comes Keith. Here comes Keith. Look at this. Where's the music? Are you doing that music, Jack?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This is good. Here we go. I could just do this all day.
Got the DJ.
I think we have 2 more books we can give away.
That's great.
2 more books we can give away. Kimberly, is that right? Are we at 8 right now? We got Billy Luing.
Oh, no, let me turn that
We have one more book. One more book we can give away.
Not mono.
One more book. This is it.
One more. Well, we have got 10 to give away, but let's just do the 10. We've got 20 to give away.
Oh, we have to get 20? Okay,
yeah,
let's do 20
I want to let Greg and Jeff get their points across. So we can always do the other 10 at the end. Yeah. Congratulations to all of you. I think we have Greg. So
yeah, for collection, you guys reach out to Simon or I would encourage you to reach out to Simon on that. That'll be the easiest. I'll throw his email up. You can reach out to him, make your life
also,
super
let me just
easy.
mention they are being posted out by Christian Espinosa personally, so he will need your postal address in that email as well. So
that's your email.
There isn't any sponsorship for this event, so ignore that bit. But there's my email at the bottom. If you want to sponsor the next one, who knows? There might be some opportunity. So, Greg, I think we've got your microphone working, haven't we? Don't nod. No!
Oh my gosh, it was working earlier.
Is it working now?
Yep. I think
Yeah. Okay, don't touch.
Keep my audio on.
Yeah,
Right,
don't touch.
in that case, I'm going to take myself off the screen so it looks even.
Wait,
And I
I'll take
can't
myself
actually
You guys
off.
hear me
speak
all
when
right?
I do that, so I'll leave it to you, Jax, to do the questions for a second.
Oh, okay, bye. Hi.
Great. Hello, hello. I apologize. That was terrible. That's how it
No,
works.
no, no.
Last minute, everything
Super
was
happy.
working, and yep.
No, I'm glad. We're so happy that we finally got this situated. I think it was a little chaotic with all of the raffles and everything, but that's how the show is going to roll. So it's fun.
I think it also
Before-
doesn't help, Greg, that
Yep.
I sent 16 different invites for this over the last 3 days because we were using Big Marker, then we weren't, then we were, then we weren't. So I probably haven't helped, so that I apologize. But we've heard from Jeff. Let's hear from you, Greg. Come on, tell us a bit about yourself.
Yep. Can you guys hear me all right now? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
All righty. Perfect. Good afternoon. We're really happy to be here. Love what the Infosec Live community is doing. So Jeff and I wanted to share a little bit about our stories. He's shared a lot about his. So basically, my story getting into cyber really started from my upbringing. I was raised in a military family, so I had a defense mindset really ingrained in me early on. Moved around the country on various military bases. Got to meet a lot of military leaders and kind of get acquainted with the way they thought about the world, the way they thought about, computers and how they were going to impact society. Played all kinds of sports as a kid, which is a huge cornerstone of, what I think made me successful in the long run of where I'm at today. Decided to play baseball when I got to college, played in college, eventually professionally, which was an awesome experience. Also had an entrepreneurial mindset, wanted to find a way to diversify and do things outside of sports because I saw a lot of people kind of shoehorn themselves just into, one area or, just sports, for example. So decided to sell things like gum at school and do car washes around the neighborhood, tried to create value for others in some way. So once I got into college, saw a lot of students that wanted to start their own companies. They needed a software in order to facilitate the idea that they had for their organization. So we scaled that company to 20 plus people, 15 plus clients across really 3 continents. After 2 years into that venture, we were really at the height of our growth and experienced a cyber attack known as a SQL injection. Basically, the criminals got into the database where all of our client data was, that was operating the back end of their web applications and websites to help them, schedule meetings and run critical information throughout their softwares. So that eventually put us out of business due to the reputation and monetary damage. So after that, kind of had a light bulb moment. What can I do now to take that experience from having a cyber attack, my business experience, my understanding of technology, really to help other business leaders kind of avoid that situation that I was in. So wanted to find a way to help them either avoid it or minimize the impact if it did happen to them. So really dove head first into, what does cybersecurity look like? Where can I fit into this puzzle? Obviously, I went all over the map to exploring, vulnerability assessments, penetration testing, advisory, things of that nature. I had the opportunity to work for a great CEO, a local Navy government contractor in Norfolk, Virginia here, who was really on the cutting edge of cybersecurity. He was thinking like transatlantic cables and quantum computing, things that I thought were way out in advance. And really we're starting to see those come to fruition today. Would not be where I am today without the opportunity to work with him early on in my career to kind of satisfy my curiosities around assessing risk, but him also, giving his knowledge to me that would help me kind of elevate and find my own little specialty. So shortly after that, worked for 3 industry leading cybersecurity firms, as Jeff mentioned, had a number of great leaders, ended up at my last company building all of their advisory services. So everything around doing risk assessments, helping build cybersecurity programs, and really help partner with organizations to kind of enable their path forward as things in the cyber world changed. Recently started Valor Cyber Risk Management, which we'll talk about a little later on this talk. Really excited for the future of Valor and kind of where we're headed with Jeff and myself at the helm. So with that, I want to open it up. Want to leave plenty of time at the end for any questions or things that come up throughout this talk.
Yeah, so super curious. Your background is extremely diverse, especially, going and being a baseball player and then going into the entrepreneur space. I was looking on your LinkedIn, and one of your first businesses you launched, I think it was in 2014 or 15, was your first like hack at the technology space. Where did your passion for technology start for you to kind of go down that path and then lead you to where you're at today? Again, you founded a company in 14, then you worked for some organizations, met great people, and then now you founded another company. I was looking, it's fairly new. Where did that come from? Where's that passion at?
Yeah, so I think it was always one of those things that kind of just challenged me. I wanted to put myself in a challenging environment. Technology was always moving. The people that I spoke about regarding technology in the community specifically, it was always really confusing to me. So I wanted to kind of crack the code and be able to take the translation and help other people understand it. So using my expertise to make others' lives easier. And really, I've always wanted to be in a situation where I was never kind of stuck somewhere knowledge-wise, and I could kind of keep learning as things evolved. And technology provided that platform, and later cybersecurity, where we're at today. So,
yeah, I see on here too. You're an author.
Yep. So, yeah, late kind of after the pandemic started, we started working from home, less travel. Got with one of my friends that I grew up playing baseball with. And we wrote a book called Growing Into You as a way to really help people understand their own journey, that it's unique to them, and try to find a way to identify their unique purpose. I think early on in my journey, getting out of baseball, transitioning into the business world, I was lost. I was mentally all over the place. I didn't know what my purpose was, which really made me have rabbit brain. Where I was, I wanted to sell things over here. I wanted to do cybersecurity. I wanted to do business advisory. I wanted to sell. So it's just, my mind was all over the place. So I created some frameworks and some clarity type exercises in order to help others kind of go through the process that I went through, really to find their purpose and grow into the best version of themselves.
Was there a pivotal?
Can I jump in, Jack, quickly? I can't be quiet for more than 5 minutes. I want to go back to the baseball, actually. And it might seem like a random point to go on, but I was heavily involved in competitive sport when I was younger, and it's definitely formed a big part of who I am. Do you think that's formed a big part of who you are and why Valor's going to be such a success?
Absolutely. I think a lot of people say cybersecurity is a team sport. I think if anyone knows team, like anyone in any industry, it goes back to sports as a foundation, right? You either played sports or you played, you had things in school that you joined a team to accomplish projects. So I think it all goes back to the people component. Success is a mindset, Simon, and like you've said the whole time today throughout this event. Listen to Christian. He mentioned a lot of the fundamentals that go back to what makes people in sports successful. So it goes back to people, mindset, the ability to constantly improve and understand your environment's constantly changing, and you have to be able to adapt. So I think just those at a simple level really are helping me kind of successfully, in partnership with my team, kind of build something that I think is going to have a huge impact on this industry.
Yeah, I'm not trying to alienate people who didn't play sport, by the way, because I think I've got 6 children. Half of them love sport, half of them hate sport, and they're all competitive at different things though, and they still have that competitive streak, whether it's sport or not. And my 16-year-old's a great example. He is into tech in a huge way, but isn't interested in sport. But it's still important to him to win. It's still important to him to be in the game, I suppose, as well. And I think that mindset definitely helps in business in general and in life, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, I'll be quiet now and let you carry on.
So I'm curious on the book, Growing Into You, The Journey to Live on Purpose. Typically when people write a book like that, there's something that has inspired them and triggered them in their life. They were going through challenges. You mentioned that you briefly touched on kind of why you wrote the book, and it was really to kind of hyper focus you in the business realm and what you were doing, some of the skills there. But was there something like deeper into why you wanted to write this book and why you went into it with your partnership with looks like Bryce Herman. You're like, I think this is a book that we need to write.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I actually met Bryce when I was in my first season in professional baseball, and I was coming from college, you know, a nice college where we rode nice buses. When you get to the minor leagues in baseball, you ride, you know, the yellow bus. You kind of take a step down in quality from what you see. That can take a hard hit, you know, to any athlete or anybody coming into that situation, because you got to kind of take your mindset and shock it, right? And say, you know, I'm where I am. This is all that matters. I need to make the best out of this situation. And his family was my host family during that season, and he was actually in high school at the time, and he was he was a person that always wanted to learn. So he looked to me to kind of teach him the lessons that I learned, but he taught me things as well. So when we would have conversations after and write letters to each other and kind of, you know, send emails and text back and forth, it benefited both of us. So we wanted to create a book that could do the same and kind of put the reader in our shoes going through that journey and the different lessons we learned along the way, so that we can kind of meet the reader in the middle, as opposed to just telling them, here's our experience, you know, maybe it's relevant to you. It kind of walks the reader through letters back and forth between us, and then kind of extracts the lessons from it, and then gives an exercise on how somebody could implement that in their life. So it's kind of a unique format. It sets it up in that fashion, but, you know, really we found that as our best way to learn. We're kind of, you know, learn something, put it into practice, share it with others, and then, you know, you kind of learn it and become an expert at it. So that was the foundation, the premise behind it. Yep.
Okay. Do you plan on writing another book?
Yeah, very fun process for anybody that is, you know, has knowledge just sitting in their brain, and I think we all do. You know, start writing it down, just journal, you know, do something where you can put it into some type of formatted fashion, and you'll be surprised, you know, months later, years later, that might become a book. And that's what it was for us. We wrote letters back and forth. You know, we had 10, 12 letters on different lessons where we had a month per month, we kind of dedicated to one lesson. And then we were like, we basically have a book here. So we gave it to a publisher. They helped us put it into a format, and then we self-published it ourselves, put it on Amazon, and now we're authors who have sold thousands of copies of a book. So it sounds easy, but just, you know, you got to start somewhere.
It's a great way, writing down, also a way to reflect on what you've done in the past and learn from it as well, I think. And the only book I'm writing is I'm writing a life story, and I'm not writing that for anyone apart from my children. And no one else will be able to read that apart from my children either. But for me, it's it's like a therapy, and it's also a way for me to pass down to the children the story of what their dad did. Not all of it, but some of it. So I'm very interested in the next book, Greg. So what's next for Valor? Let's talk about that.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. Let's do it. All about Valor.
Yeah, so just a little bit about Valor. I know Jeff mentioned it. So we help business leaders tackle their most challenging cybersecurity risks. We see cybersecurity as a competitive advantage. So we always want to go into an environment, talk to the business leaders at a business level, and show them how they can use cybersecurity measures and capabilities to have a competitive advantage over their, you know, competitors or in their supply chain. So, you know, really what's next is, you know, we're continually expanding our team, hiring and offering apprenticeships. You know, obviously ramping up our client base and really trying to focus on the markets that we want to have the biggest impact in, which is professional sports, obviously with my past connections and some of the pitfalls and downfalls I've seen in that space when it comes to cybersecurity. Venture capital and private equity firms, they're big into portfolios, and they're at the start of startups, kind of baking in security from the beginning. And if you do it early, it's honestly cheaper and it's much of it less of a headache when it comes down to that. And then Department of Defense contractors. I know Ms. Russ mentioned at the beginning of today the CMMC rulings and some of the things coming out in the defense industrial base. We're also in that area. I was in the beginning, the inception of that coming out when Katie Arrington came out with CMMC, and we live in Norfolk, Virginia, which is one of the biggest military bases in the world. So a lot of contractors around here, and you know, we want to help them kind of push the defense agenda forward from a cyber standpoint.
And it looks like you have a lot of offerings in your services: cyber risk advisory, compliance. You're assisting them with looks like cyber insurance, education and training. Who is your focus? Are you guys looking at those small and mid-sized companies? And it looks like you're just really you're focused on helping those organizations become not only compliant but more secure in their environment.
Yeah, so we offer assessments and compliance readiness. So we don't actually do the audits. We're mainly around building capabilities to set organizations up to be competitive in their market. That could be around a regulation. That could be strictly around their data that's proprietary to them. What we found from the security advisory standpoint is you have to be multifaceted in your mindset going in. We had a lot of our clients ask, what can you do to help us get the right cyber insurance? And as we know, the cyber insurance market right now is insane. It's hard to get coverage. We have helped our clients and our partners to use their security capabilities, use their assessments to go to the insurance company and say, here's the sophistication of security we have. You should cover us, for these areas. And then, it's kind of a transfer of risk to some extent. So we're all about kind of risk mitigation and helping the organization understand and reduce risk to their business environment. And then from the incident response side, really just advising them if an incident takes place, leveraging our past experience doing incident response and some of those cool things, not cool in the moment, but some of the, triaging and the real time, putting the fire out for these businesses when they have widespread cyber incidents.
Yeah. And to touch on the cybersecurity insurance, because that is an area that's becoming harder and harder for organizations to receive the insurance that they need. A lot of it has to do with even the underwriters aren't entirely sure what do we need to be asking for to ensure these companies are secure. And a lot of them are relying on compliance. So I'm curious, can you explain a couple of the things that your organization is doing differently to help these companies actually start receiving that insurance? Because that's really interesting that you guys are able to do that for them. But there's obviously something that you're doing that's working.
Yeah, there's always a disconnect between the insurance brokers and agents and then the actual organization that needs cyber insurance. So we start the process with what we call a cyber insurance risk assessment, which is really, here's what the insurance market looks for. Here's what's in the best interest of your organization from a security standpoint, and kind of, put those two in a harmonized fashion where they can see their capabilities, the coverage they need, and then quantify a cyber impact if their biggest risks are taken or vulnerabilities are taken advantage of. So kind of getting into the numbers of it, being able to translate it to a business, and then taking that assessment package, showing the insurance provider, and kind of facilitating a productive conversation between the agents and brokers and the organization that needs it. I think it's a lot of times those folks don't talk on the same language or lexicon, which really does a disservice to the organization when getting coverage. And most of the time they're either paying too much or the insurance company doesn't understand what they have in place, which I think is bad for all involved, because, the organization's paying, overpaying for something. And then if attack happens, the insurance company gets a rug pulled out from under them. And it's probably not the best situation in the end.
Oh, yeah. And that's why there's a lot of these cybersecurity insurance companies that are pulling out, and they're very risk adverse working with certain companies. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I have had a company since 2015. And sorry, Simon. Simon's like, I'm the one that's talking more. Okay, hold on. Last one, I'll pass it to you. I promise, Simon. So company since 2015. I actually owned my first company at 19. That's another story. Selling perfume out of the trunk of my car. Yeah. But there's definitely bumps in the road that you're going to hit. Being an entrepreneur, you have to learn how to sell, not only sell, but believe in your product. The cybersecurity space is a really unique space to get into. There is a lot of room for growth. However, it can be really challenging to find that growth. So if there's any individuals that are listening right now that have been thinking about either starting a firm or branching out on their own, is there any advice that you can give for lessons learned that you've experienced through your own journey and then launching Valor?
Yeah, definitely have been through a lot of ups and downs. I think as we all have, whether we're entrepreneurs or intrapreneurs in an organization, we all have obstacles if we're trying to push the envelope and do things a little bit differently. I'd say key lessons are, always, have a conversation with the folks you want to serve first before going out and getting a website, getting a company name. Make sure you validate the idea first. If a couple people are going to pay for it and buy it, or buy into it, you can spread that impact from there. So kind of validate your idea. Be failure fit. I'm big on failure fitness. So lean in, be ready to fail, and be prepared when the right opportunity comes up, and you'll be at the output. So the over preparation has always been one of those things that I've always tried to strive for. And then it all comes down to people. So, find people that have a similar vision to you. When I spoke to Simon for the first time, we had a lot of similar core values. And when you meet people in the community that have similar values, and you find a way to create value for each other and have a win-win situation, it's a lot easier in the end when you're making business transactions. You're not hitting your wall on the wall constantly, continuing to have a headache. So, starting a business isn't easy, but neither is being an entrepreneur and trying to change things in any company. So if you want to, impact change, just continue to kind of have the right mindset, put yourself in a position to continually learn, and bring people along with you that you believe in and are passionate about, the vision and mission that you have.
You're muted now, Jax, aren't you?
I went on mute so I wouldn't talk, so you can. I'm not kidding. I was like, if I mute.
Well. And luckily, I wrote down what it was. Otherwise, I'd have forgotten. So let me bring Jeff back up now because his camera's back on. So you were talking about insurance, and after spending 20 years in a regulated insurance industry, I want to go back to that because there's getting insurance, and there's getting insurance that's going to pay out. And I want to talk about the importance of having a reputable insurance broker. I don't know what it's like in the States, but it's very easy to sell someone a policy that isn't going to pay out because people are driven by commissions. It happens in the UK. I'm sure it happens elsewhere. For any firms who need to get cyber insurance, any insurance company will do everything they can not to pay out on that claim. What do you do to make sure your clients will get paid out on their claims, Greg?
Yeah, so I think most important is understanding first and third party coverage. So if one of your vendors has an incident and you're impacted, most of the time insurance companies will say, we were only going to cover your organization, if it started in your organization. So understanding the different types of threat landscape and threat factors that your organization has, third party is a key one of those. And then what data you have. So it's like going to get homeowners insurance and they ask, do you have anything else valuable in this house that you want to organization say, we just want to protect Valor, for example, right? But we want to protect Valor, but we also want to protect our client database. We want to protect certain vaults that we have in our organization. We want the insurance company to know that way in advance of them, offering us coverage, because a lot of times the things that are impacted were not on the list of assets that the company had. They wanted to keep it private, or they didn't want to put it in there because it may have increased their premium. So just being transparent and having an assessment. Yep.
I think that's the other thing, isn't it? And we've heard it twice from other speakers. It's about knowing what you're protecting, having that snapshot of what your risk-facing assets are. And I think that's where most companies that I've spoken to have fallen. They're not aware of the entire attack surface. So I'm conscious that we've got 15 minutes left. I want to drag in some questions, Jax, if we've had any come through, have we?
Nobody's dropped any questions in here, but we do have some pen that we could
we do here. Here we go.
Yeah. About
let's talk.
Ooh, this is a good one. Training your staff. So yeah, this is a good one. So I think this is very relevant, especially, you're a business owner and you're building out your company. So how are you going to go about training your staff? Do you train them equally? Are you going to focus on your senior leaders? What is that going to look like for you guys to ensure that your culture stays intact for what you're wanting it to grow into?
Jeff, you want to answer that?
Yeah, beyond cybersecurity awareness training, Gray and I have both tackled that to kind of just reinforce that mindset. We're being very, very cognizant to document, not only, what we're doing from a practice security control standpoint, just making sure that policies are in place. So that way, as Greg and myself bring on people, things can be more uniformly, completed. So we're very big on documenting. We found that to be a big pain point across organizations that we work with. They have really great security controls, but they don't have anything in terms of documentation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I want to pivot on that and go a little bit deeper. So, in a lot of organizations, I'm in the cybersecurity space, so I'm hyper focused. My POV is very much cybersecurity. So the cultures in cybersecurity they can be really toxic, or they can be really flourishing to allow individuals to be able to have a safe space to fail forward. How are you guys going to go about developing your culture as you build out your organization? Because you're at the foundational growth. It's the great time to really lay that foundation. But have you started even thinking about that? Like, what are your values? What are your mission? Where do you want to see the culture to grow into?
Yeah, we're definitely a values forward organization from day one. Really, before even establishing the organization, the first question is, what do we want to ingrained in this organization from a core value standpoint? And Jeff and I went through exercise after exercise, ironing out the language, what we want to be able to hire based upon, what we want to be able to bring clients on based upon, and what we want to make decisions on at the end of the day. Because if you don't have those core values, most of the time you're going to budge when things get hard. So we established them day one. We found them to be extreme drivers as we've kind of built the organization and established certain services and certain markets that we want to get into. But we really pulled those core values from who we are as people. I think that's most important. I see a lot of corporations and bigger companies, they just go based off what the market sees as valuable, as opposed to who they are as people and who they want to be surrounded by. When it comes to security culture, we absolutely drink the Kool-Aid. We want to put ourselves in a position where we can say we've done this in our own organization, and we want to help you do the same thing, as opposed to, we want to help you with something that we don't believe in, and we're not going to do it ourselves because it's too hard. So, we've been open for about 3 months. We've done our own internal risk assessment. We've laid out a roadmap of how we're going to prioritize initiatives. As Jeff mentioned, documenting. When it comes to training, a big part of training is that continual reinforcement of the material, right? So we're not just going to do phishing exercises, do a video once a year. We want to have conversations on a weekly, bi-weekly, quarterly basis on, what's the latest threat landscape look like for service companies? What does it look like for our clients, and how can we learn from it, put things in place, but also be able to trickle that back to our partners and clients through newsletters and things of that nature. So thought leadership is one of our key values, and we want to continue to lead the path and lead the industry toward a more secure environment.
I love that. Are you guys hiring right now? Any job openings?
So we haven't posted any. We're really focused on the apprenticeship program at the time, kind of grooming folks who want to get into the industry. When I first met Jeff, when he was mentioning he was working for the IT service provider, I just saw the passion that he had. He didn't have necessarily the resume that a lot of companies looked for, but I'm glad, because of my baseball experience in sports, it wasn't all about your credentials and the teams that you played for. It was about the passion you brought on a day-to-day basis, your willingness to learn. We want to find more folks. We could clone Jeff a couple times, but find more folks that have that same mindset, and at the end of the day, want to join a company that's on the ground floor and growing somewhere I believe is pretty special.
That's awesome. I love that. We did have a couple of questions come in, so I'm going to pull those up. We've got one here from Mohammed that I really like. He's asking a question, guys, as a CyberSec independent contractor, if I want to go viral and get more contracts around the world, what certs, not CyberSec certs, such as like assurance, does he need to get? What would you recommend for that, for somebody as an independent contractor?
Yeah, I'll give some thoughts, and then I'll toss it over to Jeff. So it really depends on what service you want to provide. So we're strictly, advisory, helping organizations, helping the leadership and the board make decisions. So for us, it's, certified CISO, the C risk certification. There's a couple kind of CISO level, GRC level. But if you're just starting out, I always recommend Security Plus. And then kind of going, which, the CISM, the CISM, which is Information Security Manager. So I would definitely say, figure out what drives you, and then do certifications based off of that, and kind of pivot and adapt as you go. That's really the only way that I've gone. I actually had just a quick story. I had a great mentor early on. I had my Security Plus. He actually sent me to certified business continuity professional training first, because he said, cybersecurity is business, needs to be business focused. And if you have that business background and kind of related to business continuity and disaster recovery, you're going to be a lot more successful kind of where you want to go. So that definitely shaped where I'm at today. I got that certification, got my certified CISO, and that's kind of rounded out my expertise for the position I wanted to get in, and later the CEO here at Valor. But I'm continuing to look for more certifications in that path and kind of continue to grow my knowledge.
100% agree on all of those, especially the BD one. Yeah. Jeff, any addition to that?
Yeah, no, not to say that he checked off all the boxes, but the only two ones that come to mind, Net Plus, know and understand, the different components of networks, how to secure your home network. That's a great one. CMMC, that's going to be a huge one going forward. Most of the people I've heard on this call that the cyber workforce in any contractors working for the U.S. government are going to have to be in compliance and alignment with a cybersecurity standard going forward. So that's something else to look out for. The CMMC accreditation body offer various kind of training programs. One should be the registered practitioner that I went through that. It's a great program. There's some content around the edges that is a little bit dry, but it's great. So
Simon is
Sorry, I couldn't resist bringing up the comment there, Jeff. Apparently, we've got your clone in the audience, and they want a job.
Yeah. Connect with us.
Bring it on, Joe.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Simon, I gotta love this guy. Okay, question. Are you guys looking towards having a learning management system? And I think this is really
we've developed an ebook around breaking in or building a career in cybersecurity. We've developed some videos around it.
Really delayed. You're good.
Yeah, just maybe we can get. Can we get a clarification? What specific content are they looking in terms of LMS, like internal to us, or how to pivot, break into cybersecurity? What that might look like.
I think if it's Aaron asking the question, he's probably wondering what platform you're going to use to implement it, or what one you'd recommend, because I know him and I have spoke about that a few times.
Can you guys hear me all right? I think I was delayed a little bit.
Yeah, you're just a little delayed, but it's okay.
Apologize about that. So I would recommend Podia. Podia is a good platform if you want an LMS. Obviously LinkedIn Learning, if they allow you to upload their videos on there. I think Gerald would probably have some good resources there as well. Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay. I love this question. Carrie was wanting to know, because you mentioned the internship program. How can somebody get involved with the internship program? What does that even look like? Is it a paid internship? Is it what? How are you guys doing your internships?
Go for it, Jeff.
Yeah, so we're accepting resumes. We're really just looking for people that are passionate. Obviously, if you can clone me, we're happy to take on that challenge. But yeah, connect with us on LinkedIn. Send over your resume. Love to take a look at it. You don't have to have all the technical experience in the world. I think passion goes a whole long ways. We've really structured it across kind of a 4-week program. Looking to partner alongside Greg and myself. Not only being independent, learning some of the knowledge and the lessons learned that we've had throughout our experiences, but really being able to dive in, help on thought leadership articles that will go up on our website, being able to help collaborate on the different social media platforms that we have, LinkedIn and things like that. To not only help, build your brand, but help us and as we go forward. So we have it laid around, again, a 4-week program. But currently it's an unpaid internship, or we're looking to really kind of train and groom individuals as we grow the business to potentially even bring them on full time. At the end of that internship program, we look forward to having a discussion to say, hey, this is what we saw is what went well, maybe possibly what could be done better, and what would a potential career look like with Valor going forward potentially.
I love that. And so speaking of career, speaking of internships, and we're coming close to time, how can any of the viewers, we have quite a few viewers, almost 100 right now watching, how can they reach out to you all individually or to your company? I've been dropping your, Greg, I've been dropping your LinkedIn information into the chat. I'll do that again, but what's the best way to reach out to you guys?
Yeah, so definitely LinkedIn, so individual LinkedIn pages. We have a YouTube page. Also, I would recommend contacting us through the website. If you go to our website, there's a request a meeting. You can request a meeting, you could submit your information. Definitely recommend LinkedIn to start. Just reach out and we'll send you the right information as a centralized point.
That is perfect, Jeff. I don't have your LinkedIn, so I just shared all of Greg's stuff, your company information. They'll get to it.
Yeah, absolutely. The cover photo needs to be updated, but the pandemic led to a haircut and a beard, but we'll make sure that we get that updated. Yeah,
that might be why I don't know. I can't find you because it probably doesn't look like you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Guys, can I just jump in? I just want to say quickly, thanks so much for sharing that with us. We're running out of time. I know we're 2 minutes away from our final guest. I also know, Jax, you've got a previous commitment because we thought this was 5 hours, not 6. So I do want to wrap things up quickly and do the rest of the prize draw before we bring JJ on. So Greg and Jeff, can I just say a massive thank you, and any wise words from both of you before we close things off?
Greg, go first. You got this.
Yeah, you guys are incredible. I'm so excited to be a part of this, and just really honored to be associated with this community. And we're here to support if you guys need anything. Thank you so much.
Love it. Thank you both. Nice meeting you both. Best of luck.
Thanks again for your time, guys.
Greg, thank you. It's been awesome. See you guys soon. Right then. So we are working our way to the end. Let's turn Greg's audio off before he starts swearing. Are we going to bring JJ on for the draw? Come on, JJ. Look, you're sitting in the back.
JJ, what's up? He's our last one. And he's like, you're coming in hot.
A quick draw to do now for the book giveaway. Can I leave you to chat with my esteemed colleague while I try and do 2 things at once?
Oh, God. Are we doing this again? Well, at least it'll track the name. So don't close that screen. If you close that screen after we're done.
It's all right. We're good. We're good. So I just need to share my screen like this. Here
we're doing this again.
We're doing this again. This is live wheel spinning. This is the most fun I've had for weeks, by the way. This is how boring my life is. Right. So I've added the other names in and we are going. Here we go.
Oh, it's even got a theme song.
I know. Boom!
Amazing.
Yay! Way to go, Kodo! Way to go!
We have got 9 more to go. I love the music, Jack. Reminds me of my childhood.
Oh, he already won.
Whoa.
He already won. Delete him.
I didn't remove him last time. Sorry, Graham, you can't have 2. Let's do this again.
Yeah. We're doing that one again.
I didn't click remove, did I?
Oh, here we go. What is this? Oh, D2za. D2za. Good job. Congrats. All right.
I don't know how many we got left now. I've lost count completely, by the way.
No, the list will have a count number on it.
14 so far.
Yeah.
Well done, Jax. Way!
Oh, Grange Burden.
There we go. Lovely. JJ, we'll get there in the end. Don't worry.
Yeah, Rick win. You've gotten 2 wins, so we're only giving you 1 book, though. Sorry, buds.
Yay!
Oh, Cybersecurity Central.
There we
Nice
go.
job,
Lovely.
you guys.
4 more.
The introverted extrovert. I like that. Congrats.
I need candy floss now. There we go.
Hey!
2 more.
And you're going through those names so fast, like nobody
Okay,
sees
because you
them.
told me that's saved down the side now, so I don't need to look too much.
Oh,
Okay, here
Jizzling
comes the
88.
final
Okay.
one. The final
Last
one.
one. Last one.
There we go. Oh, he's a good friend of mine. It's Mo. He's only
Oh,
won the vote.
yay,
Go, Mo.
Mohammed. Good
There we
job.
go. So
Congrats,
if you
congrats.
could photocopy that and send me the pages, would be great. Thank you very much.
Yes, and you guys make sure you need to reach out to Simon at info-sec.live. I'll drop it in here before I hop off, but I am going to have to hop off. You guys
And
are
I
going to have to do this without me.
Jax, before you go, can I just say, without you, this would never have happened. I've been running around like a headless chicken the last 2 days. Thank you for bailing me out. Thank you for talking me down from running around in circles this morning, along with my wife. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And a massive congratulations on being offered a job today about 2 minutes before we went live.
I know. It was pretty awesome. I'm pretty excited. Thank you. Thank you. This was fun. This was a great time. Simon, thank you for putting this together. I think it's made a huge impact for the community. And you have a great, you're going to be wrapping this up, JJ. So you got about 100 people on here right now. So rock it out. Enjoy.
So no pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure. Okay.
Take care, Jax.
JJ.
So, just us. How are we doing?
Thank you. Firstly, thank you so much for taking the time to come on. I know how busy you are. I want to not introduce you because everyone watching, I think, will probably know who you are, but I'm going to hand it over to you to tell people a bit more about yourself because you're always helping others, but I want to hear a bit more about JJ tonight, please, and find out a bit where you've come from. And I'm going to be quiet. What's this?
Okay, so normally I'm always about mentoring, always about helping people, but I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of my journey into security and actually how I ended up to where I am today. Because it wasn't by accident. So I originally started my technology journey in the armed forces for 5 to 6 years, and with that I fell in love with technology. And even though it's an army kit and it's it's a little bit different to what I'm using now, I kind of got that passion to see how things connect together, how things talk to each other. And also seeing the side of it as well, how do we secure it from the enemy? And I always thought that's quite interesting. I got bored of the armed forces and I left. Probably wasn't the best decision at the time. So I landed myself in quite a sticky situation.
I know how that goes.
Yeah. So I thought, right, what now? Luckily, a couple of weeks before I was about to leave, because I was panicking, I got an interview with Lockheed Martin to join their service desk. So I joined there for a bit. Lots of things, learned about technology, learned about how businesses work, learned about how technology integrates with the business. Didn't think I was getting challenged too much. So I thought I need a new challenge. So from there, I looked at other roles around my area. And I saw one called a SOC analyst. Had no idea what a SOC analyst was. At that point, I had no idea what cybersecurity was. So I phoned up the recruiter. I said, look.
How long ago was this, JJ?
This is in 2018. So I phoned up the recruiter. I said, look, I think I can do that job. I'm pretty good with technology. I think I could do it. And he's like, look, it's a graduate role. I'll put you forward and see what they say. And I said, look, I'm willing to put the effort in, whatever it takes. So they said, oh, I'll push you forward. So I was ringing him. I remember I sat on the beach in Portsmouth and it was in the winter and I was there like by the phone shaking, going, look, have you heard anything? No, not heard anything. Have you heard anything? No, not heard anything.
I know.
And I remember I was driving back home. I think I was driving back home from Southampton and the phone rang on in my hands-free set. And I answered it and they said, oh yeah, they want you to come into an interview. And I said, oh my God. So I was there like quickly researching what a SOC analyst was, what they do. And I remember it was the most nerve-wracking interview I've had ever. And I sat there. This guy walked in and he just sat there and looked at me. He went, all right. Just walked out. Then the manager came in and he gave me like some questions, started asking me questions, why I'm a good fit for the role. And then he passed me a laptop and he went, here's a problem, write an email solving the problem. That was it. So I was there, write an email, and he said, treat me like I'm a customer. I was like, okay, all right. So I wrote it. And I was just like, right, okay. I remember driving home and I thought, that was really bizarre. You know, I didn't know how well I did because I couldn't read anyone. I remember, so I got home, and I sat there for about 10 minutes and the phone rang saying they're the one that offer you the job. And I was like, oh, amazing. So a year passed and I thought, right, I'm quite comfortable with being a SOC analyst now. I want to see if I could push myself further. And I found a role at Carnival Cruise Lines. Fantastic role, brilliant environment. I really enjoyed really loved the environment. Exposed to new technology, so I was exploring all these other tools as well. And I was just there going, what are all these tools? I was learning it so thick and fast. From there, COVID unfortunately came along and turned around and said, you're not allowed to have a job anymore. And said, you've got to be made redundant. And I was like, oh, okay, brilliant. So back out there looking for a role.
Back on the beach again.
Yeah, I'm on the beach shaking. I'm unemployed. And then I found, so someone contacted me on LinkedIn. They said, look, we need a security engineer for our company. I said, all right, okay, I'll join. Turned out to be like a pen testing role. And so it was a bit like, right, I've never done pen testing before. So I had to learn trial by fire. Absolutely hated the report writing. And I thought, right, I need to go back to being a SOC analyst. Because I tell you what, I'm too dyslexic to write these reports. So I thought, great. I was great at the technical stuff, but when it came to the report writing, it was like hieroglyphics. I was like, I can't show this to someone that matters.
The problem is, JJ, it's different reasons why we both hated it in the end, but for the same reason. So I'm not dyslexic, but I hate writing reports. I spent 20 years doing it in financial services. So after seeing the glamour of red teaming and thinking it would all be breaking my way into buildings and sort of swarming my way through receptions, when I worked out that it was mostly writing reports, I realised that it wasn't for me.
So I was halfway through this report and I thought, I don't think I'm going to do many more. So I left and joined Cyberclan, where I am today. So I was there for about a year and a bit. This is when I was starting to learn about security kind of governance and learning how the business interacts with security and how security interacts with the business and how they align. And from there, I kind of expanded into becoming the SOC lead, which was kind of a natural progression for me. And that's where I am today. Is I'm now looking at building kind of SOC governance, how I can align the security operations centers to the business and how the business can benefit and see where we can deliver the value of the security operations. So it's quite a journey. And when I first got into cybersecurity, I didn't actually have any certifications at that point. So I actually had nothing on paper to say I am competent in cybersecurity. But now I'm at this point in my career where I think it's wise that I get some management certifications or some certifications to say that I'm aware of how the business require security to act for them.
Can I stop you there? Because you're doing it the way it should be done rather than the way it is done. And what I mean by that
that's
is
unfortunate.
You've got the knowledge first. It's then applying that to get the exam rather than learning the information to pass an exam without understanding it. That's the issue.
And that's the unfortunate thing, because nowadays we're seeing all these companies going, you need CISP, you need CISM, you need OSCP. It's an entry-level role and it's a junior role. We could teach all that, and it's quite sad to see that. For me, that says a couple of things about the organisation. Does the organisation really know what they're hiring? Probably not. No. And it probably says something quite bad about their security posture. If they need somebody to come in with 1 year's experience with CISP, CISM and OSCP, it probably says quite a lot about them. So for me, I would rather look at an organisation that has quite a sensible job description at that particular level. I think that I got really lucky to find the opportunity that I did when I was looking. When I found that SOC analyst role locally to me, I think I got incredibly lucky. But now I'm at this point in my career where it's like, well, I need to validate myself. So I need to say because the business leaders won't know who I am. Everyone in cybersecurity, they know who I am, but business leaders won't know who I am. So if I go to a business and say, hey, I'm JJ Davey, they would be like, who are you? All they're going to care about is what I have on paper and what I bring to the business. And the only way that they can...
Isn't that what we need to change, JJ, is the understanding of business owners and C-suite that it isn't about that. And I know that you have to have yardsticks of exams. I know that, and you can't get away from it. But it's again back to that mentality of the business of understanding why they're recruiting rather than box ticking like I did for 20 years in financial services. You see it a lot in this industry where people aren't thinking about security, they're thinking about compliance and ticking boxes.
Yeah, but at the same time, we need to look at it from the fight. So I understand the problem, I understand the pains that people are having with this, but at the same time, we need to look at it from a business perspective. We need to think, well, why are they asking for those certifications in the first place? Is it because of their compliance reasons? Is it their legal obligation? If they come to a disagreement with another company and they go through litigation and it gets drawn to court of law and they say, right, can I see how competent your security manager is? And they say, oh, actually, our security manager hasn't got any kind of professional accreditations. They will say, well, that is negligence. And unfortunately, that's just the way business is.
True.
There's nothing we could do to change that. So businesses will think, right, we need to hire somebody who's competent at this level to give us that kind of assurance that they're going to deliver on a promise, on an expected kind of value, on their responsibilities and their duties. But at the junior level, we shouldn't be like that. At the junior level, there's no responsibility to the business apart from to their managers. Their managers are responsible to reporting to the business. So their manager needs to be right, okay, we're going to get you in at this baseline level and we're going to give you a skills matrix and we're going to help you develop from where you are to where you need to be. But a lot of places don't do that. A lot of places, they want you to come in at this level. And it's creating this kind of gatekeeper mentality in a lot of organizations that they want a junior for low cost to have lots of certifications. And it just doesn't work for companies. What they should do is say, right, okay, I want you to do this interview. And in this interview, it's going to be a way for me to gauge what you are right now and where you want to go. So say to me, tell me, do you want to be a pen tester? Okay. This interview is going to give me a baseline of what you can do. And when you're in the organization, you're going to fulfill your duties and responsibilities. But at the same time, we're going to help develop you to where we want you to be. And if we want you to be in a position of responsibility and there's a legal obligation to having a certain certification, the company should pay for that. They should say, we require you to have it. We're going to support you. We're going to pay for that.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, that's not the way it is at the moment. And that's something that I'm trying to kind of spread awareness on, that we need to hire at the junior level and the entry level much better. Now, on the flip side of this entire conversation, we need to look about how do we study correctly? Because at the same time that this is happening, we're having a lot of people going, right, all these businesses are looking for these certifications. I need to study quick and pass quickly. And then it's like they get to these interviews and they fail because they aren't able to articulate and portray that knowledge. So it's a catch-22. These businesses want these certifications for these junior roles. So we've got a rush to try and get these certifications, pay all this money out. And when we get to the interviews, we're not performing. So it's like, well, how do we kind of, how do we slay this beast? And there's no really easy.
I think you're on the way to doing that, because from what I've seen you launch already this year is a way to apply the knowledge you've learned to a practical, relatable situation. And I tried to do that within the community, but I've got this much knowledge in cybersecurity, so it was a bit of a struggle for me. So it's refreshing to see other people doing that. Want to tell us a bit about what you're working on there?
Yeah, so I'm actually trying to fix a problem that I know that I can fix. So I'm quite a stoic person, so I always look at what I can control and what I can't control. I can't change the minds of businesses overnight, but what I can try and change is the way that we approach studying, the gaining of knowledge and certifications. So I built a SOC study guide. So what I've done was I put all of my kind of resources into a formal kind of guide that gives you the foundations, the security foundations, and some other extra bits as well that make a well-rounded analyst. And the purpose was to help people understand the requirements to perform at that level. So not certifications, but how to perform at that level. So what you're expected to know at that level. Because somebody asked me a question, and it was, I'm going for, they said to me, I'm going for a junior SOC analyst. What kind of interview questions are they going to ask? And I'm like, well, do you understand the role? And they said, no. I went, well, if you understand the role, you probably understand the requirements. You understand the requirements, you understand what they're going to ask. And they're like, oh, that's a really good way of thinking about it. And I said, here's my study guide. Have a look at it and see what you think. And they went, oh, okay. So I need to know all of this inside and out. I said, no, you need to know some of it quite well to be able to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I said, and this one person said to me, well, okay. So my next question is, if you gave me one thing that I could take to an interview that would make me shine, what would it be? And I went, related to a business problem. That's it. Yeah. And I went, what do you mean a business problem? I went, well, why does a SOC exist in the first place? Well, why does a pen tester exist in the first place? What's the requirement? And after about a day, they came back to me and went, oh, I've figured it out now. It's risk. It's risk management. I said, that's it. I said, if you could talk about risk management in light of your role, you're going to start making the hiring manager's eyeballs light up because you have that business context. So it's just like, how do we approach this differently? Now, I can't. The thing is, I can't fix everything. So, and there's lots of things that I want to do myself as well. So that's where the power of Cyber Mentor Dojo comes into play. So we've identified that there's a kind of a gap in the market where candidates need to try and find mentors. So willing mentees want to try and find mentors. It's like, well, how do we take LinkedIn out of the equation and make it more efficient? And that's what we're doing at Cyber Mentor Dojo. And we have some really, really big plans this year to try and help fill this gap, to try and find people that can try and connect people together. Kind of like, I don't want to sound crude, but it's like a matchmaking service for mentees and mentors, and you can sort it out by skills. So
that's so important, JJ, because whilst one mentor is right for one person, it isn't right for everyone. And it's not only a personality matching thing, it's also a willingness on behalf of the mentee to actually listen and learn as well, which is one of the most crucial parts. And the bit I always have the biggest problem with in life in general is that being quiet and listening. But
so it's quite funny you say that, because I got asked a question the other day. I got asked, like, who's your mentor? Who mentors you? And I think if anyone follows me on LinkedIn, they probably have guessed who it is. The security doctor.
Yeah.
And so he phoned me back in 2020. And I remember when I was on the phone to him, I was like, I've just lost my job, I was really depressed. And he was basically going, you need to sort yourself out and all that kind of stuff. And he really motivated me. And so his mentoring style, it fits me, because I don't want someone to kind of massage my ego. I want someone to tell me where I'm going wrong. I want somebody to tell me what I'm doing wrong. And he would be like, no, incorrect. No, incorrect. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'd go back and think about it. Whereas some people would be like, oh, right, I'm not good enough. So for me, it was like, well, we do need to personality match people. And at the same time,
it's also, JJ, being a mentor is a skill, because it's learning how to behave and respond to the person that you're being the mentor for. And there's a lot of people who say they're mentors when really they're kind of a one brush fits all approach.
Yeah. Now that's another problem that really irks me. Oh yeah. So mentors that are not able to read people really winds me up. Like,
it's my internet, I think.
Yeah, I've just got like a really shiny forehead of Simon. There we go, he's back.
Yeah, here we go. It's really shiny, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's we've got Starlink here for the internet, and sometimes we've got a partial obstruction, which is the roof of our house. We've got it on the shed, so I think that just happened. So apologies for that. By the way, I have put the link in the chat for Cyber Mentor Dojo for anyone who wants to get on there today as well. Sorry, JJ, carry on.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so one of the problem with mentoring that I see so much is not being able to read the mentee and align to them, understanding their problems, where they want to go, and understanding how they learn. So the universal thing that I always tell my mentees is break your goals down. Research your goals, understand what they're made of, the construction of those goals, and break it down into logical pieces and give yourself plenty of time to tackle them. Because my first ever kind of mentee, wanted to do everything yesterday, wanted to do everything so quickly. I said, right, you need to slow down. And the only way that I could get them to listen was to give them a reality check. And that was difficult. So the only way I could give them a reality check was like, right, let's do a mock interview. Let's see where you are. So we'd done a mock interview and they'd done terribly. And it was like a reality check for them. They were like, all right, okay, I do need to learn this. And I said, it's quite crucial that you do learn this. So I didn't hear back from them. And then a couple of days later, they messaged me again and like, can we have a phone call? So we had a phone call and they said, like, I'm going to take this seriously now. What do I need to do? And I said, get a pen and paper out, write down what you want to do eventually. What is your goal? And they said, I want to be a pen tester. And I said, right, okay. Now I want you to research what you need to do to become a pen tester, what skills you need to learn, what courses you may need to do, what certifications are hot in the market right now. And then once you've got all that jotted down, we could discuss a study plan to achieve this and build a roadmap. So we did that. We built a 2-year roadmap. Alongside this, I also gave him some tips on how to improve his LinkedIn. Within 8 months, he was in a pen testing role because his mentality completely changed. It was just approaching stuff with a completely different mindset. He was more inquisitive. He was reading research papers. He was always reading and always trying to learn. And he was always asking questions. He was always like interacting with people on LinkedIn. And he got a role. And he didn't stop there. He carried on. And now he's a mentor at Cyber Mentor Dojo. And it's like he's now mentoring people. And he's trying to tell them his mistakes. He's trying to tell them his mistakes because that's all mentoring really is.
It's more about the mistakes than teaching people what you've succeeded at. That's for sure.
Yeah, and one of the things I do now is I'm like, get Notion, build a Kanban board, and put your goals in there, break it all down, and every morning have it open. Change your homepage to your Notion task list. So every time you open up Google, it's your task list, and it's just there in front of you. And you'll be like, right, okay, I can't Google search the news. My task list is right in front of me. So that kind of gets you focused to what you need to do. And that's one of my top tips is always give people is that even if you can't afford a mentor or you don't have time for a mentor, you always have time to break down your tasks and understand where you want to go. And that's the kind of problem that irks me is that a lot of mentors are like, you've got to do it this way. You've got to do it that way. You need to do it my way. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. It's like, hang on. Do you even know who you're talking to? Because they may not be a academic. They may be someone that wants hands-on. And you're here giving them Google Scholar papers.
Yeah.
And it's just like...
It's the one-size-fits-all approach, though, isn't it? Which is my other pet hate on boot camps. Let's not get talking about that today.
No. Boot camps is another can of worms.
You know, don't get me wrong. Again, there are some boot camps that add value. I'm not going to say there aren't. It's for me, anyone who can pretend that you can learn enough in a 6 or 12-week period to be competent defending or attacking anything is a liar if you've got no previous experience. And I think there's too much bullshit in this industry. There's too many promises of big salaries. And as we were saying earlier, when Will Huntman, there are the odd one, right, who breaks straight in. There are, and it happens.
Yeah, it does.
But it's rare. It is rare. And someone needs to be held accountable for some of the bullshit that's spoken out there. That's how I feel about it. And my wife constantly does this to me to stop me making any comment online.
So it's interesting you say
that. Tattoos now as well.
Yeah. So it's interesting you say that. There's new legislation that's just come out from the UK government about cybersecurity, and I don't agree with it at all. It's going to kill the junior
feedback that they don't want to listen to. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, and it's like, it's crazy. So it's got to the point where they're going to basically require juniors to be certified before they can even join the field. And they're trying to build legislation around that. It's like, hang on, you're going to completely kill the junior market.
Yeah.
And they're expecting them all to be certified up to their standard. And it's like, hang on, the government can barely protect schools and other institutions. Why are they doing this? This is just a waste of time.
Yeah.
Why don't you
Jobs for the
focus on the
boys,
problems at
JJ.
hand?
Jobs for the boys. That's the answer. I'm afraid.
It's-
I mean, we see. I don't want to get into politics, but I'll touch on it quickly because the whole Ukraine thing at the moment must have brought into people's minds the risk of cyber attacks a little bit more for businesses. And then you're back to the threat actors out there, whatever country they're from or whoever they're from. Whilst they don't need qualifications, there seem to be more and more of them every day fighting the good fight, and it's not going to, they don't have to tick these boxes, do they? Like the ones that we're talking about in the UK that they're trying to put together. And I know you can't compare the attackers to the defenders, but equally,
So
you can't keep ruining the playing field.
yeah, so I have comments. So I always hear this statement saying that hackers don't need certifications, which is true. They don't. I mean,
The only reason I said it is because you did a post today, so I was trying.
Yeah, so I always hear it, and it's like, no, they don't. And it's like, at the same time, a mugger doesn't need a certification to mug you, but to be a security guard, you need an SIA badge.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why is that?
They're a bit dubious, though, aren't they? Let's be honest. I've got some mates who've got those badges.
Yeah, a little bit hit and miss. But so we've got to understand that cybersecurity professionals, especially at kind of a senior or management level, they have a responsibility of due care to the business. So they're not employed to be cybersecurity professionals. They're employed to build resiliency for the business. They're employed to help the business protect their value and protect the value and look good to their customers. That's what they're there for. Obviously, it depends on what business you go to, but ultimately you answer to the business. And if the business have no way of clarifying your competence, because they don't know cybersecurity, that's why they're hiring you. They're hiring you to come in to do cybersecurity for them. So the only way that they know to kind of assure a kind of benchmark of standard is these certifications. That's all they have. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And the famous line, facts don't care about your feelings. It's a fact. That's the only way that they can ensure that you can come in and be competent. Is it a proof of competence? No, it's not. But as far as the business care, it is. So when you're going for those kind of management roles or those senior roles, be prepared to be asked for certifications. And it's just the way the company crumbles. Because now where we're seeing lots of legislation coming with cybersecurity, it's going to become a requirement.
Well, like you said earlier, JJ, it then becomes a blame game, and unless you've got those certs, you're not doing it properly, and it's a breach. And you're right, but where the flexibility does lie is, as you rightly said, the entry level. And the last thing we need is the government saying that these guys and girls need certs when we all know that it isn't what they need at that level.
No, it's not. What they do need is a structure. So that's what the government should have done. They should have built a training structure. So they should have built a framework of skills, partner with the NCSC and build a proper skills framework to say, right, businesses can hire junior level talent, but they need to fit these requirements in terms of their knowledge. They need to hire management, but they need to fit these requirements and certifications. But now we're starting to go towards a heavy kind of legislation, both in the US and the UK, where you're going to need to be certified at the junior or senior level. Now, a lot of people have highlighted my worry is that it is a way for certification bodies to make a lot of money, and the government have probably got their fingers in the pie somewhere trying to, get a little bit of this cash that's coming in, because it is going to become a racket, an even bigger racket than what it is. So it's like now people are trying to get ahead of the curve. So now you're going to see a lot more boot camps come up. You're going to see a lot more courses come up that are trying to make a buck off of this change. Yeah. So this is what we're going to start seeing a lot more. We're going to see cheat courses. We're going to see 5-day fire courses that help you, get to A to B really quickly. And that's going to be training providers trying to make a buck off this new legislation. This presents a problem. It's now going to become a very candidate-driven market. Now, what does that mean for businesses? That means the candidates can now leverage a Dutch auction to measure you off between different businesses. So we're going to start seeing salaries go up. We're going to start seeing the number of roles go down because companies can't afford as many people as they used to. So I think that the SOC analyst and pen tester roles at a junior level are going to start paying higher, and I think it's just going to kill the market altogether. I mean, the market for juniors at the moment is on its knees as it is, because we have this disparity between the organisation needing certifications and these juniors that can't afford certifications, and then we have the people in the middle that will pay for juniors to get those certifications. So it's difficult. It's a difficult situation.
I've brought this question up because, well, one, I know Mo, and two, I think I know the answer to it, but I'm very cynical. So let me give my cynical answer to the question first, and I'll pass it to JJ. So do you think the government needs to talk with experts like JJ and work on a framework before they legalise something? Yes, but they won't, because it's jobs for the boys, I'm afraid. And if anyone in the government is watching, I'm happy to attend direct questions about this. They'll ask the people they want to ask because they've got their own network of people within there to ask. And unfortunately, the people on the ground like JJ and many others who would happily give information, when they do give that information, it's not listened to or acted on. That's my 2 cents, and now I'll be quiet.
So I think the first thing I'd ask someone if they said that is, I said, like, well, have you even looked at the economical impact and the industry impact that this is going to cause? Most times it's going to be no, they haven't. They've just thought this is a great idea. This is a really good way to fix our cybersecurity problems. Normally it's not. Let's have a look at, like, they brought out compliance standards to try and make businesses bend to their will, but breaches are still happening. Breaches of governance are still failing. So it's like, well, okay, how can we fix this? Right, let's force everybody to be certified. Okay, brilliant. Now, how do you measure competence now? How would you say that? Because what's going to happen is everyone's going to become certified to that reasonable standard. Now, how do we make sure that everyone can perform to that standard? That's the difficult question. So it's going to do a lot of things now. It's going to make the market candidate driven. It's going to drive the salaries up, which is going to mean the businesses can't recruit as much as they want. And now the businesses are going to scrutinize every inch of the market. So what I mean by that is, if I went to apply for a role, and let's just say that I had all my certification, I went to apply for a role, they're going to really scrutinize my ability before they even dare to give me the money, because the salaries are just going to go crazy. I mean, I'm not looking forward to it at all. I mean, if this goes through, if this proposal goes through, I'm not looking forward to the next few years in cybersecurity. I think we're going to have a lot of problems, a lot of growing pains. I think we're going to have an even bigger skills shortage than before. I feel we're going to see a lot of companies probably not want to do anything security-wise, or we're probably going to see a lot of outsourcing happen. A lot of risk transfer.
We were talking about that earlier, and when you're talking about risk, outsourcing risk is a very difficult thing to do anyway. Depending on the industry or the conversation, but
if you outsource risk, you've got to fall to faith.
Yeah,
you've got to have faith in that company that they're the best person to manage that particular risk for you. Now, that's a whole different subject on itself, the supply chain risk and everything like that. But I think this legislation is going to really do some damage to the market, and I think a little insider trading tip: if this goes forward, start buying stocks and shares in these certification bodies if you can, because I tell you what, they're going to be making a big old buck from this. Not that I think it's ethical what they're doing at all, but if you do have a chance to read it, it's quite shocking. It's quite scary to read. It is scary to read.
I read it today for the first time, actually. I saw that you tagged in on the post, and I saw Andy Jones, who was my first guest ever on the Cyber Live, who's the ex-CISO Chief Security Officer for Maersk and Sainsbury's. And he seemed to be of the similar opinion. So I kind of dug in and had a look, and it is scary. Scary is the right answer. I've come into this industry from somewhere completely different and landed in it and sort of looked about and thought, what the is going on here? Because it reminds me, because I'm old, of the tech boom, I suppose, when people were running these courses for you to learn these skills to get these amazing jobs in tech. And it's no different to what's happening in cyber. And whilst I'm worried about the next few years, the one thing that we've got that is going to happen before then is we're going to get a market correction of some description. Maybe that'll help, maybe it won't, but it might stop some of these companies who are pushing out these things, especially the buy now, pay later ones that I've got a particular bee in my bonnet about at the moment, but we won't talk about them either.
So if you actually go to that legislation, I think one of the scariest parts to me is section 4.4, which says the benefit. So this is a benefit that they've highlighted: deterring attackers and minimizing the effects of criminal activities. Okay. Okay. How do you do that? Do you put a sign up saying we've got a firewall?
Own certificates.
No, don't attack here. That'll be very bad. We're certified. Yeah. It's like we're following government legislation. It's like, yeah, a lot of people follow laws, but they still get mugged. I mean, I'm very cynical about this. Decreasing the likelihood of market disruption caused by breaches. Okay. Can anyone say Equifax or British Airways? I mean, come on. These are highly regulated companies, companies that are bound by compliance, and we're seeing those big, high-level breaches. But they think that making sure that managed service providers have a certain level of certification, brilliant. Okay, business certification, but not personal certification. If you're looking at the junior levels, and looking at trying to make sure that every candidate is certified, that's okay, brilliant. But why don't you have apprenticeships that align to this? Why don't you say to businesses saying, hey, you might be struggling to get some security professionals through the door, some cybersecurity juniors through the door because they're not certified. Can you do a kickstart scheme where we will help fund all their training to get them to the government standard that they put through here, but also get you that stuff that you need?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. Yeah, we do need more apprenticeships. And I think the government's efforts here to try and fix whatever they're trying to fix, I don't know what they're trying to fix, it should be apprenticeships, internships, helping people get into the industry the right way by helping them build up those skills, helping them learn on the job, and helping companies hire this talent from the talent pool. I mean, we have lots of people that are really, really talented, and they have lots to give, lots of passion. They're really driven, but the thing is, they can't afford these costly certifications because they've got bills to pay, they've got children to pay for, they've got cars to maintain, whatever it is.
I've got loads of children, no car.
So you're just carrying around your kids all the time. There you go. We're going to the market.
Come on, kids, we're off. Look, I've seen in the chat, there's now been several comments saying they're going to jump over to Cybersecurity Dojo, which I think is amazing. It's something that I would thoroughly recommend. But I want to talk about what happens when they do, JJ. Do you want to just cover off a bit about Cybersecurity Dojo for me?
Yeah, so there's not too much I can say right now, but stay tuned for the next couple of weeks. We're going to have some big news, but this platform is going to eventually become an all-in-one platform for people to find mentees. It's going to be the Tinder for finding a mentor. It's going to be that platform to help you cultivate these kind of conversations with the industry leaders. I want to try and get people from the ground connected with people at the top and help bring them together. My vision was to create an application that removed all titles, removed all seniority, and it was just building that human connection. And the benefit of that human connection is it's dedicated to your career. Now, this is the problem that I want to try and solve. And we have a fantastic team at Cyber Mentor Dojo that are working long hours and effortlessly to try and make this happen. Now, I'm hoping that when we release this, that people just swarm over to it and they instantly see the benefits. That's my vision, is I want people to benefit from this. And I'm so excited. Like I'm shaking just because I really want to tell people what's going on, but it's like, oh, I can't. And I'm like shaking because I know it's going to change lives. And
I'm going to keep digging and try and make you say something.
No, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm like, it's going to change lives.
It's going to be worth waiting for. You are one of the only people, one of a handful of people I've met in this industry who's genuine, and the rest of them have been on the show. And there's about 4 others who I've spoken to. And the fact is, what you're trying to do is you're trying to do it for the right reason, because you've seen the problem. You're in the position that I'm not, where you've got an understanding of the issue and you've also got a potential solution to it as well. So for anyone who isn't associated or knows Cyber Mentor Dojo or what JJ's doing, please do take the time to have a dig around and look before the big surprise comes in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
So
it will come in.
we'll move away from that, so I don't tempt you to talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
What else are you involved with, JJ? Come on.
Okay, so on the other side, I'm working with Paul Charles at Cyber Job Hunting. So we've got a community going there. We've got CV roasting, we've got interview prep, we've got lots of stuff going on there. We have lots of banter, lots of memes. It's a really good place. It's sometimes the memes do get quite out of hand, and I have to step in sometimes. But ultimately, the community is amazing. I've seen someone literally post a CV in there, and in a week, their CV has come back amazing. They've got some really honest feedback from industry professionals. There's a guy in there called Jin, the master of resumes, and he literally gives such good feedback. And I'm reading, I think I'm there like, I could do that in my CV. I could do that in my CV. And when they're like looking up, like, this guy is like the master, and he's there just helping people, and they're doing it out of their own goodness of their heart. And it's a good community to be in. We've had lots of nights where we just sit there playing games on Xbox, just talking cybersecurity. So we're doing that at the moment. Also,
We should have a community quiz night, shouldn't we?
Quiz night.
Or is that because I'm 47? Is there something else you could do these days?
So, can you tell me the name of the CISO that was involved in this breach at British Airways?
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah. So Cyber Mental Dojo and Cyber Job Hunting are the two things that I'm involved in at the moment. But I've got a kind of personal endeavor while I do this, is that I want to try and do more talks at universities.
Yeah.
Because I want to reach those students before they leave university, just to give them the right kind of advice that they need. Like, hey, get a LinkedIn, build a LinkedIn profile, connect with the community now while you're still studying, just to try and help them.
How about, because now we've got something new in the UK this year called technology levels, JJ. And my 16-year-old is doing technology levels. They're A-levels, but for technology.
Hang on, I'm just Googling.
My 16-year-old's the first year of launch, and he has got his placement at Aviva. So he's landed that because we live near Norwich, and it's the only firm there that employ people. He's got his internship there, but he is absolutely loving his technology levels. And do you know what the best thing of it is they've already talked to them about LinkedIn, and they're 16. So
that is amazing.
Yeah, they're only allowed basic profiles, but they've already started talking about it. So the education sector, i.e. leaving secondary school, they have made some huge progress for technology, but it's now, what I'm saying is it'd be great. They're looking for speakers all the time, these schools, to get people in to talk to them. So
I'm there.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, you're done.
I'm there.
Your diary's busy.
Put me down, because I
want
to try.
It's an even better age to get them at 16 than it is leaving university, isn't it? He says in a non-predatory way.
I mean, it's a good age to get there. I mean, Simon, probably not the place you want to say that kind of stuff, but okay.
Well, 6 children, I love them dearly. It's fine.
No, but you're
embedding this, the better.
You're absolutely right, and it's the kind of age where you want to try and motivate them in their kind of studies, in their building their professional network and getting connected with people. And it's also good to try and connect them straight away with the industry and get them talking to the professionals on this kind of format.
Yeah.
So I think if they could start building more Q&A sessions with industry professionals, that's probably going to go kind of. That's going to go far. That's going to go so much far. Like, I would love to say, hey, look, you're interested in defensive security. Well, I've got a study guide that could, give you some resources that you can learn from. And they can just quickly copy it and be like, oh, this is amazing. By the time they come to the age of 18 and they're going to university, they're already equipped with the knowledge, the skills, and they're just going to perform. And that's going to be the beauty of it, is that they're going to go to do their dissertations, their research, and they already know what they're kind of looking for. They know the acronyms, they know the jargon, and it's just going to be a lot easier. Because we find that a lot of universities, they don't give you that holistic learning that you should learn. It's just a case of a lot of research, a lot of paper writing, which is brilliant, really good skills to have, and it's a really good skill that you should take forward with you, is the ability to write at a high level. But at the same time, it's like understanding the why something works, how it works, how do I test it, how do I secure it? Like a question that somebody asked me the other day is, how do I do network security? And I went, you learn networking, but think about it securely. And they're like, oh, wow. And it's like, you study your switching and then think about, okay, you've learned about what a switch is, now learn about how to secure a switch. Yeah. And they're like, oh, wow, okay. But it's that kind of element that you need to start at that level, at that age 16 to 18 is where you really need to start driving that home. And then when they get
critical thinking skills as well, couldn't you? Because I think you and I have spoke about that before, and there seems to be a bit of a lack in the industry of critical thinking, perhaps.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people that come out of university with a literal thinking on there, like literally like yes or no, very binary. But the question, a lot of stuff, especially in my role, is you've got to always question things. You've got to be able to tell a story. You need to find the evidence. You need to be able to speak to the customer with clear conviction about what you've detected and what you've found. Like when you're doing digital forensics, you need to start questioning, okay, how do they get in? When did they get in? What do they use to get in? What do they do when they got in? How did they leave? Was there any data exfilled? It's all about asking those questions. And a lot of people don't actually have that ability. And it's something that you nurture over time. But if you can build that up early, by the time you get to that point, you're going to be a very, very powerful professional. I mean, you'll probably get promoted really quickly if you go in the technical route. But have that critical thinking, I can't stress how important that is.
Absolutely. So I'm conscious that we've got 15 minutes left of this 6-hour live stream marathon I decided to embark on today, which, by the way, has been amazing fun. The 3 days leading up to it, got to be honest with you, it was a bit of a debacle, but I want to make the most of the last 15 or 12 minutes and talk about what you want to focus on, JJ. So anything you want to focus on for the last 12 minutes?
I think for me, it's I don't want to get too spiritual here, but
please do.
Please do. All right, okay. Let me just light some candles.
It's Friday. Yeah.
Let me just light some candles and summon some demons.
I'll just get my bell going. Hold on.
Just get my Ouija board out and just start talking to the dead. I think for me, it's people need. I think this year, especially this year, people need to focus on themselves a lot more and focus on their career aspirations and do what I've done today, and that's take a plunge. Like I've just spent a lot of money on my personal learning just because I think this is my next step. And I was always giving myself excuses to why I couldn't take that next step or trying to put it to the back of my mind going, I'm going to do it sometime. I'm going to do it sometime. I woke up today and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to commit to it. And I just spent almost $2,000 and just went, right, that $2,000 is going on me and my career. That's an investment on myself. It's probably going to put me in a little bit of a difficult situation for a short period of time, but in the long run, that investment is going to be so worth it. So my message to people is just to start investing in yourself more. Like if you think that certification is too expensive, maybe look about it on the other side of it, on it. How many doors may that open? How many kind of jobs would be more open to you if you got that certification? For example, a lot of pen testing roles for billable pen testers are asking for stuff like OSCP or ECCPT. It's an expensive certification with a lot of time commitment. You've got to ask yourself a question. How much will it change your life? Because I don't like saying this because it's quite morbid, but we've got a limited amount of time, and time is a very precious currency. Once we spend time,
the most precious commodity, JJ, in fact.
We can't get it back. So once we spend it, that's it. It's gone. We can earn money back, but we can't earn time back. So it's asking people this year is just to invest your time wisely, understand your goals and how much commitment you need to do to them. Understand that, just because you can't buy any more takeaways because you spent it all on a certification, think about how many more takeaways you can buy when you earn more money because of that certification. I mean, I'm thinking about ordering double portions of onion bhajis when I, achieve these certifications. And I'm thinking that
cheesy chips.
I'm going to be there. Like, I've got this certification, all these doors open to me. I'm going to get a brand new role, loads of money, loads of onion bhajis. I'm going to be there with stacks of poppadoms. 2 tubs of mango chutney, and that's all because that's because I've invested in myself. And I think I wish people, because I'm speaking to a lot of people at the moment, and it's too tight at the moment, it's too tight at the moment. It's like, well, okay, build yourself a plan to save that money up to commit to that certification. And once you've got that money, the most important thing you can do is buy it and book it, because then you've got a timeline, you've got a time frame. There's no going back. Like for me, I'm studying for a certification at the moment, and I've got to the point where I've booked it as soon as I can. I've given myself 6 weeks to study, and I said, that's it. I'm committed to it now. There's no turning back. I can't unbook it. So for people, I'm just like, book a certification.
And is there people, we all do it. We always say it's not the right time, or I'll do it next time. And the thing is, there's never a right time, is there really?
There isn't.
You know, life gets in the way. Or that's the wrong way of looking at it, you see, because for me, life shouldn't get in the way, because it's about enjoying every day. And again, my bit of advice on that from a non-technical point of view is make sure what you're heading for is what you really want. Because back to what JJ said earlier about the pen testing and what I said about pen testing, it isn't for everyone, but there are lots of roles in cyber where people can fit into. You know, it doesn't have to be just red or blue team because that's all you see. You've got the GRC piece, you've got all these other colors that people keep making up of roles that you can do in cyber, but you've got all the support roles, you've got the sales, the marketing, everything. And it's being open to all the roles that are available, and making sure that it's your goal and not someone else's. Because I spent 45 years chasing other people's dreams, not my own. And that's the biggest bit of advice I can give, is from learning from failing, is chasing other people's dreams.
100%. And as going back to one of your earlier points, is that you never know you're ready unless you try, unless you take it to the arena. I mean, you could be like a gladiator training day in, day out, but you never know if you can fight until you go into the arena and you put yourself to that test. And a lot of people I tell to is just put yourself in that arena. You know, so what if you fail? So what if you lose that battle? Go back, train again, and fight again. The worst thing you can do is hang up your gladiator shoes, walk out that arena, and go slum it on the streets. You need to keep on going. You need to learn from that failure.
If you need to realign and change direction, it's not a failure either, is it? You know, that for me, I've gone from thinking I was going to be a pen tester to still not really knowing what I'm actually doing in cybersecurity. But I will find out what roles for me soon, JJ, I'm sure.
That's the beauty of it. Is I love technical cybersecurity. I manage technical risk. I can help a business manage their technical risk. But at the same time, I want to learn information security, and I want to be good at that as well. So for me, it's a case of stepping out of my comfort zone and becoming an academic and learning information security a lot more. So I've spent nights reading Google Scholar papers, learning about information security. And, I don't want to sound like a motivational speaker, but stepping out of your comfort zone is a massive thing as well. And I'm so glad that, I met Richard Diston when I did, because he really changed my mindset and everything. I went ahead and bought all of these books on Stoicism, all these motivational books, and it's crazy how much it changes you.
Yeah,
I mean, it's absolutely mad.
Success is a mindset, JJ. I keep saying it over and over again because it so is, isn't it?
It's like when that guy sent me that message, that really horrible message on LinkedIn, the first thing I did was take a sip of my coffee and went, "You probably won't ever be like me." So
that's the difference, yeah.
And then, so I sent that vulnerability report, and it's quite funny. I got an email back saying, "Thank you for all this information." This is from the manager. "Thank you for all this information. I saw the comment made by my employee that you shared. So don't worry about that. That'll be dealt with." And I went, so I emailed back and said, "That wasn't my intention. You're probably having a bad day. Yeah. Don't worry about that. I just want you to fix this problem." Because a lot of people have problems in lives. So that's why I wasn't going to go around and say a lot of his names. I was going to say, this guy's probably got a lot of problems. He's probably really frustrated right now. So I'm not going to go here and hang him up to dry, because at the end of the day, my purpose is to protect businesses. My purpose is to help business and help people realize cybersecurity.
And also,
not here.
JJ, you've taken that time to take a step back and put yourself in that other person's shoes as well, you know, and that's a skill in itself. And I mean, I'm a bit ADHD, so I'm constantly typing out messages and deleting them. I mean, today was a particularly good day actually, because I was in a bit of a grump this morning, and I must have deleted 5 posts that I typed to put on LinkedIn this morning. And it's a regular thing for me, you know, but I put it in notes, not LinkedIn. So then I'll type it, get it out, and then read it and go, well, that's silly, and then delete it and not send it. And it's that mindfulness or being present and being aware of everyone has a shitty day from time to time, and sometimes we all need a bit of a break. Don't get me wrong, some people are just knobs, you know. there is that.
to be fair, I sometimes I reflect on what I've said on LinkedIn. I'm like, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, well, we all do that. I think maybe I've got like 20 years on you, JJ. So the only thing that's done me any good for that is I've done it so many times, not on social media, but normally involved in having a fight at some point where I've said something too quickly, and that's why my hands are broken and I've got like a squashed nose. That's the beauty of LinkedIn and social media, is that these trolls hide under bridges, and they come up and clatter around on their keyboards for a minute and then scuttle back, and you've just got to feel sorry for the people who do things like that. And like you said earlier, you know, they're never going to be you. They're never going to be me, and or them. On that arrogant note, have you got any final words before I wrap things up?
Yeah, you probably don't want to be me because I'm ginger, and I've got bad eating habits. So you probably don't want to be me. I mean, yeah, I'm quite good at cybersecurity, but that's not everything in life. I mean, you're going to be ginger.
I can't comment because I am actually partially ginger. It's just going grey now, so you can't see it, JJ. So, look, JJ, it's been absolutely amazing. For anyone who hasn't, make sure you jump onto Cyber Mentor Dojo. Make sure you connect if you haven't with JJ on LinkedIn. It's been 6 hours of chaos and fun today, and we finished with one of the best guests ever. I'm going to play out with a little video from some of our community members that tells you a bit about Infosec Live. We're a free community, the same as Cyber Mentor Dojo, ESDN, all the other ones we've talked about today, Simply Cyber. We're all doing things for the same reason, because we care about it and we're trying to help people. It isn't about the money, it's about community. That's what we're about. And I think everyone I've had on the show today has got that in common. Community is everything, whether it's Cyber Mentor Dojo, Infosec Live, Simply Cyber, or whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Make sure you've got the support around you. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to stop talking, stop sweating, play the video, and see you all later. Thank you so much. Thanks, JJ.
Thank you. Take care.
I'll find the video. I'll play.
And it's been so great to be part of this awesome community where you can learn, get potential jobs, and this is the part that the community has helped me the most, being able to get a great contract in security, and thanks for this.
You don't have to be super experienced in order to contribute. They really foster a sense of community, and they encourage everybody to contribute anything that they can, regardless of whether you're just starting out in your career or if you've been in a career for decades. I like the different challenges that they have, the different pathways that you can follow, the fact that you can join communities that are specific to you and your needs. It's a new and growing and thriving group, and I'm really proud that I was able to be a part of it from almost the very beginning.
It's given me a community I could lean on, and the people in there are always willing to help. I've also gotten to break into cybersecurity because of Infosec Live, and I'm very grateful for that.
Cybersecurity professional or trying to become one, you need to get onto Infosec Live.
Whether you are brand new to the field, whether you are pivoting from another IT career or you are pivoting from a non-IT career, this is the place for you to do. Also, even if you are an experienced professional, there will be something here that you can learn.
Infosec Live has been great for me because it's brought me closer to other like-minded people, and I've been able to pick the brains of some real industry experts that are also part of the community.
To the right place, because listen, let me tell you that Infosec.live is everything that it claims to be. A vibrant community. They've got all that you need on infosec.live. Listen, to tell you, infosec.live is addictive. Get on board. Come and get addicted.
Get on Infosec now.